And it all comes down to this last day of CONUS. I'm very excited because it's the grand finales time to crown some champions here. Yesterday on day number 3, we got to qualify some players to go to California and Worlds later on in the year. And today, now those 4 players or 4 teams are looking to move on through the bracket of CONUS to take home some trophies. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. It's been a wonderful, wonderful weekend, Enigma. And for today, to be the climactic finale, I mean, are you pumped? I'm pumped.
I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, you and me, we're getting some ranked games in, just trying to get our brain moving a little bit. I let you down on one of them. Sorry about that, brother. But yeah, feeling good ahead of today because we come to the conclusion of so many of the stories that we have tried to build at the start of the week. We asked all of these players, show us who you are. We didn't really know any of the Rocket League players before we came into this tournament. They've done a wonderful job of setting up the stories, and here come the ultimate stakes. So yeah, very much looking forward to closing the book on all of this and showing everyone who your CONUS champions are going to be.
I love your shirt, by the way. Are those surfboards?
They are surfboards, yeah. This is actually one of the shirts that I impressed my partner with. Impressed is going to be hanging there in quotations when I first met her. So yeah. This doesn't come out the wardrobe often, let me tell you.
I like that. Well, you know what? We're here to see some teams impress us in the top 3 as we got Rocket League to start things off, and we're going to be pushing through the lower finals and the grand finals today. Of course, Andy, we got through day number 1 and day 2, which were the group stages, to see who's going to seed into the bracket play to kind of push in for those qualification spots in Worlds. Yesterday, we topped off our top 4 teams. We'll cover that one in a second. And today, we go into the lower finals and our grand finals. Obviously, best of 7s for Rocket League, best of 5s for Call of Duty. Just to note, for grand finals, the team coming out of the winners bracket, making it to the grand finals in Rocket League, that's Team Western right now. In Call of Duty, that's to be determined. They're going to have a 1-game lead in it. So that's going to be your winners bracket advantage, having a win over the opponent that comes out of the lower bracket. And honestly, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I really like that. Obviously, you and me both know this is a contentious conversation at the minute in the Call of Duty community, but I'm a big fan of the idea of the winning team getting some sort of advantage beyond a veto type situation, which obviously you can't even really get in Rocket League. So yeah, 1 up if you are Team Western, and they've earned that. They've deserved that. Been beautiful all the way through this tournament. Flawless. I think they've dropped about 3 matches pretty much through the entire tournament. So good out of them, and they will deservedly sit with that advantage in the grand finals, waiting on whoever can overcome their opponent in these lowers.
Yeah, and we can talk about today's format for these two. It's going to be best of 7 for Central Alpha, Mountain Bravo taking on that lower finals to kick things off in Rocket League. I want to look at the bracket, kind of how they got here, though, because we got to talk about not just their journey but to qualification, but their journey into the lower finals altogether. And of course, they're going to qualify for Worlds alongside Mountain Alpha, alongside Western too. So those are the top 4 teams from Rocket League that are going to go to Worlds later on this year. But winner here between Central Alpha and Mountain Bravo go on to play Western, which, you know, when we talk to these teams, trying to figure out how to depict taking down Western as a squad, Andy, it's been a whole lot of, we got to play up to their tempo, their speed, make sure that we are rotating a little bit better. Central Alpha said the best defense is a great offense, or the best offense is a great defense. So hopefully that we can see that be on display here in the lower finals.
I'm certainly hoping so. I want these teams, these 2 lower teams, to understand, like, you've already qualified for Worlds. You're going into this game now to kind of try and find your footing. I want you to understand that whichever one of you makes it to those grand finals, you got nothing to lose. You are not expected to win. Play with 0 pressure on your shoulders. Western will recognize that they are expected to walk away with the trophy here today. And anything less than that would probably be considered a failure in their eyes. Whereas these other 2 teams, you've done your job. You've done exactly what you wanted to do. Of course, both of them have the ambition of getting through to those finals and winning. But if you ask them right now, what would they take? They're probably not expecting to win this. So it would be lovely when they get there just to be, I don't know, just kind of released a little bit. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a strong defense, but I want to see some sort of coherent game plan and system if you're going to fight up against this Western squad. We've seen that a little bit from Central Alpha. They did take away 1 match in their series, and that's why I feel pretty hot on them right now. That being said, Mountain Bravo, they're not a bad team. They're one of our favorites the entire way through.
They've earned every step of the way. Let's take a look at our teams here for this lower finals and kind of introduce them. We've been talking very vaguely of what to expect here, but for Central Alpha, it's Chambo, Nexity, Chill. We've had time to interview all three of these players over the course of the weekend. Chambo, what a fun one we had to start things off with this. The IGL seems like he's just always the vibe guy for this team. Always smiling, always carrying on, just having a good time. Nexity, he is, self-proclaimed top rank on this team. The MVP, Chambo and Chill, they recognize that as well. And for Chill, the support guy, he's the glue. The glue man. Everybody needs that.
Certainly, I really like the way this team is. From the very start, we said very well balanced. Chambo and Chill being essentially that two-pronged attack up front, the way they kind of oscillate in and out, very much so a two-headed dragon of sorts. But the thing is, it felt a little bit like what happens when you cut off one of those heads. But it turns out a new one spawns because Nexity's right in behind, and we've seen him contribute in various different ways for this lineup. Largely going to sit back, play that defensive role, come out the rotations, and play to guide his team about. But also, we've watched him bag many a long ranger and time those runs into perfection. So a threat at both ends.
Right, on both ends, considering we have on the other side Mountain Bravo, who is looking to take them down from the lower brackets to the lower finals. J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop, what a rise for these three, because at the start of the weekend, and we talk about this very often, I mean, we only had really Fruit Loops in the talking about who's that offensive pressure. Well, I mean, talk about how impressive J-Dubs and Camilo have been for this team at bringing it all together. And then yesterday, I think we saw them peak a little bit, especially in their matchup versus Mountain Alpha. They finally get over that hump, break the ceiling past that team that is just kind of hovering above them as the Alpha team coming out of Mountain. For Bravo, it just really was, how do you sync together? They found that yesterday in the lower semifinals. I think Fruit Loop really rounds out this squad as just the tip of the spear for what can be expected.
Agreed. I think other than maybe like one series, we could probably call Fruit Loop Mrs. Consistent, right? She has been ever present for this roster and a part of everything good for them. In that series against Mountain Alpha, which we came into it, even though they'd lost the reverse fixture 4-2, it was a case of, okay, but Mountain Bravo have grown every single time we've seen them step out, and they could pull off the upset here. They do, and Fruit Loop is, of course, largely at the core of that. That being said, the two fellas alongside her have also gotten better and better as we go. For Camilo, it was initially a case of, all right, you're kind of sitting on that back line a lot more. How are you going to contribute? We always ask this about these teams. It feels like he's a part of everything, has become that really dogged, determined player in the back line, in particular, winning those 50s, setting things up, ensuring there's always a get out of jail clause. For J-Dubs, hat tricks on hat tricks, been bagging, been doing everything on the front line that he should be. So yeah, Mountain Bravo have a lot of talent and don't need it coming on into this matchup against Central Alpha. All 6 players deserve to be here right now. Consider you're the top 3 players, top 3 teams in this tournament. But it's all about getting yourself on through to that grand finals.
Yeah, top 3 players for each region, too. Mountain Bravo at the tip, the peak of that mountain. Central Alpha sitting pretty, knowing that they've shot for the crown a couple times. Taking a map off that Western squad. Should be feeling good about getting a rematch yet again. Third time might be the charm in that grand finals. And Western, they're sitting, waiting. They get to watch this entire thing happen, Andy. So we're getting ready for this one. I think it's a big matchup for both of these squads, just trying to get extra reps against their opponents before going to the World Championships here for the DAF Gaming League. We got our predictions, though, to talk about for this lower final matchup, Andy. And I know you've been a big fan of Mountain Bravo. I've been a big fan about Mountain Bravo as well. I've given them a little bit more grace than you going into this lower finals. Come on, man. You're only giving them one map.
It's a weird one to me. I feel like I have done a lot of celebrating Mountain Bravo and talking about how good they are. That being said, I have this ridiculous record when it comes to pitching teams in late stages of tournaments where I feel like I cursed them. So I'm going to go the opposite way. I'm going to talk about Central Alpha and I expect them to take this home and hope that brings something out of Mountain Bravo personally. But also, I've got to weigh the prediction situation in mind. I can't afford to be dropping too many points. Now, you're right in behind me. You made that massive comeback on day 2. And so I'm a little bit playing that game as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go right with you. I'm going to go neck and neck with Central Alpha 4-1. I don't want to cheese it, though. I don't want to just agree entirely with what you're going with. So, I'm leaning on your side a little bit.
Well, I got this one going to game number 6. I think that realistically, if Mountain Bravo wants a shot at Central Alpha, it's got to be in the first couple of games. If they slow down, I expect them to take some some games away from Central Alpha. But if they're losing game 1, if they're losing game number 2, I don't expect it to be the series going to Mountain Bravo whatsoever. I can't see a comeback in their books. If they want to take this best of 7, it's got to be out the gates playing as the Mountain Bravo team. We know they can be, Andy. And realistically, I think that Central Alpha shouldn't get too ahead of themselves because you've looked at Mountain Bravo and you've seen the way that they've played against their Alpha counterparts. When you see them getting aggressive, start to play the body, go for those demos and split up that defense, that's where J-Dubs strikes for those shots. He's very good at slipping in a couple goals when you least expect it. So I think for Chambo, Chill, and Nexity, they got to be a little bit careful going into this one and to not get over, I'd say, over ego.
No, I agree. I think if that does start, then you got to go and match them for it. Very much will be willing to square up, throw now. And we will kick things off and away then in our lower finals. Of course, this is the ticket to grand finals, getting yourself through this best of 7. First to 4. Same structure that we have followed all the way through this tournament. All 6 of these players have given us incredible storylines. Now it's about what remains. Is at the end of your road. You got a bit more to say just yet. Well, Nexity will get this clear. Sets up Chambo, and that looked like a little bit of a mistake here from Mountain Bravo. Names need flipping on the broadcast, but I think that you've overcommitted the bodies forward, and you can't really be doing that and expect the Central Alpha not to punish you.
There was a moment there where I think Mountain Bravo expected to put a goal on the board, and you had a great pass infield from Fruit Loop. You almost had Camilo with a shot on net wide open due to a demo on Central Alpha. But it's missing that one out. Like you said, you just go all in on that offense, and without that defense, you're giving up a freebie to kick off this best of 7. So see how they can answer back now as Fruit Loop could have carried off the ground, look to get over midfield. Camilo bouncing it up, Chill with the whiff, and he's got Chambo there to expend the rest of his booth, taking a shot on net. Fruit Loop corners it. Now you're trying to play for this clear. J-Dubs across the crease, and fortunately enough, you didn't have a good angle there if you're Central Alpha. That could have been number 2.
Yeah, Fruit Loop clearance isn't convincing. He's just going to drop it into the middle where Chambo will pick it up, and we've seen what he's been able to do from those positions multiple times in this tournament. Fruit Loop does very well actually to win the 50 there, and all right, well, he might have made a mistake on the first one. Central Alpha's turn to show a little bit of a slip. Perhaps nerve striking here on day 4, because neither of these teams made these kind of mix-ups, or at least didn't in day number 3, but one apiece set us up level to go again. And I think both teams got to kind of look along the bench a little bit right now and go, all right, let's just calm it down, play our game.
And that's gonna be exactly the call so far. Settling things down. Nice shot coming out from Camilo. Fruit Loop looking to stuff it from the air. A-Dubs out front. On the backboard and in. It just hits the crossbar, nicks it. Thought that one was going to bounce down, and it looked like Camilo was ready for the pass, but he says, why not just do it by myself? What an angle there from J-Dubs, too. Top corner of the map.
Beautiful effort there. You can see why J-Dubs is the front man for this team. Just little awkward ones like that. To guide it off the underside of the bar. Perfectly angled. Used all of his momentum. Yeah, feels like a light one. Both teams just defensively a little bit shaky. And Camilo gets up, but great block by Chill there. All feels a little bit desperate in the back lines. Not the in-sync roster we've seen so far through the tournament. Chambo nearly manages to pull off his own little double touch. And Camilo wants this one cleared. Just about approaching halftime. He's just going to lift this up and away. Fruit Loop's going to try and meet him, and will do, and actually gets the better of the ball. Chambo's there, so just knock it forward again.
Shot up top, though, and Chill's going to beat the defender. Yeah, 100%. I thought that you were going to get there in time. Camilo, though, late off the jump, and Chill barely slips by. Goal number 2 for Central Alpha ties us back up in this game. 2-2 with 2 minutes and 24 seconds. It's moments like that, again, on both sides, just the smallest mistakes causing them to allow their opponents back into this game. And it's not just one team, it is both teams right now just coming out the gates without that sharpness. Only game number 1, though. Lots of Rocket League to play in this lower final.
And we're not in venue, but I'd say you can feel from here nerves in the room. Attacking-wise, it's been completely fine. There's some great efforts. And in terms of rotations, positional play, not as in sync, but it's given us is 4 goals already. Game 1 of this lowest final. So we're not really going to complain about it. It's just surprising to see, considering how locked down these two teams were yesterday in particular. And so J-Dubs, I mean, he's the kind of player who should really profit in a situation like this, in a game like this, where it's just open-ended and a little bit scrappy too. Fruit Loop's going to knock it forward. J-Dubs will gamble and will score for his second of the matchup.
Was a little too far into the net there. Hey, he hits the power slide, but I mean, he's just a little bit behind the crease. And goal number 3, Mountain Bravo leading in game number 1. They're giving up the first goal of the lower finals. So excellent way for them to bounce back. Camilo looking for some demos in front of the net. A-Dubs is going to clear things to the midfield next to the off the wall. Has the flip reset. Going for the dunk though off Vert Loop's car, and he avoids that goal. Champo, nice save from Mountain Bravo. As Alpha are putting together some incredible attacks here. Just looking to send this one to overtime. Last minute of play.
Chill's going to send it infield to Chambo, looking for the return. Chambo decides to go it actually all alone. So Chill's just going to try and block her here. Does get the demo on Fruit Loop. That half-second window has disappeared. And J-Dubs, he's leading on the front line and doing great work on the defensive side of things, and even willing to get a little bit rough with it. Great stuff from him. 30 seconds to go. Just a 1 goal in it, and so Fruit Loop decides to take over down this left flank. Guides it home all by her lonesome. Look at it. Meets it in the air. Sends it long. I know what to do with this. Positions herself perfectly, and Jill can do nothing about it. 4-2 up for Mountain Bravo. Incredible work.
Just gotta sit there and watch. What an angle in. I mean, it's J-Dubs before from the top right corner, and Fruit Loops this time just hovering above the net. Some sharpshooters from Mountain Bravo. Now leading by 2 with 16 seconds left. Central Alpha looking to see what they can scrounge up as we close out this first game. Nixities for the redirect in front of the net. Jambo up the wall, steals the corner post, looking for his partner, but the shot from Nexity, that's going to bring things to a 1-point game, but it's still Mountain Bravo leading this best of 7 as we close the curtains in game 1.
Well, we spoke about it multiple times in that matchup. Very much so felt like a ever-strewn set of defensive mistakes there that, well, will give eventually Mountain Bravo the 4-3 victory. Very much so forwards on top here. Fruit Loop will be handed the MVP inside a game. I think I'm going to give it to J-Dubs, personally. I think that he scores 2 important goals at moments where the game is incredibly tight. But then also, some of the saves that he pulls off just allowed Mountain Bravo to eventually get themselves into that 2-goal cushion that sees them over the line. So, great game out of him. I think Camilo probably going to look at that one and think, if he's supposed to be this defensive leader, got to figure his way into the game a bit more. But you can talk about that on the opposite side of things as well. For that central team, they're not stepping up and being that cohesive unit that we've seen them been all the way through this tournament. It's why they took a game off Alpha in their series. So better yet to come for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, you give up that first goal. It was a little bit of a freebie for Central Alpha, and just like the Force, yesterday being May the 4th. Everything balances itself out. I mean, you get Fruit Loops in the same one to tie it back up, and the game is just set in stone right there. It is kind of shaking off the rust for both teams. I like that early on. You're giving up these goals that look like mistakes, because in game 1, you can afford to make those mistakes. You can afford to look back and be like, what the heck. We gave up a couple goals that we probably shouldn't have. Going into game number 2, just tighten things up a little bit on both sides. And it's only a 1-point game, 4-3 win for Mountain Bravo. Central Alpha still look good on the attack, and we got ourselves an opportunity for Mountain Bravo to go up 2-0 now. Heading into game number 2. Fruit Loop steals the corner boost. City's going to be limited, but J-Dubs gives him plenty of time. Set up this clear with Chill.
In the predictions, I doubt it. Mountain Bravo, for the first time in some time, thought the answer would be in game 1. Also, I realized that I probably should have just predicted against you, purely for entertainment. Either way, we will get...
I mean, it wasn't too long ago that you
far.
said that my predictions were cursed.
That is true. That is true. I think I was overthinking it. I was playing the game of, well, at worst, I maybe lose 1 point here or nothing. I was thinking about it in terms of like game strategy, which is lovely and all, but also the story is much more important here, and that is that Mountain Bravo are catching everyone by surprise at this CONUS Championships. Trophy rising in the background there. Obviously, the one we're going to be handing out to our competitors won't necessarily be that big, but just a reminder of the stakes, setting themselves up for what it is they want to play for, and that's that spot in the grand finals. And this game, very tentative, understandably, considering what is hanging in the balance.
All scoreless heading into the 3:30 mark. J-Dub's going to go for a long bomb. Nexity drops it down, and J-Dubs isn't done with it. Off the backboard, looking to dunk it on Chambo. Gets it away. Opportunities starting to arise for Mountain Bravo in game number 2. And looking at the counterattack from Nexity to see if he can set anything up. And just haven't really been able to connect with either Chill or Chambo on these attacks.
There's a couple of times as well. I'm seeing players from both teams double committing and putting each other off. So Com's certainly not on point, and J-Dubs might be able to just break straight through, and doesn't have enough boost really. Chill's going to get across just in time. Fruit Loop now to meet it in the air. Camilo's going to be able to drop underneath. So J-Dubs likely going to have to drop back here, but does arrive in time after Camilo's miss. It's not clean ball. Fruit Loop actually going to be in trouble here, lacking boost, and somehow still comes away with that ball.
Oh, it's a floater over the net, and Camilo lucky that Chill didn't have an angle. And it's his turn. Camilo on the wall is going to be able to hit it out right to Nexity, though. That's a weird one. Yeah, look at this. Just gets the rest of his boost, and that's why you just hate to see those kind of last-ditch effort infield passes to clear your zone. I mean,
yeah,
you're hoping that your teammate can maybe boom it off the back of that, but if they're not ready for it, and your opponent is, it's an easy shot on net to lead now for Central Alpha in game 2.
Having played football for years and years as a defensive player, the one thing you are taught from the get-go, never clear that thing towards the center. Always asking for trouble, especially with players like Nexity on the field. He scored so many efforts, just gambling on that clearance falling to him. We'll add another to the tally here in game 2. There's only 1-0. Fruit Loop might get there, but this game, defenses are on top. Whether that's just purely because of the scrappiness of the matchup, J-Dubs will have another effort repelled on the line. Tries to actually bump out of net, set Camilo up to just kind of force that ball central for Fruit Loop, who also backs this up. Camilo now arriving. Fruit Loop takes on herself, but no, next he's there for the block.
J-Dubs into the corner. And things starting to slow down for the attack of Mountain Bravo, and speed up for Central Alpha in front of the net. Chambo may be sealing the deal for the second one. And again, it's going to be right down the middle for the clear. Chambo intercepts it over the cars. Defender can't do anything. It's just a little too fast on the break. And a break point there. 2 goals up. Should be feeling good for Central Alpha. Looking to answer back after losing game number 1. On Bravo, taking a lot of time to get an answer in this one. Gotta think if you want to chance at overtime, it's gotta be soon. 1 minute left, and Nexity just gonna corner it. Looking for the clear here alongside Chambo, and gonna stay inbounds for the Central defense. Nexity finally getting it out.
Got one home soon. If you are Mountain Bravo, and lost it central, but there's no one there in support. And at this point, I'm seeing 2 players back. Mountain Bravo, there's no reason to be there. 2-0 down. Great defense at this point will matter absolutely nothing. And Camilo lofts one for J-Dubs to just definitely touch it home. Great stuff there. I'm not sure if this was Camilo's intention all along, but J-Dubs gambled out in this left pocket that he's performed so well in all the way through the tournament. gives you a lifeline. 30 seconds to go. Can they pull off the comeback?
Fruit Loops for the demo. Looking for the kickoff goal. Camilo, though, off to the right. It's a little off target. Perfect opportunity off that shake-up for the defensive side. And you can start to see Mountain Bravo gearing up to try to tie this one. 12 seconds left. Camilo on the clear. Nexity going to intercept it. It's cornered. How to break this one out. No boost. Another demo, but it's a long flying ball. Back on down to Mountain Bravo's side. Hits the ground and ties us up. 1-1 in this best of 7. Central Alpha fire their way back off the heroic efforts of Nexity and Chambo. Look at that from Nexity himself. 3 saves, a goal, a shot on top of it for game 2.
Yeah, great work from Nexity. To be honest, we talked so often about how he's the X factor for this team, often the difference between, in these closer games, between defeat and success. So it will be victory in this one to tie our lower finals back up. So great stuff. Again, it doesn't feel like either team have really found their flow yet or their footing. I think first game I put that a little bit more down to nerves. It's a little bit of a case of, all right, we're just walking in, we're trying to warm ourselves up into this tournament. No doubt the room's very loud there at CONUS. Everyone trying to pay attention to who will challenge the juggernaut that is Western in those grand finals. I think second game, I might just put it down to, honestly, I think both teams are going for this hammer and nail. They're trying to chase everything, scrapping for absolutely everything. It's not allowing either side to find their flow, their footing. So that right now, going to be a case of who can kind of break up their opponent's efforts that bit more. Looking for maybe a little bit more bumping, a little bit more demoing. Both of these teams have pulled that off successfully in the past. It might be time to pull that out in game 3.
Might be. I think teams are just getting warmed up, though, for this best of 7. Back down into what's essentially now a best of 5 for this lower final. 1-1. Ball loose in front of the net. Fruit Loops going to clear it away for a moment. Looking to get it out of their zone, though. Camilo almost finds the bounce onto Chambo there. Misses out on that mid post, and J-Dubs in the sky just continuing to contest this one, but Nexities keeps it inbound on the attack. Chambo driving forward. J-Dubs with an awkward touch. Camilo up the wall. Up the backboard there. Fruit Loops hops it into the sky. And now J-Dubs for the big clear. Back over to the other side. Looking for the dump on down. Not able to get over the ball. A shot from Camilo. And no, J-Dubs gets in front of it to save it for Central Alpha. A heartbreaker for Mountain that could have been a goal early on in game 3.
An awkward one. Can't tell if 2 Central Alpha players actually scrambled across enough there. Chambo almost forces one into the path of his teammate, but XT unfortunately couldn't arrive in time. It does get back. Clear Fruit Loops effort. J-Dubs now to retrieve. Milo just keeping an eye on this. Decides to rotate back towards his own goal, actually. Allow Fruit Loop and J-Dubs to contest. Fruit Loops high. That looks goal bound. Awkward one. Oh my lord. Nexity just about pops it off towards the corner. Fruit Loop will go again, but actually beaten a little bit to that punch by Chill. J-Dubs makes the clearance. Chambo now central. Nexity surely off the board. And oh my god, hung on the line for so long. Just sat in the goal mouth, daring anyone to touch it. Camilo and J-Dubs just can't get there after gambling on the initial save. And Chill arrives in the nick of time to make it 1-0.
Never say there's not a chance. Nearly getting a chance to save this one. Central Alpha going to open up the doors in game 3 with a goal. Awkward bounce from Fruit Loops. J-Dubs on the ground. Has the boost to get up there for the save. Their shot booming right over the defenders. Chill. What a shot from the corner. A powerful one, too. A little mixed up there on the defensive side. And yeah, he's able to boom it into the net. 2-0 already. A quick one to bring things up. Ahead of him. Little bit of a safeguard. Fruit Loop. For an instant answer, though. Chill's going to knock it away to the corner.
Chill does well there. Was under pressure from Fruit Loop. Just waiting, actually, on that touchdown, on that setup. Milo stops that being cleared. Might have actually just dropped it off towards Fruit Loop. No, Chill again. Redirects. That's very well. Feels like We're seeing him a bit more on the back line, really, for this team. Hasn't seen much in front of goal. Camilo with a long-range effort. Gets there, 2-1. Another goal explosion to really enjoy here. Love hearts, the kisses, and the thank you very much on that one. Next, he's rolling out for the boost. And just as he's about to make it, recognizes, oh my lord, net is wide open. Camilo puts us back to within 1 as we approach the second half.
Rolo, oh, and there's the tie. And the defenders just continue to throw themselves up for saves, but it's a demo from J-Dubs, and Chill gets back. Little too late. Barely scrapes the corner of his car, but not enough to clear it. 2-2. Over the halfway mark, like you said, and you're right back into this game. Like we saw in game number 1, a back and forth affair, but on Bravo, okay when it comes into these close quarters battles.
Repelled there. Felt like Fruit Loop was guaranteed to bag it. Chill's gonna have to clear. Next to not in that back line, so it's on to the 2 usual front men. Find a way out, relieve some pressure. Camilo, though, is going to get a little bit fortunate there with that one coming back towards him. Fruit Loop now is going to pop it up. Can you force this home? No, tries to just bump Chill instead and somehow scramble that away if you are Central Alpha. J-Dubs taps that down to an awkward position. Fruit Loop reads that she's got to get there first, and oh my god, almost an own goal in the moment. J-Dubs off the bar and in. Glorious work with that gamble. We've talked about the ability to operate in the pocket. Instead here, almost an XT trademark, to be honest, but on that man in the mouth of goal. Fires it, cannons it home. And how this has flipped. It was 2-0 to Central Alpha, what, 60 seconds ago?
I mean, not
Bravo all over it now.
Pretty quick one for the turnaround here out of Bravo. And yeah, third player's the charm in the lineup for those shots. J-Dubs makes it happen. Milo for the net. That's going to go all the way across the crease. Into the corner of Central Alpha. J-Dub's going to pick it up. Keeping the pressure on. Looking for the clear here is Jambo. He's driving it forward back into the Bravo zone. Fruit Loops up the wall with Camilo. Slow flying ball in the zone of Mountain Bravo. Nothing in front of the net, though. It's kept to the corners. This battle is ever raging on between these two teams. 1 minute of play left to go in game number 3, and it's Central Alpha balls in their court to see what they can do to climb back into it. Try to tie it back up. Open net. Camilo driving back. He's got no boost, but he waits it out. He's doing such a good job at just stalling it in the corner, allowing Central Alpha to make these mistakes.
"25 seconds. Central Alpha will be wondering how the hell this has gone away from them, but Chapos decides to take a lot of that work himself. J-Dubs does incredibly well to just thread a needle there. Looked like it was goal bound, or maybe in a spot where he's just trying to pass it off. J-Dubs gets the coverage. Chill now to punt it. 5 seconds. Just going to try to keep this ball up in the air. First, Mountain Bravo, he's just trying to ice it.
Trying to keep it up. Then it goes down. Mountain Bravo, 2 games in the lower finals. Clawing their way back from an 0-2 deficit. They fire 3 in a row, and everybody getting a goal there to make it happen. Fruit Loops, Camilo, and J-Dubs, you really, truly can never count them out. And talk about J-Dubs. An assist, 5 saves, 2 shots, Mr. 2-it-all for Bravo.
Yeah, definitely felt like a takeover game from him, that one. Don't get me wrong, I think both Fruit Loop and Camilo did incredibly well. Good game out of them. This is what we talk about when we say the floor is quite high. Their bad games, I'll put in quotation marks, still give you really good performances. It's all about where can you lift yourself enough to really raise through that ceiling, break through the glass ceiling you basically imposed on yourselves for the early stages of this tournament. Well, it turns out, in moments like that, J-Dub steps up, goes huge, does very well. I will give plenty of credit to Chill on the other side. So often we talk about Chambo, we talk about Nexity. He kind of gets overlooked a little bit, but Ams have a really good game there. It was a huge part of why his team were winning in the first place. But just couldn't hold out after the onslaught from Mountain Bravo. That lovely 60, 90-second period where they just took over the matchup. No reply, and they'll retake the lead in this series. And I got to say, my friend, Our prediction's looking way out the window.
Hey, my prediction's still well alive right now. For Central Alpha, though, something's got to turn around because Bravo's looking like the new Alpha these days. And I think going into game number 4, Central Alpha need to start thinking about what a lot of players were talking yesterday to us with, and that's the mental side of this game of Rocket League. And when the going starts getting tough, how do you start to claw your way back into it? Giving up an open goal there from J-Dubs from the kickoff. Not really on the forefront of ways back into this series, but you still look at Central Alpha to shake things like this off and attack this with full form. I'm looking at Chambo and Nexity start to combine on some of these offensive plays. See if they can set themselves up for some goals.
Oh my lord, Chambo's just going to tap that one home, honestly.
I think I might be like a prophet.
Yeah, that was weird. It was pretty much a nothing, and suddenly Nexus just shunts it forward. Chambo's waiting. Mountain Bravo, yeah, it feels a little bit like game 2, where it's a case of miscomm, or either way, whatever the play was there wasn't the right one. Tires back up. 2 goals within 20 seconds. Off we go there. Miller's just going to drive that one into the deck. Chambo now scoops it. Tries to lift it. Fruit Loop just says, no, thank you very much. Neither Camilo or Chill get the touch there that they're looking for. Nexus is going to send it high. Plenty of boost to work with.
Oh, scary.
Actually, it's Chambo. Yeah, that's one of those, again, we've talked about it so many times. That's one of those heart and mouth moments as you watch that ball drop into the midfield where someone can make a play. Oh, Chill, well, decides to take a little death touch and then shunts the player out of the way. Camilo's trying to clear the net for J-Dubs arriving, and Jambo just about gets out from the back of the net.
Shot number 2, and it's going to pinch off of Chambo's car. Nearly sneaks its way into the net. Finally, Central Alpha will get themselves a clear, chance to breathe. Yeah, things are getting scary on both sides with these clear attempts. You know, obviously, Mountain Bravo more apt to attack from the front of the net. Seen a couple areas where... Come on.
Well.
Come on.
Well,
I was going to say, we see a couple areas where, you know, you're attempting to get those corner clears in from Central Alpha, and Chambo attempts to do it yet again, this time 50'd out by your opponent, and it just snipes right into the net.
And Chambo Chill, unfortunately, with that same ball, breaks awkwardly. Give Camilo a goal to get the lead here. He's going to recover well. Camilo looked like he found himself an angle over that ball. Awkward one, this. Again, it feels like neither team have really found that free-flowing ball just yet, and largely efforts from both teams causing that. Also, little mistakes that aren't characteristic of either squad. J-Dub shoves clear. Fruit Loop up to meet it. Just tries to lift it off the backboard. Camilo almost there. Nexity. Time and time again. Getting there to make the contest happen.
Off the rooftop. Fruit Loops on the chase. Clears it down. All the boost needed to make this one. Ambo going to pick it up for the backboard. Interrupted by Fruit Loop, keeping it inbound for Central Alpha's side. And in the midfield, Camilo waiting, tees it up. Chill gets it over. Fortunately enough for Camilo, Fruit Loop behind you. No, keep it away from your net. Clear across the pitch. Down to the right wall. Chill, shot on net. Fruit Loop chips it off the crossbar. Back into Central Alpha's side. We got an attacking setup for Camilo for the moment. He loses boost though, so no substance behind it. This ball just continues to fly from side to side right now. With this lead, Central Alpha desperately need a clear here. Demo in front of the net, and J-Dubs looking to get it past Chambo, but beaten out. The ball stays away so far from Central Alpha's goal line. Bumps in front. Dangerous area to be in for Central Alpha, but Nexity's going to give it to Chambo, and it should be a carry away.
Play it on his left wing. It's just how you pop it off towards Chill. Milo answers with, you don't. Nexity now just going to force it back into the corner. No one really back, so scramble is on. Chambo's actually ahead of the play, so does well. J-Dubs will shunt it. Up in the air, Fruit Loop just guides it, and both Chambo and Chill again going for the same ball, but it away this time. Chambo off to Central. Nexity now Lifts it in. The bounce is awkward. I don't think Fruit Loop was fully expecting it to be so violent. But we're only 1 minute 10, and despite the pressure, it doesn't look like there's many efforts coming through from Central Alpha just now. Gotta find that goal to force overtime.
J-Dubs all the way across. It's going to hit the post
Oh
and bounce all the way across. Millo keeping it on that side. I mean, you are counting your lucky stars right now if you're Central Alpha here in this game that you still have a chance. Ball him down into the side of Mountain Bravo. No control here for the ball. Demo from Nexity into the corner. J-Dub sits there in net. Easy clear, but it's Chill's turn. Oh, trying to attack it head on. A whiff, though. And it's going to go back into Central Zone. Nexity without the boost. Looking to connect with Chambo. Not going to happen. J-Dubs scoops it away. Now the fall from the roof. And down to 20 seconds here. You... one more opportunity realistically if you're Central Alpha, hoping to send this one the distance.
Just going to go up and over, punch it high. J-Dubs might just take his time here and then slam it down at the marker. Chill going to contest just enough to force it into the air. Chambo now looking to ride this out himself. Connects to get under it as well. And no, well contested by J-Dubs to give you the 2-1 victory and a 3-1 lead in this series. Mountain Bravo, they weren't done upsetting people in this bracket. They are marching on ever closer to that grand finals.
Camilo there this time. I feel like we've been saying everybody's had their chance on Mountain Bravo to be the MVP for these games that they won, and that's exactly what you like to see for a team fighting their way through the lower bracket, qualifying against Eastern, taking down Mountain Alpha, and now having a chance against Central Alpha to beat them out, go to Western, and have another shot at this team you were starting to kind of get a handle on last time we saw them take on in that winner's bracket. But I mean, right now for Mountain Bravo, this team looks revitalized. This team looks reborn on day number 4. I mean, you are peaking at all the right times. Central Alpha on the other side, like, what has happened to this squad? Because I mean, I feel like throughout the entire tournament, this team has been, you know, a powerhouse for passing. You know, Nexity has always been there to make some plays in front of the net. And, you know, Chill, always that runner-up, the guy to, you know, finish the job if all else fails. And throughout these past couple games, it's really felt like they've been fumbling over each other, clearing it down the infield, just attempting some really desperate passes and not really trusting in themselves or having that confidence to make those plays like we're used to seeing. So it's escaped them. It's gone somewhere. They need to find it. Do some soul searching real quick.
I agree. I want to say, I took a quick look at the Twitch chat towards the back end of that one, and someone said that Nexity hasn't had his chicken tendies yet, so he's just not really feeling it. Will someone get them over? Because this is now the last chance saloon. But I think the strategic side of things is that Mountain Bravo have made this an incredibly scrappy game, and Central Alpha are just not able to get that silky, free-flowing, set-play style football going that has made them such a force in this tournament. Now, while they have been able to mix it at points in those scrappy encounters, I don't think I've seen it so far. There's been a lack of demos, there's been a lack of bumping, and a lot of the goals have come through from Central Alpha have largely been Mountain Bravo mistakes, and we're going to get the example of another one. How we are leaving this backfield so open like that for Chill to knock one home from basically the other end of the pitch, I have no idea.
You know, I said the same thing for Eastern yesterday. Teams are not perfect here at CONUS at all. You know, you make mistakes. And a simple shot down the field, as long as you're putting it on net, can give you a breath of relief. And I think right there for Central Alpha, here is your breath of relief. See if you can, you know, turn this into something, though, with this comfort of a lead. Chill to the corner, looking to get that attack going. Sneeze sends it to the side for Chambo. And Chambo actually gets it by J-Dub, so you beat out one defender, looking to get it past the second one. You need Nexity to help you out, and unfortunately, you don't really have the boost to follow it up, so it's Chill's turn at the attack. He gets it by Chill, drops it in front of the net, and it's a floater. Nexity for the shot, another save from Fruit Loops twice. He's a hero in the net. A defender when you need it most.
And, oh, Camilo looked like he had it all set, but Chambo Yeah, the right place at the right time, and now he's just going to send it forward all by his lonesome. J-Dub gets there. Fruit Loop now with the clear. Oh my god, how that effort didn't go in from Chill, I will never know. Surely he's going for goal, but even the fact that he popped it down pretty much in the goal mouth and there's no gamble. Alpha hopefully won't have that one come back to bite them.
It's a weird touch from Chill in the corner.
Camillo, and oh my god. Feels like desperation there. Fruit Loop again. Another wonderful block out of Chill, who does feel like he's become more of a defender and a backline player than Nexity in this series. Oh, does he need releasing just a little bit? Do we need to go back to what has worked through this tournament? Camillo gets there, and once more, Central Alpha get in front of that ball.
Rolls out off the back wall, and you nearly have a shot there. Flying high for Chambo. Gets it over Fruit Loop. Camillo. Dangerous shot over towards Chill. The demo as well, and nobody's there to take it. Two players back. Chambo had to go for boost, and he's going to use it all just to hit that 50-50 on the side wall. Pops it out in the corner. Still not there. Nexity interrupting it in the skies. Bombs back on down to Chambo. Just trying to keep things on the side of the pitch of Mountain Bravo. As we're leading minute 40 left in this game, and Central Alpha narrowly holding on to a 1-0 lead. This is a long flying ball from side to side, and it happens again. Nexity full clears it at the net, and there's nobody on the defensive rotation for Mountain Bravo to stop it.
I guess with this one, I understand it a little bit more. You're trailing in the game if you're Mountain Bravo, so you're sending bodies forward. That makes that it is just deja vu. Through the first goal, rotation is just not on point right now. Communication just needs bringing up. Get you over this line. You do sit at the precipice right at the gate of the grand finals, but you must find one more victory to get there. Camillo decides he's had enough of all the errors, wants to try and just force this ball goal bound. Won't get there. Next to clear is popped up in the air. Fruit Loop will get a hold of it twice, 3 times. Left towards the center. J-Dub doesn't get there, but neither does anybody really. And Chambo just nudge it out towards the corner in safety.
One more minute here for Mountain Bravo. We've seen them put shots on net quite quickly in previous games. Whiff from both Chill and J-Dubs, though. Gonna keep that clock rolling down. Down into the side. Central Alpha. Chambo gonna collect it in the corner. Anything a clear, but Nexity to clear it across the crease. Oh, that's a weird one. Bounces over his car. Fruit Loop's nearly getting the double touch on the backboard, but it's a crossbar. And out. We stay down by 2 here for Mountain Bravo. Fruit Loop, J-Dubs nearly own goals it. And Chill, his turn. This one, it goes in, and that should be it for game number 5. Oh, boy. Chill, I mean, he's had plenty of opportunities. This one nearly escapes him again, but off the post, slides its way in. 3 goals up in game 5. No way you come back from this.
Wildest scramble over that last 20 seconds. Feels like Chill nearly tipped it into his own net. Then J-Dubs had a go at trying to score an OG. It gets over the line eventually. Easily the most comfortable matchup. I will say on scoreline only, though, Central Alpha, again, it's not exactly been free-flowing. It feels like 3 mistakes from Mountain Bravo have turned into goals. And you'll take that. Of course you will. It will get you back into this series, make it a 3-2 lead now for Mountain Bravo. But it's been a weird one coming into today. I don't know if I was expecting this series to look like this, but Central Alpha won't care at the end of that one. And you take a look at those numbers there. Mountain Bravo just really struggled to get anything going. Central Alpha, basically 2 long-range efforts, and then Chill capitalizing there on the end. But yeah, weird matchup between these 2 teams right now. Couldn't tell you which one will make it on through to Grands.
I mean, at this point, it truly could be anybody. And I think for Central Alpha, they just needed that win. You know, you lose 2 in a row. You're going into this next game, and you're just like, is this the end of the road for us? No. Chill, as the Prophet Enigma says, switches from defense to offense. And 5 shots on net, 2 goals. Perfect in game 5 to keep them alive in the lower finals. See if Central Alpha, though, can go back-to-back and force a game 7 here like they did against Mountain Alpha yesterday. Down but not out.
Fruit Loop's going to tip it. J-Dubs, though, looking for boost. Won't get there. Camilo had tried to gamble, so for a brief moment, all 3 players forward. And please, don't tell me this is happening again. Something's not working right now. If you're Mountain Bravo, your system seems to have you played high risk, high reward. You're leading in this series. Feel free to sit it out a little bit. Camilo now going to drag it back in. Nexity will wobble over this ball. Just hand it over to Chill. All right, you've full boost and you're facing forward. Run down that flank. Roll up.
Bombs one towards the net. Adom's going to clear this back into the Central Alpha zone, but it's not going to take any time for Nexity to move it back over. Lovely shot from Chambo off the pass of Nexity. A 1-2 touch. And it just barely tips over the defender. Look at this one, just scraping it over. J-Dubs. Doesn't get easier than that for these two. And finally, you're seeing Central Alpha start to connect on those offensive drives like you want to see between this dynamic duo that we've been talking about all week long.
Yeah, that's much more like it. When we're talking about Chill being further back throughout this series, it's more than a case of, look, Chill and Chambo working together. This is what's gotten you to this position in the first place. So, example shows up there. Lovely little bit of work by Chambo, by the way. Just essentially flicks it on. Helps the ball continue on its path. Get it over. Goaltender. Awkward one that J-Dubs must clear now. He'll get full boost. Will lose Fruit Loop, though, so you kind of got to time this up, and J-Dubs does drop back. The ball lands at Fruit Loop's respawn, though, so she's able to get involved. Scoop a hell of a lot. Chambo is also involved in this. J-Dub's going to put this under pressure, try and force it in towards the center, and it's not clean, and Camilo will wish he got a bit more of that.
All 3 players up. Chambo pops off his car, and keeping it away from the attackers right now is really the name of the game. Chambo clears it off the roof, and Fruit Loop happy to pick it up back on the attack, and over the back wall and out. Gill sends it down into Bravo zone. Exides drops it mid. Milo for the clear. Mountain doing a great job at keeping this back and forth going, but needs to find the back of the net, being down 1 goal here. Chambo not able to get a piece of that in the corner, so Mountain Bravo continue their attack. J-Dubs looking for the center of the net, and Fruit Loops goes high off the backboard. Camilo for the shot, goes far side, and it's a double commit between Nexity and Chambo to keep this game by 1.
I like the idea from Camilo. He's looking to just guide it inside that far post. Basically send the defenders across goal, hoping that they've gambled near side. Unfortunately, there's not enough power on it, so as it lofts up and over, it just gives it enough time for the scramble to come through. And you will clear. Still 1-0 up. Fruit Loop does well on the line to tip that one aside. Nexity now in control. We've seen what he can do in these aerial battles, and that is another example of how good he can be when his team need him most. Gives them the buffer now to force this to a game 7. As soon as it lofts up in the air, I don't know, Seymour, you look at it, you think it's Nexity, and you go, this could be something special. Certainly was.
Talk about resilience, being down 3-1 and looking like this. It's quite literally the embodiment of that word. Central Alpha doing a fantastic job at building their way into this best of 7. A dangerous pass into the crease and nearly giving it up. Mountain Bravo for a shot. Cleared out by Chill. A little bit of a fast one, so Camilo looking to start a counter-attack, and Fruit Loops out front in the net. It's an open one. J-Dubs, can he take the shot? Far side, and plenty of time for the defense to recollect themselves and reset. 1 minute, 15 seconds in game number 6. Moments away from Central Alpha forcing a game 7 here, Andy.
Won't get what he wanted out of that. Did think a lot of man, though, despite missing balls, so we'll just keep pressure on for now. Doesn't keep Chill in that 50. Chambo now just going to send it in towards the center. J-Dubs is there. Fruit Loop is forward, but marked out by Nexity. Milo can tip it into the center. At this point, anywhere will do, really. Just get this ball forward. Fruit Loop going to be under it. Oh, again. You'll see an orange car send this ball back downfield. 30 seconds. Got to be now or never, really, so you can force that scramble towards the end.
Look at this setup. Central Alpha just have a line drawn in the sand. They're on full defense. Two members, though, going to commit to the shot. Nexity is the only one in net, and he bumps J-Dubs away from it. Camilo posted out.
Oh my god!
A save from Nexity, 12 seconds. Camilo in the corner. Jambo, side to side, 6 seconds now as the time continues to drain. J-Dubs finds an angle. 4 seconds left. Is it possible?
Surely not. Surely this is not how we see overtime in Game 6. Must be something of magic from Mountain Bravo. 4 seconds on the clock. As soon as this ball touches and up in the air it goes. It will now need to be a Brazil, and well, that touch will do nothing except allow Central Alpha to slam it into the deck. So anticlimactic, if anything, but my god, what an ending. I've got to give so much credit to Nexity just before J-Dubs scores. So he manages to bag with about 4 seconds left on the clock. Around about 10 seconds before that, there really should have been a goal for Mountain Bravo, which would have given them a considerably longer attempt at trying to get the equalizer. Nexity's forced into the back of the net by Camilo. J-Dubs looks like he's about to slam dunk that home. Nexity somehow wrestles his way free just in time to block the first effort. He's kind of no boost, stranded out there, never getting back in time. Second effort comes in, somehow Nexity's flown himself from post to tip that ball wide on the second, and my god, big part of the reason we're seeing a Game 7.
A big part indeed, and honestly, this is what it's made of here for CONUS. A Game 7 from 1-3 down. Central Alpha build their way back into the series, and it begs the question on for Mountain Bravo, what needs to be done to close this one out? Have they come this far to only finish top 3? Or will they have their chance at a grand final, a rematch versus Western? Central Alpha looking for a rematch of their own, but at this rate, you still got plenty of time until you're going to be seeing that match. If you're either one of these two teams, Andy, and I think, you know, both of them are going to be asking some hard questions going into this Game 7. How do you break that defense if you're Mountain Bravo? How do you shut down those offensive attempts again if you're Central Alpha? You've done enough to bring it this far. Who's going to be our grand finalist number 2?
When we take a look at the way this series has unfolded, Mountain Bravo, you scored 8 goals in the first 3 games in this series. You've scored 1 in the last 2. So, very much so struggling to find those attacking positions. And so often just playing an incredible job of strong defense. But it all comes down to this. Everything that we've done prior doesn't matter. Winner takes all in this one. J-Dubs will nudge it forward. Camilo will just bide his time in the midfield. Actually, I think quite a bit of it wrong, and Chambo will be there. And, well, oh, it looks like it should have been tucked home without a problem from Nexity, and of all people to glance at looked like an easy chance wide. Won't get there.
Not able to finish your setup. Camilo just stealing boost on the side of Central Alpha. Disrupting that defensive breakout. Still Nexity's the shot. J-Dubs backboard. A double tap from Nexity. Not able to go in. Chance number 2 thwarted. Boost is extremely low between J-Dubs and Fruit Loops. She'll go for the fake on down, but the defense doesn't bite. Trying to go low here. Nexity's setting up himself for the redirect, but all just swings past him. Quick one. Across the field. Jill reads it off the wall, pinches it out. Milo carries it back into Central side. Steals the boost in the corner, going for the demo in front of the net, but everybody's able to avoid Camilo. And in fact, J-Dubs is the one that takes one to the underworld on that exit. Able to clear it out of their zone easily. J-Dubs looking for the centering pass. It's a high one. Froloops goes far side, a post shot. And Camilo can't get it past Chill. Beautiful defense again from Central Alpha.
I feel like every time we see J-Dubs in that front left pocket, he's so effective, and this time it's the setup. Somehow Fruit Loop's effort doesn't cross the line, and great work by Chill to get over of Camilo's return. Now just going to try and force this in towards the middle. J-Dubs actually recognized that he wasn't getting there, so he's now trying to lift it. Fruit Loop pops it down, should drop in front of goal, and no, Chill there. All 3 Central Alpha players scrambling in their own goal mouth for some sort of relief of this pressure. pretty much everybody fakes that ball. It just drops awkwardly in the middle ground. And now will fall back into Mountain Bravo hands.
Going down for Chill. Oh, not able to finish it. And you cleared out your zone here. Mountain Bravo stressing to set up something. Fruit Loops carries it, and the last defender, Chill, knocks it away. Over the top, Camilo beating you on these shots attempts every single time. J-Dubs this time just barely getting there. Camilo flying down into the central zone. Right into Chambo. Full boost on the counterattack, and this one's going to be a long flying shot from Chill end to end. Like we've seen happen one too many times from Mountain Bravo, just not expecting the full clear on net.
Could that be the final dagger in the Game 7 of lower finals? To send Central Alpha into the opportunity to take the whole thing home. The end of Mountain Bravo's story. Surely you got a bit more to say than that. And the double demo comes through, so Chill's just trying to buy time for now. Slows everything down. Beautiful work. Great understanding and management of the situation. The look for Mountain Bravo now to send all three players forward and lay siege to the Central Alpha net.
1 minute 12, Mountain Bravo. It's now or never. I'm struggling to find these goals the past couple of games. Can't break down now. Flip reset for Nexity in front of the net. It's Fruit Loop. Demo onto Camilo, breaking down the defense now. Central Alpha laying siege into the side of Mountain. No boost for Fruit Loop. Still able to beat the first attacker. Chill bombs it at the net, and Camilo has to dedicate the defense. J-Dubs with a shot. It's flying. Oh, the save from Chill. Fruit Loops drops it down. It's Nexity there to meet you. 35 seconds.
Holding on by a thread. 30 seconds to go then. Camilo is going to redirect. Loft it anywhere that may set up a teammate. It's desperate. Nexity won't get there first. Camilo now going to drive it down. What can you do? You don't get there for the second. Chill just punts it away. Nexity up in the air. J-Dubs with a full tank. Sends it down. Chill will beat him though to the second bounce. Camilo, 5 seconds to go. All about keeping this ball up in the air. That's not where you want it to be.
Can you get there? It's too far out of reach for Camilo. And we walk the boulevard of broken dreams for Mountain Bravo, up 3-1. Central Alpha scrape, scratch, claw their way back into this best of 7 and take this series, catching themselves a date in the grand finals with Western once more.
Heartbreak. You said it yourself. Boulevard of broken dreams for Mountain Bravo. It's a tough one to stomach without a doubt. You lead 3-1 in the series, but we talked about it. You sit at the gate of the grand finals. You needed one more match to get yourself through. Central Alpha come back kicking, screaming, and throwing the whole damn kitchen sink to get themselves across the line in time. Slow and steady wins the race. Summed up very much so there. Because it was a very slow start initially from Central Alpha, but they built that system back in. We saw more of those setup plays, more of that free-flowing stuff come through. I still would argue from either team, this hasn't been the top-level free-throwing ball that we've seen at points, but looked a lot better from the Central side in the end, and it will do enough. But I tell you what, all 6 players can hold their heads high. They've been fantastic participants of this tournament.
I mean, that one's going to be a little tough one to walk away from if you're Mountain Bravo for sure. Fortunately enough, it's kind of like the story we've been talking about on day 4 is you're playing for the trophy today at CONUS, but you've already qualified for Worlds. So you take what you learn in this matchup and you just work on things so that you can get your revenge later on down the line. You're going to have a second chance. You're going to have another opportunity. The road for DAF Gaming League is not over for Mountain Bravo whatsoever. It's just a little bit more painful. And across this entire series, I think you can look at yourself and know the type of team you can be. You just kind of beat yourself in some of those moments. I think for sure you'll look back at how many times Central Alpha basically found some free goals by just clearing it from one zone to the other, just lacking that last defender on the rotation. I'm sure they're going to talk about this when they're done. Just a couple of mistimed pickups and of missed passes in front of the net. Some shots too that, you know, if you're on target, should have been a goal for Mountain Bravo. It's an unfortunate end to this best of 7. Central Alpha, what a way to win it, though. Down 1-3, they climb back, and we can talk about Central Alpha so much, but let's hear it straight from them and bring in our interviewee onto the desk. We got Chambo with us, man. It's been a while since we've seen you here on the desk, buddy, but a win, down 1-3. Talk to me a little bit about the feelings coming away from one like that.
Man, honestly, it feels good to obviously come away with the win there. Really proud of my teammates. There was a huge amount of locking in that had to be done, right?
Yeah, most certainly a lot of locking in. You guys 3-1 down. Talk to me about what it was, because in those first 3, let's start with the first 4 games. What was going wrong in your opinion? We can talk about it up on the desk all we want. I'm new to Rocket League, Seymour dabbles, but you're the mastermind. Tell me about what it was that you had to fix.
Well, in my first interview, I said we did not want to play Space Force again, and that showed why, right? They have a super unconventional play style, and it is honestly annoying to play against. It's awful to play against. We have to completely change our rotations. We have to change the way that we play to cater to them. And so we didn't quite do that in those first couple games, and once we got it locked in, we were good.
Well, talk to me then about the last 3 games, because obviously you did lock in. You conceded 1 goal in those 3 games. Very much so an Iron Curtain. And of course, 1-3 on the bounce to get yourself through to grand finals. So what is it that you did? Were we talking like communication, rotations? How did you manage to become suddenly so effective after conceding 11 goals, 12 goals prior to that?
Yeah. Definitely the rotations. They play like a 3 that's just stuck together, either all 3 back or all 3 up. Once we realized that all 3 were up, it was just scoring those open nets from long range.
And that happened a couple times, honestly. Even from the desk, we started noticing it. It's just a simple chip down field on target, and it completely changes the game for Mountain Bravo. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to kind of adapt like you guys did against them. But now you look to adapt against an even tougher opponent in the West, because this is a team that you guys have faced up a couple of times already throughout the group stage, throughout the bracket. I mean, you played them yesterday in the winners final match. What do you think it'll take from you guys to maybe take more than 1 game off of this team and potentially win?
I think it's just going to be me, Nexity, and Chill coming out, playing our best Rocket League. They're definitely beatable. Those games yesterday, I know they were off stream, but they were pretty close. So if we can play our best, I think we got a chance. All respect to Laggy and the boys over there. We were just out with them last night, so we'll see what happens.
See, a little bit of friendliness before the storm. I like it. Having a good night out with the boys. Well, thanks for coming on, Chambo. It's always wonderful to have you in the interview booth, and we'll see you in the grand finals very soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
I'm not going to lie, Seymour. If I was about to play playing against you tomorrow, right, in a grand finals, knowing that you're better than me, every drink you're getting, I'm making sure it's a double. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to make sure you're coming in a little bit cloudy on championship day. So, yeah, Chambo and the crew might have had a couple of tricks up their sleeve, but all I think right now is we got to see a lot more of that team in the last 3 games. They're not what we saw in the first 4, right? Because if you get off to a slow start against this Western team, I think it's a considerably more difficult prospect in terms of pulling that one back. They do a wonderful job to get themselves to grand finals. They clearly have an incredible ceiling. They've just got to make sure they're coming out that gate hot.
Can we take a little bit of a note there from the broadcast point of view that Andy literally just admitted that he can't beat me face value without a little bit of an edge on his side?
Rocket League? Hell no.
we get ourselves a grand final to set up now as we got Western versus Central Alpha, top 2 in Rocket League. We'll head to a break, and when we come back, we'll break things down on what we expect. Oh boy, it's time for the grand finals here at CONUS as we're locking in at Keesler Air Force Base between Central Alpha and Western. One team to take the trophy at the end of the road. Both teams already qualified for Worlds. Once again, my name is Seymour, with me, Enigma and Andy. It is time. We've been waiting for this for the past 3 days.
That we most certainly have. At the very start of this tournament, we didn't know any souls in this event. We asked them, look, show us who you are. Who are the champions elect? Who are the favorites? And they have certainly stepped up and delivered on that. But also, we've had some underdog runs, some new tales to tell. Every single day, we've managed to sit down for CONUS. So looking forward to seeing how it all closes out and who will walk away with the trophy.
Well, before we introduce these teams for the grand finals, we've actually cooked something up on the back end. So let's get hyped for this grand finals. Let's do it together.
Set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on bigger and better. Hitting all the goals I can. Bigger, bolder, faster. Ooh, I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. Ooh, I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. This you let it go, I can let it go. This you let it go, I can let it go. You think I'm too much because I'm too much. Don't you gotta go? Cause I gotta go. Let it drive on full power. Never hit the brakes, no comma. I gotta go, I gotta get. I'm on my way to get the full power. Win the game, first place, MVP, I say GG.
I love every single time that we have a tournament like this, what the content team cooks up. It's so fun. I mean, I was seeing some teasers over the past couple of days about like the sets and everything that they're doing on load screen to kind of show off these players and kind of get hype for us. And for the grand final, I mean, this is great for both sides. They absolutely delivered on the back end.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, Fruit Loops knocking back the Fruit Loops as well. We had to get that one in there. And I don't know how long the shot took for the player doing the headstand, but hopefully that wasn't the rush of blood to the head for at least an elongated amount of time. But we don't know if we're getting that player back to their seat. But yeah, incredible stuff always from load screen. They do a great job. You see all the cinematography coming out, and I don't know, man. Again, wish we were there in person. Maybe one day. But it always looks like such an incredible event, whether it be the media, everyone getting loud in the room, and the gameplay never fails to deliver incredible moments.
Can you do a handstand?
Can I help? Are you kidding me? Brother, no. No, I can't.
I can't
Maybe
either.
if you, like, let me up against a wall or something, but no, not by myself.
Just a man of your stature, and, you know, you look like you can do a handstand. So
I'm all stamina and strength. There's not a tiny bit of, like, flexibility. Like, I'm the least gymnastic guy you'll ever see in your life.
All right, well, me too, so don't worry. We got a bracket to talk about here. Let's kind of break down how we got to this grand final. Obviously, when we look through the CONUS championships, we got Western sailing through Mountain Bravo 4-0, beating Central Alpha 4-1, making it easily into the upper finals where they will have themselves a 1-0 lead to start off this best of 7. In the lower bracket, you know, you drop down there for Central Alpha. In the lower finals, after losing to Western, you take on Mountain Bravo, who climbed all the way out of that lower bracket round 1 matchup. They beat their sister team in Alpha. They move on to Central Alpha, and then they almost take them down. But Central Alpha are resilient. They climb back down 1-3. They take those lower finals. They get their rematch, Andy. Both times matching up against Western, they lost 4-1. Can it be different is the question. Let's talk about this Western team first, though, and let's kind of break down what this team has to offer, because we haven't seen them on stream for a while.
Yeah, this Western roster are essentially everyone's champions elect. It is who we are expecting to walk away with the trophy. From the closing stages of today, Crow, Laggy Poppy, Demaholic, these three have been formidable all the way through this CONUS championships. Crow, Laggy Poppy, they're often seen as doing a lot of work on the front line. Of course, involved at both ends of the pitch. Their rotations are on point. Their communication is bloody brilliant. But Demaholic, who we would sit and talk about, yeah, you often lead that backline. In moments where he's needed to step up in tight series, he has certainly delivered. And living by name, he has certainly decided to bring a bit of a bullying game to his skill set has been removing players off the map should they prove to be more than resilient.
To be honest, you could really convince me that Crow is actually the demoholic at times, especially if you don't fist bump this man. I mean, he said that a little bit disrespect, and he's going to make your life a little bit harder in the server. I think that, yeah, this team all around, they're dangerous. Crow said that they don't really have a worry about anybody taking them down. They think that they're going to be the champions. So far, they've led by example, and only one more game is in their way to kind of prove that they can be those champions here at CONUS. Let's talk about their opponents. We just saw them in the lower finals. Central Alpha. What a journey it's been for them. And, you know, we started with this team versus Mountain Alpha. We got to talk to Chambo a little bit back on day number 1. We got to talk to him again, you know, briefly beforehand. And he said, you know, they struggle against those weird playstyles. Well, now they're going up against a team that has a pretty standard Rocket League playstyle that you can read very well. So I'm excited to see what Central Alpha can bring to Western, being as we haven't seen this series on stream yet.
No, we haven't. We've been denied that glorious aspect, but it will be a case for Central Alpha of you have taken at least one match away every single time you've played against Western, and I think Western have dropped maybe 3 matches the entirety of the tournament. So Central Alpha are doing better than most in this contest, and Chambo himself said that those games, despite losing 4-1, were all incredibly close. Now, we know that they've not come out playing the most free-flowing stuff today, but they did get better the more that series against Mountain Bravo went on, especially on the defensive end. Going to be incredibly important to ensure that they do lock down their own goal mouth and play as the 3 that we know they can be to get themselves forward, score goals, and, well, bring this upset into reality more than a dream. But, of course, it's a tough game, regardless. You've got this Western roster. They've run all the way through that winner side of the bracket. Central Alpha are here on merit. You got to remind themselves that and come out strong in this series.
You can't go down like you did versus Mountain Bravo for sure. I think Team Western won't let you come back like you did in that series previous. So hoping that they can come out with a little bit of gusto there, and Central Alpha can do what nobody expects. Andy, it's prediction time. And unfortunately for both of us, our last series, we eerily were wrong. We were wrong in terms of the predictions of score. They actually didn't give us any points for that last one, to be honest, even though, technically speaking, we should have got a point each. I should be sitting at 22. They should be sitting at 26, respectfully, even though you'd still be ahead of me there. 4-1, though, for me, for Team Western. You got Central Alpha coming back.
Look, I wanted to throw a little bit of spice into proceedings, all right? I want to see Central Alpha put up a really good fight. I also think it would be pretty boring if we just both sat on the same sides of the fence for a grand final. So I'm going to go with the underdog on this one, but I think if they're going to get it done, Team Western are, of course, going to make it incredibly difficult, and it's going to be a case of Central Alpha scraping over that line in 4-3 fashion. I think what it is, I'm trying to manifest a series that has a lot of overtimes, a lot of close games, and an upset victor, because you and me have both been there many times, my friend. When you get cast over those moments, nothing quite like it. And to close CONUS out in that way would be a delight.
And honestly, like, we haven't been in the server. We don't know what these 4-1 wins have been like for Team Western. Have they been neck and neck? Have they been blowouts? We don't know. The players know. Your production knows, maybe, but we don't. So let's just strap in and be along for the ride. I'm a man that respects history. 4-1 just seems right. Western have done it twice. Why not do it one more time to take that trophy? And, you know, again, only need 3 wins in this best of 7. Coming out of the upper bracket, they have an advantage.
I totally forgot about that when I made my prediction. But yeah, still, Central Alpha all day, baby. Although they have had to just make an incredible clearance on their own goal line, because Lucky Puppy looked set to maestro something out of midair. Jambo contesting here up in the front line. It looks like you're going to have more bodies back if you're Central Alpha. And honestly, I don't mind the idea of investing in a bit more of a defensive strategy. That being said, 2 players committing to the same ball there. Almost left a gap to be exploited. Drop to the center of the park. Still 0-0 after a minute as both teams just figure out what their game plan looks like.
Nexity broke it down for us, saying, you know, the best offense is a good defense. And versus Western, you're going to need a whole lot of that, considering that already we've been seeing them light up that goal with shots for Leggy Puppy. He finally gets it in the net. And just a simple tap over, gets the bump onto Nexity. No chance to defend that shot, and opening up this best of 7, it's Team Western.
I think what Leggy Puppy does there is to just not overcomplicate things. And drift this one home. Once I pop it on target, I'm going to use my card to just put off the defender. Go up 1-0. We know the quality that this roster has. I don't think any of us would be surprised if it ends up clean sweep, but Central Alpha do have all the ability, if they hit that ceiling, to break down this team. Nexus can zip it towards the center here. Doesn't turn into much. Chill now. Beats Crow to the ball. A lot of power on it that Demoholic can't really control down the opposite end. Chambo and Nexity decide a little bit to leave it to each other. Nexity takes over in the end, and it will be Chill through the middle of the park.
Coming over that 3-minute marker. Central Alpha looking to get some attacks going here. Chambo off the wall to Nexity. On the net. Long fly for Demoholic. Chill into the corner. Chambo chasing it, but Crow's going to beat him. And Leggy Puppy with the demo onto 1. Chills gets the trade. 2-on-2 for the moment. Leggy Puppy quickly going to get back into form off that respawn. He's in the midfield already behind Crow. Shot on net. Nexity finds himself the save. Puts it back onto the left side wall. Alpha down to 2 minutes, looking to break out of their zone and see if they can get some offensive pressure.
Nexity clears. Chill does very well to kind of sync up on this one and send Nexity down that right flank. Blocked in towards the middle. Crow reads that though. While Chambo will get up to at least make it difficult. Crow's touch continues to apply some pressure. Demoholic caught a little bit between what he wanted to do there, and no touch from the defender. I think threw him off. Down. Another save coming through. Flaggy's Coffee just continues to, again, just punt this ball back in. Feels like we're sat in the orange half of things for the last 60 seconds at the least. And Bro with a little bit of mid-air magic, but won't get there, won't get it across the line.
It's just been constant pressure into the Central Alpha zone. I'm sure if we got to see the time possession, hopefully favoring Western, and Demoholic's going to take down Central Alpha for a second goal. And listening to that interview on what Mountain Bravo were doing wrong. Will Central Alpha have too many players ahead of the play? Chill can't get back in time, and a long clear from one side of the field to the other seems to put this game a little bit out of reach, it feels.
Just feels as well from Central Alpha. We haven't seen any threat, really. All been Team Western. Not the start you wanted to this series. You wanted to feel your presence on the server here. So, a goal now, even if it doesn't result in a win, would just be a nice way to give you some momentum to bleed into the rest of the series. Chill next to Chambo. Got to figure something out going forward here. It's worth sending all 3 bodies. The overall score, goal difference doesn't matter. It's much more about at least trying to win each individual game, and Chambo will get there. Awkward one for Weston to deal with. Chill's just going to contest this as much as possible against Crow. Then leaves it, floats over it. Demo sent for the fake. Chambo's there to tuck it home. Makes it interesting with 36 to go.
It's plays like that you need to see more often from Central Alpha. Just ways to break down this defense. You get that fake on the demo, you force the defense to kind of rotate around, and Western just not able to collect themselves in time. Chambo keeping this one close in game number 1. And they tie things up. 20 seconds left. Nexity off the back of his car. Over to Chill. Chill taps it down. Nexity into the corner to Chill. Back over to Chambo now. And here's the fly downfield. Leggy Puppy gonna corner it. Centering past Nexity into the net. No, it's Crow for the save. And that ball will hit the ground. Eventually, you think. No, Nexity's gonna pop it up one more time. Crow swipes it away. And that's going to be the game number 2 for Western, leading this grand final. A close one. Chambo makes sure of that. But Team Western come out a little bit too hot with that one.
Quite insane last second save there from Crow. Looked like Central Alpha with all the momentum had managed to tie things up, but gets over, tips it wide, and well, gives them a comfortable 2-0 lead in these grand finals. I spoke about it. It felt like Central Alpha had not really been involved in that matchup at all. And you take a look there, 4 shots overall. Feels like maybe 3 of those come in pretty much the last 60 seconds. They had to build in. They had to find some momentum to take into this game 2. Technically game 3 because Team Western are given that 1-up advantage. They will have that now. So much better from Central Alpha. Time to come online. They struck when the iron's hopefully now hot going into this next matchup. For Team Western, it felt like a professional job, really. Inside the first 4 minutes, we get control of the ball. We score 1. We just lock the game down. So they're doing what they're best at.
You just got to lob some shots, too, down there. Yeah, that second one, it's so unfortunate for Central Alpha because it's like, that's how you beat Mountain Bravo. And then you go into this game trying to pull yourself back. You suddenly realize it's just like a jolt of a mistake and you're looking behind yourself down 2-0. Yeah, you get that goal, and I think that goal might be the savior, like you said, just a way back into it. I mean, you don't lose out on this game goalless, so at least you've broken that mental barrier, and you can go into this game number 3 hoping to put a little bit more than just that one, but you gotta defend your net, and you can't allow these kickoffs to be going in so quickly. 8 seconds, it's Demaholic, Crow, and Leggy Puppy all getting a piece of that first goal.
Yeah, stuff like that just can't happen. We're talking about, okay, build off the momentum that you built towards the end of that first one. Team Western just going to walk straight up and back within 8 seconds. And the thing is, all of your game plan goes out of the window then. Because surely for Central Alpha, it's about ensuring that you're locking things down in the back, play a little bit of counter-attacking ball, and then start to apply the pressure in the final 60 seconds. You don't now get the luxury of doing that. You got to start to get on that front foot. Camel's going to do well here. Just to tip this goal in, and yeah, for a second, did look like he was dropping under. Leggy Puppy has to make sure of it. And almost an instant answer from Central.
Well, next you're going to put it off the side wall. Scary one in front of the net, but nobody is there for Central Alpha. It's an open goal. Joe's going to have to force himself back in to play defense, and he does that. Tips it over Demaholic. Goes across the crease on Western side. Nexity looking to break out with Chill. Off that passing play. Do get the full clear. Pass out to Chambo over his car or Crow. Trying to take it downfield. Demaholic whiffs it and leaves it for Leggy Puppy. Not able to take that shot. Nexity on the 50-50 contest. Keeps it away from that one. Crow flicks it up over off the crossbar. Nexity touches it over to the side. Into the Central Alpha zone. These shots are getting quite scary.
Standing tall though for Central Alpha, keeping it close at least. Keep that one goal flushing intact, otherwise it becomes a very difficult job to force overtime. We've already seen strong finishes, flourishes of energy towards the end of matches from Central, so right now 1-0 doesn't necessarily stand against them as much as you may think from the scoreline. Demaholic's just going to back off here. Leggy Puppy tries to fight over it. Kroll pushes it through the corner. Chambo away, and it's a long looping clearance as well. This going to be awkward for Demaholic to really fight for. Kroll will contest it. Jill and Demo, a little bit of, well, rule of one you told me yesterday. Maybe a little bit of one going on there, but both players break quite quickly and get on with things.
Just a brief momentary one, and
Little kiss.
Not as locked in as some can be. Weird in front of the net as Devaholic's getting bumped around by his own team, but manages to muster up a clear. Chill in front of the net. It's a floater. Crow without boost. He's on the backboard. Should get this one. Shot from Nexity. Leggy Puppy gets up for it. And Chill's going to knock things down on the right wall. Battling against Demaholic. Crow finally getting the clear for Western. Not over the midfield, though. Nexity's going to drop it down. And a demo from Crow. Opening up that back line. Chambo has to dedicate himself for the save. Crow's going to knock it down to the right side corner of Team Western. And look to see if they can keep this away from their net. A shot above the net from Chill. Not dropping down for Chambo. Nexity keeps it in the corner. Can he work something in the front of the net? Chambo not able to take that shot. Just continuing to pound things away in the right side of the net. And you're going to get another Western clear. Back down. Minute 30 left.
Next T trying to force this ball forward now. Laggy Poppy, though, when he gets to this little half yard of space, it becomes incredibly difficult to deal with. But Nexus, he just decides to hammer him. I don't need the ball. I'll just take you instead. Nick. Oh, my Lord, Demaholic. An incredible goal there. You hear the announcer come through. Says sensational. I'd argue his choice of vocabulary was better. The fake comes through, just spins and arrows that ball down onto the deck. First player goes high. Second defender also thinks it's going up over him. And that might be Demaholic just calling game in this second matchup, depending on how we're doing the math. What is the reply for Central Alpha? Again, another situation. Gotta score a goal early here.
It's just 1 minute. And you've spent 4 of it without a goal here in game number 2. Jambo, every single time that we see an offensive drive for Central Alpha, it's a long clear. I mean, they're struggling at dribbling it into the zone and maintaining control of this ball, allowing Western to immediately set up some counterattacks. Another one where Jambo just takes a shot from the midfield, and Leggy Puppy's there to corner it. And in these kind of deadlocks, it's just better for Team Western as the time continues to draw lower. Underneath 30 seconds now. Mohalic's going to put things in front of the net. Chill for Leggy Puppy. He has to defend it, and he will. Jambo's going to clear it to the right wall, and with 10 seconds left, Team Western walking their way through this grand final yet again. Looking to go up 3-0 for a chance to be champions here in CONUS. Crow's going to put a sensational one in there for a third. Up 3-0 in game number 3. That's going to be it. Team Western look unstoppable in this grand final.
That will be all she wrote for this one. I mean, the problem now, not only are you trailing by 3 to this Team Western roster, they just appear impenetrable. Yes, you get that 1 goal at the end of game 1 if you are Central Alpha, but you've spent the vast majority of these games inside your own half, defending for your life. You've still conceded 5. You go up the other end, and it's not too threatening when you do finally get those shots on target. Laggy Poppy in particular has been glorious at getting across, making little deft touches. You're seeing Crow and Demaholic there with so many shots on goal as well. They're just so free on the pitch right now. It's, yeah, very tall order for Central Alpha to come through. And to make matters worse, at the end of game 1, you had yourself that goal. Gave you a bit of momentum into game 2. No such thing this time around. If anything, it was icing on the cake for Team Western. They went 3-0 up to put themselves 3-0 up in a great position to close this out.
And you just got to talk about Western here in some of these games and the way that they handle themselves just driving towards the net. It's just the dribbling plays from Western, forcing mistakes away from Central Alpha. Just if you beat that first defender, you can start to see Central Alpha's defense panicking. Like, you hit the panic button, you go to contest that ball, and suddenly you're investing boost really where you don't want to. Other side for Team Western, you know, they're meeting you in those slots, and they're denying you of those shots from the right spots of the server. And I think for Central Alpha, when you do get a shot off, like you said, it's not very dangerous. It's from some lackluster areas. You're just scrounging up whatever you can to clear it into the zone towards the net. And there's always that third defender back from Team Western. You're not going to beat them on a misrotation. They don't do that. So you need to start seeing Central Alpha in this game just show some control, driving into the zone of Team Western, and kind of avoid these long bailout clears like we've seen them do constantly.
Can't afford to concede early either. Both games so far you have. Next they'll actually rattle the bar here, so this is the best effort of the grand finals in the opening stages of matches. But Demaholic's going to pop that one up for Laggy Poppy, and Chambo managed to get out in time. Sprung out the back of the net to meet that ball where it was, and Chambo's just trying to play blocker, and almost an awkward one for Demaholic to deal with. Arcs it right though and hits the jump at the right time.
Impressive that Chambo still turns that into a shot though. Not an easy one there to control your car. He gets another one, rattles it off the top bar. Looking for the follow-up shot there. And Jambo will get back to save that one. So you can start to see the defense splitting. A lot of these attacks for Central Alpha, it feels like it's all in or nothing. They don't want to give up this early goal to a missed rotation. Crow off the top bar. He's going to set himself up for a shot, and Cambo again for the save. He has been on it so far in Game 4.
Cambo now trying to dribble up this right flank, and technically the ball was goal bound, although never intended the shot there, but as at least forced Lucky Puppy across, and that ball rolled into a dangerous area. Unfortunately, no one's gambling. You're thinking, I've set that up beautifully. If you are Nexity, and now just going to drop back, full attack to play with. Bro, though, the Nexity's looking for the bounce off the sideboard. Off the way, chill. What can you do? Not much. Lucky Puppy beats you. 50-50. Drops kindly for Team Western, but Chambo puts everything behind that one. Big challenge to force it back towards the midfield. I will say it has felt much more contested in this game. That being said, that's a great save from Chill just to recognize Laggy Poppy was arriving. Crow, and well, I had to say it. I had to utter the words. It has felt more contested. It definitely has, but Crow goes, yeah, but watch what I'm about to do. Off the backboard, splashes it home.
And my follow-up question, though, after you said that, was immediately going to be like, how long can you keep this up? Because Central Alpha, they were chasing a lot of those plays. You didn't really feel like you were ahead of it. You're meeting them. It's more so you're reacting to what Western are throwing at you. And eventually, there's going to be a gap. Crow finds it, sets himself up there. Demaholic nearly makes it too. Jill saves it away, but again, I mean, I just talked about what we're kind of getting here from Central Alpha and a lot of these attacks, and it's just shots outside of the slot. You're trying to carry it into the zone. You're not able to dribble it past any of these defenders, so it's really lackluster attempts towards the net. Everything else is quality on the side of Team Western, and they just continue to break you down, force you to use their boost. And Chambo, there we see it, a shot on net, but that is from so far away. Crow has plenty of time to make that save. Chill over to the right wall, and as long as it's in these corners, that's where Team Western feel like they're happy to keep it.
Crow going to take his time, maybe set something up for himself, but every second you burn through right now, just managing this game out, doing job that they've been so good at. They're starving your opposition ball time. And they must be efficient. That being said, that's going to lift up here. Crows there. Makes the awkward touch work. Demaholic and Crow both go for the same ball. Looked like there could have been a moment, a gap. Nexy now going to have to backpedal. Jambo in place. Just won't land in a spot where it feels like Central Alpha can get on the end of that. And yeah, Western keeping everything awkward, nothing clean about the play.
Pinch off the wall. Ambo. Oh, booms it back on down. Double commit between Crow and Leggy Puppy, both low on boost. He's actually going to just drop it down, and that's in front of the net. He's going to miss it. Fortunately enough, Chambo is there, and nobody's able to take the shot from Western. Leggy Puppy just bombs it at the net, and another save from Nexity this time. Keeping this one 1-0. Another shot on target just from everywhere on the map. It just doesn't matter. It is always on goal. Team Western forcing you to throw your body at this ball. Passing Nexity. Nexity at the net. He hits the post. Back in front. Leggy Puppy takes it up the wall. Takes it away from the danger zone.
Team Western going to be in possession for the end of this one. As it breaks, Nexus is just going to fire it up in the air, and that might be the last we see of him in the server. And to rub salt into wounds to crown the championship moment. Crow from deep gets up and over. Wasn't desperate to keep it in the air for very long. Smokes it for 2-0. And all of the CONUS glory.
All of that glory just hung up on the Western front. The best in CONUS, and it is undisputed 4-0 in the grand final from Team Western off of that advantage that they had from the upper bracket. And man, Central Alpha, close games across the board, 2-1, 3-0, 2-0. For majority of those games, it really felt like it was neck and neck. Team Western, just towards the end there, you can really see what sets them apart. it's just, you never see them panic. You never see them stress. It is so calculated, so easy for them just to dictate the pace of the game. You're taking shots from every single angle, and you're always making sure that they're forcing one of these members from Central Alpha to dedicate to that save. And as you break down those defenses, you just constantly had somebody there to finish the job. Every single game was dominated by Team Western all weekend long. And without a doubt, this is a well-deserved win.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff from Western. I think the nail in the coffin really came early on in the series. I think it's going into that second game. You've just scored at the end of the first if you are Central Alpha. The one thing you want to do is get off on the right foot, keep moving forward, put Western under pressure. Western scored within like 8 seconds. And I think in that moment, we all kind of went, unfortunately, that's going to be cutting all the wind out of your sails. It's going to gut you completely. And well, Western, they control the games so well. Better in that final matchup, of course, but once Western got the first, they're so strong in front of goal. So defensively well played. Concede 1 in 3 matchups. I don't think there's another series where we can say that about teams. So great stuff from them. Such a strong side. Deserving champions in the end. And out of all 3 players, every time we've seen them, been like, okay, they all do special things over and over and over again. It's the consistency at which they bring that through, that ceiling that they hit. Yeah. It defies belief at times.
And this one just feels like it's a step above, too, from what we had in the past. I mean, they get pushed to a Game 5 twice by Central Alpha. You get a third chance at that. You sweep them in a 3-0 fashion. So across this grand final, truly undisputed. Imagine we're going to be bringing one of these guys in for the interview as well, Andy. So when we get to talk to him, really, it's kind of breaking down what really stepped up here in this last game. You know, obviously, even as a team who is the best in the tournament, you are still always going to be looking at improving it anyway.
Very true. Very true. The best squads, they have to continually reinvent that bar, right? Like, they're the team at the top. Everyone else is trying to chase and close that gap. And before Worlds, they're going to be the team that everyone aims to replicate a little bit. What is it that they're doing better? And so the tough task for Western is that they have to get better without anyone else setting that example. So I'm looking forward to that interview very much so, to see what kind of things we can glean away. Of course, we want to celebrate their success, but also get a bit of a look ahead to Worlds.
Oh, well, it sounds like we got an interview with all of Western, so we're going to bring them in here for the booth. I wonder what this one's going to look like. Yeah, we got everybody kind of set up there.
You guys got to scoot in.
Oh, we got everybody in frame as well. And I got to start things off with just asking, you know, champions of CONUS, you come out here, you dominate the entire weekend, dropping, what was it, like 2 games the entire week? For you guys, I mean, coming out to LAN and getting it done in that kind of a fashion, like, what does it mean to you to now be a champion?
It means a lot. I don't know if you can. So we only have one headset right now, so I can only hear you. But for me, it means a lot. If you want me to pass it around, I'd be happy to.
We'll figure it out between you fellas.
Yeah,
it's up to you. I tell you what we'll do. We'll throw a question up, and one of you can decide which way you want to go with it. But to echo Seymour's statement there, it is congratulations, of course, for winning. The thing is, now we obviously look ahead to Worlds. Does this now, I mean, we talked to you guys previously about how you think that the CONUS teams are the best teams in the world. So does this make you guys undisputed first seed, the best team to take it all home at Worlds?
Yeah, I think we have a fairly good chance. There were a lot of subs here this year, so if the actual players for the teams can actually make it for the next event, there might be some more competition, but as of right now, yeah.
Fair enough. All right, so it makes you number 1. I tell you what, pass the headset over to someone else. You choose, you pick whoever wants to jump in. We'll throw one question over. There we go. Let's get him in here. All right, man. Right, so just ask the question about whether or not you guys are like undisputed team coming into Worlds, the favorites to take it home. Got an answer without a shadow of a doubt. So what is it you've kind of got to do between now and Worlds? Because every other team's going to be trying to chase your standard, meet your bar. What do you guys do between now and then to get better and make sure you bring it all home?
I mean, we definitely got to like play together a bunch because we have not been doing that as much. We're all 2s players playing 3v3, so it may look a little scrappy. So I think if we all learned how to play 3s a little bit better, it would be really good for us.
Hey, I mean, sometimes you just gotta kind of figure out these angles. Can you pass it over to Demoholic, though? Sorry to kind of play some, like, musical chairs with you guys, but we got some questions gonna go through here. Demoholic, man, I mean, we haven't been able to speak to you all weekend long because we've rarely had you guys on broadcast. They just don't give us those chances. But obviously, we've talked to Crow, we've talked to Leggy Puppy. I gotta ask from your perspective, where you kind of slot in for the team. Where do you think that your best is for the squad and what you bring to make you guys champions?
I don't know. I just fill in the roles and they do the rest.
I mean, certainly been doing an incredible job.
It truly doesn't get more simple than that. For you, though, in particular, I mean, is this your first time coming out to one of the DAF Gaming League events?
Yeah, it's my first time.
What is your favorite moment so far this weekend?
Probably when I scored the sidewall read.
Oh, that one was nice.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, you've all had such incredible moments. I guess sticking with yourself for one last question on my part, Demoholic, is you guys come out top champions. Now, of course, that's to cap off a wonderful week, but you're not done just yet. You're still at CONUS. So what does the celebration look like?
I'm not sure yet, honestly.
We'll figure it out as we get along here, Andy. Can you give it one more time over to Crow for me?
All right.
Oh, back in. Yeah.
We were literally playing musical chairs over here on the broadcast. We appreciate you guys for giving us this opportunity here or this chance to talk to you. But I gotta say, for all the other teams out there, you're going to Worlds. You guys look like you're at the top right now. Undisputed champions of CONUS. Do you got anything you want to say to anybody that's looking to challenge the crown?
Good luck. That's all I gotta say. I think we're pretty solid contenders. So just good luck.
I was fishing for something. a little spicy from you guys, but it's okay. It's all humble from your end. You guys can go celebrate, be your champions, go collect your trophies, and we appreciate you guys for coming on for the interview.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, you know what? I'm just trying to get something going here, Andy, because I feel like, it's fist bumps, it's camaraderie, and, I like to see that camaraderie, but I also got to get some competition here. We got to get some storylines going into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, men of few words, and to be fair, it's because they let their performances out on the pitch do the talking, and I understand that. I get it, but also at the same time, yeah, we love a little bit of trash talk, a little bit of back and forth, and we do have some Call of Duty coming up later, so I don't think we'll be lacking much in that department. But yeah, congratulations, of course, to that Western lineup. They've been brilliant, indomitable, all damn tournament. 4 days of flawless performances. That's a hard standard, no matter what game, no matter where you are, no matter what the opposition. So yeah, lovely stuff from them. Looking forward to seeing them at Worlds.
Yeah, and I don't think we have an opportunity to kind of showcase what they've won for the event at the moment, but it is, a set of controllers for everybody, DAF Gaming League, or not DAF, CONUS branded, as well as a challenge coin, some patches. It looks really nice what the team at CONUS, the team here, have put together for the tournament. So as we kind of close out on this Rocket League, we can get a chance here at Keesler Air Force Base. Just look how beautiful those are. The controllers for the players, the challenge coins, as well as that patch for it. They always cook for an event like this, and I love it too. I mean, that controller, it is vibrant.
It certainly is. I've cast a couple of these CONUSes. I keep being promised a chip. Wouldn't mind one of them to go on my shelf, but those are indeed glorious. Some great stuff there, and again the trophy, but also all those beautiful things. Without a shadow of a doubt, they're wonderful and everything. But it's bragging rights. It's also getting to say, look, we're number one. You guys got to come and take the throne off of us. We're essentially forming a dynasty roster over here. So, in their own words, good luck with that.
And you know what? That's not going to be the end of our Rocket League. We'll see them in California. We also got some USAFE teams that we're going to be looking to send to Worlds over the horizon very, very shortly, to be determined. Not going to leak anything from our side. But up next, after this break, we got to switch over to Call of Duty. We got a lot of matches to get through to crown a champion on that side. So we'll get things sent to a break. We'll come back with some more CONUS very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Day 4 Championship Tuesday. On our action between Rocket League, we just crowned our undisputeds in Rocket League. It's Western taking home the trophy, taking home the title, and all the glory as they head to California for Worlds later on this year. We switch things up now to the Call of Duty side of things, and we haven't seen too much Call of Duty this weekend. Most of our focus has been on the Rocket League side, but we've been paying attention, and it has been a blast, Andy, for when we do get to slowly get some sneak peeks. We've been watching a lot of this Western team. We've been watching a lot of this Mountain team, and so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm very much so. Looking forward to seeing what Mountain will bring through this tournament. We spoke to them yesterday in the interviews and was kind of like, okay, why is it you've been reverse swept twice? And why is it you find yourself in this lower bracket far earlier than many expected? And Revengeful gave a very honest, open interview about the things they needed to improve on coming into today. Hopefully they've done those right things. I don't think they'll be too worried about this first matchup, though, because the two previous times these teams have played, Mountain have walked away 3-0 winners.
Yeah, it's been a piece of cake for
Light
them
work.
every single time they kind of load up. However, I will say it's been kind of a little bit of a switch up. Let's take a look at the bracket, and I'll kind of run you through my thought process. You go into that early matchup. It's a 3-0 sweep for Mountain over Western Alpha. Mountain then goes down to play Eastern after losing in a Game 5 reverse sweep to Western Bravo, and you kind of see a little bit of stress on their side. Mountain have, over the time, looked shakier and shakier as we've seen them come on stream. Whereas Western Alpha yesterday versus Central Bravo, I mean, like, you give these guys a chance to cook. You give them a little bit of confidence, which they do have now, beating Central Bravo in a 3-1 fashion. You go up against this Mountain team, and I look at players like Gumeric. I look at players like him to really take over this series and possibly look to now upset this Mountain team. I wouldn't give Mountain at all any graces going into this game.
I don't know. It's a weird one because, again, I struggle to look at this Mountain roster and the people who are on it and not think that they're going to walk this tournament at least to grand finals. So, yeah, incredibly strong team. But I think even going back to, I mean, we just mentioned the 3-2 reverse sweeps that they suffered. Even yesterday in that S&D, as soon as the GA thing came through, they were leading comfortably in the S&D. They called in that Hellstorm. It turns out they'd agreed to ban it, so they lose that round, had to do a reset. And from there, they just crumbled in the S&D. So this is a Mountain team that are very much so very hot or very cold, and they have that mental swing, which Revengeful was open about in the interview, of course. But if I am this Western roster, I'm kind of looking across at that and being like, all right, well, we just got to come out strong, not let them ever feel comfortable, and they will succumb to that.
Yeah, no, I agree. So let's get an introduction on these players, and let's kind of break down individually what to expect here throughout this matchup, because when we talk a little bit about Mountain, it's been a lot of fun getting to know these guys over the past couple of years. For Axis, he's the new kid on the block. He's been fantastic. A little bit of the X Factor at times. You know, he has had his moments where maybe he needs to step up a little bit more for the squad, but for the most part, he has been a joy. Artie, Chimera, Revengeful, these guys, they've been around the block. They've been there. They've done that. We heard from Revengeful yesterday that this might be his last go-around for competing within the DAF Gaming League. So might be saying goodbye to him very, very shortly, but at the same time, it's been great to see them compete together.
It certainly has. It certainly has. And what we would like to do is put a nice little closing stamp on this chapter for them. And if they're going to do that, you got to look to Revengeful. He's been their star player so far in the tournament, currently rocking a 1.08 KD. And it feels like when he's on a hot streak, the entire team's on a hot streak. When he's looking good, they're pretty much unbeatable. Rest of the team, not bad. It's Artie that I'm looking at to kind of step it up a little bit. He's rocking a 0.91 so far. And he does have these weird hard point maps every now and again where he just dips under and it puts a lot of pressure on the other boys. Opposite side of the coin, though, it will be Western Alpha, of course. And we've had a couple of looks at these guys. And across the board, I think you're probably looking at Twan and Prom in particular to give them a real fighting chance. That being said, all four of these players have shown flashes of brilliance.
Yeah, I think Gumeric yesterday in his interview was very clear in saying that, look, like, we play this for fun. You know, this is definitely something that if you lose to us, we're going to let you know. And, oh boy, Western certainly let them know yesterday after that win. We heard it got loud in the venue closing out on this that game in 4. And these guys are good. I think definitely we look at Prometheus and Knopf to be two players to come out with their best in these series. Definitely the ones who need to perform to see Western Alpha be at their top. But for Gameric and Tuan, when you put an NPC in their hands, they just run amok on the map. And not only that, this team has been learning. Gameric was saying that, going into this weekend, especially in the group stages, they were playing practically TDM and Hardpoint. Now that they realize that they need to translate this into objective, you can start to see them putting the pieces together slowly. And as they learn, I think they become scarier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've spoken about this with teams over in Rocket League and various iterations of CONUS and so on. Sometimes these teams come into these tournaments. They haven't had much time to practice. They haven't had much of an opportunity to scrim. So you get to the event and you start to stitch it all together there. And for Western Alpha, if you can evolve enough in this series, there's no reason to think you can't pull off the upset.
Well, let's take a look at the overhead between these two teams as they line up against each other across the stage. Mountain taking on Western Alpha. When we look at the head-to-head, Andy, you talked about it in the past. It has been 3-0 sweeps both times for Mountain. Western Alpha haven't even had an answer to them. But with this new look Western team that has a little bit of wind in their sails off of a win last night, let's see what they can do in this best of 5. Looking at this series, Andy, it is going to be a bloodbath on both sides. And I can't wait to see what the maps are going to be. I haven't spoiled it for myself and kind of like looked at the vetoes just yet. I'm kind of just waiting for it to kind of surprise me head on. I know that, you're looking at Western has been kind of learning over time. So hopefully that they're going into this with a mindset of the vetoes. Do we tackle the same ones that we've already taken against Mountain? Do we switch things up and maybe ban things out that we haven't been playing well on? I can't wait to see what they cook.
I agree. Looking forward to seeing what it is that they can cook. And if they're going to chef us up something delightful in the kitchen, it's going to be across the following 5 stages. We'll start off with a Den hardpoint, be a Plaza, S&D from there. Double stopping Scar, and then a Den to close things out. So we get one new map thrown into the mix, and I'm glad we're going to get that with the Plaza S&D. Again, more opportunities to cast over these and see players add a little bit more of depth to their playbooks. Always a wonderful thing to do, but we'll start off with something a little bit old, traditional. Den hardpoint, we've been doing this since the start of Black Ops 7. It plays very traditional. It's got your 3 lanes, one of which is slightly isolated off from the others over on that rooftop side, but it's going to reward getting those setups in place and chaining those hills together.
Yeah, I think that Plaza Search and Destroy is going to be a fun one to watch for the two of us because we haven't casted it this weekend for that map number 2. So getting to see this in as well, a new Search and Destroy for both of these two teams. I'm pretty sure it was a Gridlock Search and Destroy and a, I want to say Raid Search and Destroy is where these two teams went in their previous matchups. Overload as well, you get the Scar this time. Obviously, everybody's been avoiding that exposure overload, and for a map like Scar, I think that really favors the side of Mountain, considering that, on a Den, you expect that players like Tuan and Gumeric will have more of an impact with that NPC in their hand. But at the same time, if you get towards that Scar overload, knowing that Mountain have troubles in this mode, that they haven't really been able to, connect and click with how to work overload just in general, you get those NPCs in the right areas, you can still have impact. So obviously, Western Alpha, no matter what way we spin this map set, it's going to be a difficult game in it, but I can kind of see the stars aligning for them making an upset here against this Mountain squad. I really can, and I want to see them do it. I think that this map set is kind of playing into them as well.
I agree. I mean, it's a hard one because I look at like the strengths of the Mountain team. Obviously, Revengeful, he's that guy that when he pops off, there's no keeping up with him. So it's like, can you smother him? Can you keep him shut down? We've been there. Sometimes you just look across and you're like, okay, that guy in the opposing team's good. What we've got to do is make sure when we're calling out that this guy's here, everyone reacts to that play. When you talk about S&D and Plaza, Artie, you got to shut him down. He's been dominant, especially in the First Blood department in this very matchup between these two teams. This time around, you got to be baiting him in. We're talking, he loved to bang out with his NPC. Maybe just stack up with multiple NPCs and run him down. Make it so that even if he does get that First Blood, he ain't walking away with multiple or he's instantly traded, and essentially reset that balance, remove Artie from the board. The chess situation looks a little bit differently then, and maybe that's your route into this series. We obviously want to see a heavily competitive one, so I'm not gonna talk the Central Alpha team too much into things, but they got to find ways to shut Mountain down.
Look, you know me. I'm a big fan of the mental game when
West
it comes
Alpha.
down to playing Call of Duty. I think that, Western kind of have that on their mind as well. We saw it yesterday in their matchup that they like to get loud when they start winning. They're going to let you know that they are beating you. And we've seen Mountain crumble at times dealing with that pressure. And I think that the mental game for Mountain has been somewhat of an issue for them. So, going into this series, I think for Mountain, we're hoping that they can keep their head on their shoulders and lock in for this one against Western Alpha.
Yes.
Deny them any way back into the series. Here's our Preds for the lower semifinals. We got Mountain on both ends. I think now, especially than ever, that I've looked at the map set, you're going to see a map go the way of Western Alpha. I think it's going to be the Plaza Search and Destroy.
Seeing the Plaza does make me a little bit nervous, I'll be honest, about my 3-0 here. And I think you might be in the right bucket with 3-1. It's just one of those. Again, RT has been dominant in the S&D between these two teams, so hopefully, for my prediction at least, he takes over inside of that map. Don't get me wrong, as a neutral, as a Call of Duty fan, as a lover of esports, I want to see Western Alpha put up a fight, even if it is a 3. I want 3 close games. That being said, I kind of also look at Mountain, and we know that they rock with tempo. You've got an opportunity to come into finals day and really set that stage for yourself, put a solid footing underneath you. I'd love them to do that just because then it makes them a very dangerous team making the run all the way through to finals.
You know what? Now that it's on my mind too, I got to pull those Preds back up. Did they give me my point for that grand final? I got to make sure that
they
did
did.
give me that
You
point.
got your point.
Look,
Yeah, you're
look,
within
I'm
2.
just making sure because
Calm down.
they messed up the one time. I need to make sure that I'm still in an area where I can catch up to you. I was down by 3.
All right.
Now I'm down by 2. So if it is a 3-1, we're looking at, I'm only down by 1 at that time. I need these points.
If you win, I will print this out, send it over to you, and you can stick it on your fridge. All right? Don't worry about it. It's okay. Of course, you're not going to, because I'm currently leading by 2. We ain't got many games left. So, and also I kind of gave you a point by trying to go with the underdog in the last final. So you got to step it up, brother. You got to get more of these locked down.
Don't give me that. You were confident in Central Alpha. You had them picked to take this one. I mean, hey, we could go into this one and be completely wrong. Like I said, I am very, very confident that Western are a team that can upset Mountain. And we've kind of see them build into this tournament from the bottom up. First time that we got to cast over them versus Mountain, they looked very much out of sync. Yesterday, it was a different beast. And when you go to a map like Den Hardpoint, you look at American Twan to have free reign with these SMGs, with the NPC for those money hills. There are going to be players that you need to keep on a leash. And for a Mountain, that might be easier said than done, especially in a map like this. We've seen Mountain at times look a little all over the place too. Just thinking about that Colossus Hardpoint yesterday when they couldn't lock down a spawn to save their lives. You got to look at this game and really pay attention here for Mountain because it can slip away quickly.
Certainly can. And somehow I feel a player that we almost overlooked in this entire set of proceedings was Gomeric. Gomeric himself has been, well, the shining light really for this Western Alpha team, leading in KD, and also pretty much every time they've won a map, he's had himself a beauty. We'll start off with the only 2 kills that the team achieved in the opening contest on P1. Of course, all of this going to mean very little. It's all about setting up for P2, and Mountain will just bully their way through into that backline, starts to lock it down. Final 20 seconds are through, and well, you haven't had a touch if you're Western Alpha.
This looks a lot better, from Mountain. Even when we see them in that first opening hard point yesterday on that gridlock, it was a 100-point club. They put away. They were dominating the slaying. They were making sure they were rotating, and that's what you look at from this team going into this den as well. Over to P2. 36 points unanswered. Finally, Western going to get them a little bit of time here on the setup here. Enough. Opens up with the first kill, forcing away Western Alpha back towards those rooftops. NPC is going to work some magic on the way in, and Axis not able to take down Prometheus. There's the break in the spawns. They get the time. Can they turn this into something?
Yeah, all right, he's going to solo hit that as well and doesn't really get there. Twan picks up 2 rotating through the middle, so great shot out. And actually, Nos just going to decide to push out and find 2 of his own as well. So an instant answer from Western Alpha, demanding respect early in this series. Mountain are, of course, the favorites. Are expecting to walk over this team in front of them. And after those opening 60 seconds or so, you probably cruising a little bit, but Western Alpha just remind them, look, we're here for good reason. We're going to fight you every inch of the way.
Yeah, don't take us lightly. Revengeful timing in Dojo pays off.
Hell?
And how he gets away with this one behind me. You're going to have a full setup early, and so you need to take your time now trying to work through mid. Nice shots onto Chimera. So Knopf challenging through the side. Can he hit this together? No, it is completely separated, and you get 3 down quickly. You got no way in for Chimera.
Vengeful will put his 5th on the board. For the row at least. Kimura will be picked off by 2. Should be able to hand over a lot of intel. Revengeful's going to go close. That's number 6. Hellstorm in pocket. Fries forward for 7 and 8. Unfortunately, Axis' grenade's going to catch him. So shuts his teammate down. Starting to get that pinch come through. If you take a look at your mini-map there as well, you've actually had number 2. That's Twan. Push through mid, managing to play in through Dojo. So he's going to flip the spawns and would be wise to back off rather than fight this, to be honest. Ensure you hold the spawns. And just try and now set up to defend this wave of pressure coming through.
Giving up a lot of time on this hill, though. You really are banking on P4 being kind to you. 92 to 38, Twan. Is he going to anticipate this push through at the NPC? Good for 1. Trying to dance around, lock down these spawns. Goes for the reload. Already in the backline. Hipfire locks. It's 3 down. Only 1 is Knopf. And Knopf does enough to hold those spawns. Should be able to battle their way back into this hill.
The Vengeful is trying to set up the hit from the front. Kimura's going to join him in small. And 2 players flooding now through statue. This is a perfect setup of the hit from Mountain. It's just about if they can win the gunfights. And, well, that's never really been anything that they've had to worry about. So they'll get an instant break on this and start to march through. 100-point marker hit. Try and squeeze out. Will be met with force. And right now, I think if you're Mountain, you're thinking, all right, well, we kind of got away with a little bit of laxness over towards P2. Western Alpha, you're thinking, we can match here. We just got to make sure that we're meeting as a team. We're never going to win these individually. Got to have moments where we are setting up early, rotating in early, and not being instantly broke.
I think, you know, we talk about all these ifs, ands, and buts, really, from Western Alpha being able to steal maps away from Mountain, but it all boils down to the slaying. And right now, you're getting outslayed by quite a considerable amount. Yesterday, you were also getting outslayed in these hard points. Still walking away with it, which was more of a fundamental issue than anything for your opponents. You go into a game like this versus a team like Mountain, you don't expect those fundamental issues to be there. So if you can't get these kills on the board, if you can't start picking up in that slaying category, this is going to be ugly.
Certainly could. Prom's going to try and apply pressure to B2 here. Just break this intended setup early, but Kimura catches him. So what's it look like when you get through P1? Actually, Twan is going to get himself rather through the backline here. Has to be caught, will be, but that's going to ensure that you're not pushed out through couches if you're Mountain. So suddenly under pressure, but once you get Artie's NPC in there, it looks pretty good. Then again, the spawns flip. Western Alpha get a hold of this and find the kills so we can start to flood from the back.
This is where they got majority of their time back in the first set of hills. So you're hoping you can break this one in through couches. It's going to be a solo effort from Gameric. Shots, though, onto Revengeful. He's on a streak. The backline teammates trying to follow up with this attack. In the corner, Artie's going to get overwhelmed by these numbers. And they break in. Flip those spawns. And Mountain now needing to break their way back in the front line. They got a numbers advantage. Twan's going to answer back. Revengeful with the pistol. It's a 1v1 for the point, and Artie walks away with it. Time in his hands. Holding on to this lead. 20 seconds to fight for. You are going to get some members to throw their bodies here from Western Alpha, and they just do not know where to look for Artie. Is bouncing all over these walls.
Here's Axis, big 2 on rotation to P3. That's going to give his boys time to set up behind him in Dojo and through the middle of the map. So getting this all locked in. Much better from Mountain in terms of setup play. And well, you will also have the Hellstorm brought in from above to minimal effect, to be honest, other than to just back down players. And eventually Revengeful does just hover one in the air to pick up Twan inside. This has been dominant from Mountain. And Kimura reads the players coming in through Dojo now. North at least scoops 1 on his way through, but honestly, right now, if you're Western Alpha, you're wondering how you're going to figure out this break attempt, and it is not walking onto the end of Revengeful's gun.
Yesterday, we begged that question, like, how are you losing these gunfights and still getting time? And, you know, this is why we ask those questions, because as soon as you get 3 down, you can just see Mountain, they're set up perfectly in these hard points. And they just continue to run up this clock. Artie making sure that you get nothing at the end of it. He's already got a minute 43 on this hill. As you cross that 200-point marker, they're even having some players move over towards this backline. Xaxis in the back. He's going to take some attention over for Artie to maybe break this one. Western Alpha take care of business. They get their 3 down. Unfortunately, it's not going to last, though. You lose those spawns still somehow. Mountain, they just do not give up on these plays.
Certainly don't. Waltz in. You hold it from here. You win. Job simple. RT throwing shoulders. Going to bait players in. MPC in hand. He talks about how good this gun makes him feel. Will be a trade situation, though. And Axis, well, will actually lose to Chimeric in the backline. So Hill goes neutral for a second. Weston will get in. Feels a little bit like delaying the inevitable, but any gunfight you can win right now will just help build confidence elsewhere. Can't win it here anymore if you are Mountain. Western Alpha looking to get over that 100-point mark, so definitely won't get clubbed. And, well, I gotta say, it's arguably the best passage of play they've had in 4 hills.
It's been a while. 108, though. 238s. Can you play perfect hardpoint? It comes down to the teamwork. Chemistry syncing together. Twan on 4. He's going to get caught by Artie in through couches. I'm looking to run things down. Nobody watching this mid-cut, so you're going to have a perfect angle from Axis to look at the players on the hill, and they just crumble. 4 go down. 244 and counting. Only 4 more seconds. Players going to take their shot at hitting that contest, but as soon as you touch that, players from Mountain going to shut you down, and what a win to open up this best of 5 for Mountain, really solidifying the team that we know they can be.
Yeah, the second set of rotations were just brutal out of Mountain. I think that initially you get that easy 60 seconds to start off, take the foot off the pedal for a half second. Western Alpha actually fight their way back into the game, and I think from there on, Mountain basically went on about a 6-hill spree of winning almost every gunfight, showing their superiority. Scoreboard gonna do the rest of it for us as well. This is quite frankly incredible. 20, not even 2,300 damage for the top player on Western Alpha. Mountain have 2 players over 3,000 damage, just to kind of signal the gulf there. Draw that up for you in a neat little bow, and well, that'll give you the 1-0 lead. But that's what we expected, Seymour, in this series. We felt like the respawns were going to go the way of Mountain, especially that opening hard point, considering that Den's one that we all know and love. What we get now, an S&D on a map that's relatively new. Obviously, I'm talking within BO7 before I get someone saying this thing's been around for years. Maybe a way back into the tie for Western Alpha.
What do you mean? We've had Plaza for a very, very long time, my friend.
When was it came out? Was it BO2 or 3?
Yep.
BO2.
I remember like you'd go into the club part of Plaza and you'd have like music jamming every single time. This song is such a vibe. Everybody knows the Plaza song.
Weird back then as well, because you didn't get a lot of nighttime maps, I feel.
No.
Back in that day and age.
I don't think so.
Because the lighting was a bit weird.
You had Plaza. I'm trying to think. There was a couple more. Like, because like
There was one
Aftermath
on World
was
at
like
War.
apocalyptic. It was more cloudy. It wasn't like nighttime. But no, you're right. There weren't many nighttime maps, to be fair. You had like that one ghost map called like Freefall or whatever it was. It was the DLC. That was a sick one to begin with. But aside of that, no, I can't really remember many other nighttime maps that we had back then. I'm sure if I looked it up, there are plenty that I'm just not thinking of. But like oh yeah, there's the one map based in Korea in Black Ops 2 that was the like you can like zip line from rooftop to rooftop. That was a DLC map. That was
I remember that one.
But
I remember that
other
one.
than that, it's just like I'm sure we're just drawing a blank on what we do get to see in this game, though. For the start of the Den hardpoints, this is what we were talking about yesterday when we are so curious on how Western Alpha were playing these matches, winning their hardpoints but getting outslain. You know, obviously you chalk it up to they're just winning the fights in the right areas, but it boils down to some fundamental issues on your opponents. And Mountain just put on display, you know, those fundamental issues are not being shown.
Yeah, it's much more like what you want to see. It is. I see this time you've gone with your sunglasses. I thought I'd join you without, but never mind. Yeah, Mountain, look, we popped up the question. Are you going to slot back into playing fundamentally and playing correctly for the spawns? There was 1 or 2 slips in there, and I think maybe you get away with them purely because you're just outgunning Western Alpha. But yeah, you did a lot of what we wanted to see. again, Plaza, S&D. I will say, if this becomes comfortable for Mountain, they walk away with this. I think we're done in 3. I don't really see Western building their way back into this tie. Otherwise, the thing is, if Western do take this, we've spoken multiple times about how Mountain can suffer from mental swings. So it might not only be a case of taking away this map, depending on the damage that you can do. But let's find out. Will it be a close affair? Will it be all one way? Well, the one thing we were sure to get is a lot of bang outs.
Yeah.
At Plaza.
And there we get exactly what to expect. Hit through A for the NPCs to just completely run you down.
Holy
Fastest round
crap.
you're ever going to see. Clock it. How long was that?
Well, that was, I'm going to give you 15 seconds tops. This is ridiculous. Yeah, the thing is, when I was talking about you guys maybe meeting this Mountain team with the NPCs and going for that bang out, I was expecting, you to at least walk away with a kill. So, well, Archie and Cole are going to be feeling very happy right now because they just went, all right, well, even when they try and meet us door to door, we just took them home. And the thing is, Plaza's going to let you play that strategy on attack over and over and over again.
Do it again. Round 2. This time, aids, stuns, everything. A little bit less of an attack right through the doorway.
Bad nade.
More of like a tuck your tail in behind and try to rotate now through the middle of the map where Revenge is going to be sitting, waiting, and not getting that first blood. He drops the smoke. He's trying to stay alive, but Knopf is actually going to take him away.
Yeah, Revengeful gets that one all wrong, unfortunately. I don't think he realizes just how many players are on top of him. RT's going to pick up one to answer. Prom, Knopf, at pick up their own set of kills. And RT will at least figure out trade situation. Bomb is down. 20 seconds to make something work if you're West.
Already timing on the slide. 1 versus 1. 11 HP. Can he get the regen? He cannot. Knopf won't let him get away. Here's the defuse and the retake off that first blood that Knopf gives you. He puts up 3 for the round. And that ties us up early in this Plaza. Exactly what we kind of would have expected too. Like, there's no way you can just beat this team head on. You need to see some variation, and they show it in round 2.
I'm going to go back to the start. I think that Prom's nade is actually brilliant. He reads the over-aggression that's going to come through from Mountain, so he pops a nade in early, essentially deads it. And what you end up with is separating those 4 players because one's already beyond the nade. They have to fly forward. You then end up with, like, one has to back off, and another one in Revengeful gets pushed out towards mid. He decides, actually, all right, I'll set up for this. He's not expecting multiple bodies to push him out of mid, and that gives you the first blood, and then it's all about trade. So, a great adaptation, really.
Perfect, you might say. From Knopf, too, a player that we look to really step up in these search and destroys. Well, it's perfect for them. You can sleep well knowing that this is a tie game right now, so... A little bit of a delayed push in towards A, and nobody goes to B, so somebody has to go clear this. And in fact, it's going to be a reflank in. Artie knows they've given them a way in. Twan takes a team nade down onto Knopf, and it all falls apart so quickly. I thought for a second they gambled correctly with just waiting it out, but you didn't see anybody cross over towards B, so you know that it wasn't a B hit.
I like the idea from Weston, to be honest. I think what they're trying to do is, oh, look, Mountain are going to full send again. We're going to bait them in and just simply slam the door in their face, put them in a very narrow angle and hope that our bullets stack up. It's the right idea. The problem is that then straight after that, almost the second phase, you just send all bodies to one bomb site. The fact that nobody goes to B or mid means that Mountain just go, right, well, we know that you're slow walking A. We're just going to pinch this and smoke you. They do so.
Yes, they do. So back and forth on the defensive sides. Going to be a B hit out of Mountain. Only one player here. Gameric's just sitting in behind. Does he have the trigger discipline to wait for a couple more? He drops the smoker away, taking that first blood. Gameric won't last. 3 on 3. Bomb site's fallen, but Western Alpha going to waste no time at meeting you inside this smoke. Knopf brings the advantage, and Twan's going to double down. There's the kills for Western Alpha, and the round to back it up.
Yeah, well played by Gameric there. You could argue that he's maybe needs to wait for the trigger discipline a little bit, but at least he gets his kill and survives an extra half second long enough so that his teammates can arrive in for the trade situation. So defense is on top right now. A case of meeting aggression with aggression, as Plaza so often is. Mountain They're always going to feel more comfortable with that. They're always going to feel they're going to fall the right side of that edge, but they haven't established the gap just yet. Need one of these offensive rounds to really come through.
And you take the swing over towards B, and I thought it was going to be the right call with only one player over there, but Merrick does do enough. Prometheus, round 4, 5.
That's different.
Get that first blood. Artie goes down, and you talk about Artie as a player who just can't be giving up plays like this. We've seen how the story goes.
Pulling through the back. Might get the timing. Kimura getting that kill. Actually, he's going to shift all the bodies elsewhere. He's going to get all the intel. And really didn't even need to fire his gun in the end, but 2v2, bomb down.
And maybe an angle from Twat here on the flank. Almost getting the 2. It's good tags up our access on 61. And to the middle of the map. Western Alpha going to clear it up. And finally an attacking round goes the way of one of these teams. Western Alpha claim it first. 2 rounds in a row puts them in the lead.
Yep, it's a case of finally a first blood coming through for an offensive team and turns into something. Artie, who has dominated in S&D first bloods for this Mountain team, not just across the tournament generally. In the series that these two teams have already met, he actually loses it for once. So that actually hands Western Alpha a sizable advantage because they've been unbreakable so far on defense. And if they do that now, they'd establish a lovely little buffer.
Oh, 4-on-4 for the A side again. Trophies this time, maybe helping you. Prometheus with a well-placed Semtex inside the hill, though. Revengeful and Kimura cut down the rest. And yeah, you take down 1, but still got to worry about the rest. And with that opening kill going the way of Mountain, even though you do get traded out by that Semtex, it's just, you got to worry about the rest.
The tough thing for Western there, you do a lot, right? You pop the nades in, you get your own trophies down. It looked good until Mountain just said, yeah, but the thing is, mother, I got an NPC right up in your grill. And, well, Revengeful with 2 to go 6-3 currently. Answers attack round with attack round. Also hits a little bit of breakdancing on the floor. Going to see a concerted B hit for the first time out of Western Alpha here. Shifting most of those bodies in that direction. 1 to pick up mid. And Mountain, they full sent A. So they've been countered a little bit here. That bomb's going to go down pretty quickly, though. Otherwise, you're going to hand the advantage over to the team that are wrapping back through.
Fight out through the spawn.
Does well.
Merrick, first blood. Bomb getting planted at B. Where that attacking round went so well for you last time. You got numbers here. Kimura quickly going to bring this back into a 2 versus 2. On this side of the map, though, you are completely separated.
No one's seen each other yet. No intel. You're starting to figure it out if you're Mountain about where you must be if you're Western Alpha. You are worried about your backside, though. Slow it down. Got to hit this. About 12 seconds to go.
16 seconds. Prometheus up top, 1v1. All you need to do is play your life now. If you're Twan, you're ring around the rosy. Go for a hide and seek game. Gonna hop the defuse, and yeah, as soon as Twan knows that, he goes back to check the bomb. Spots you. Western Alpha keep their winning ways on the attacking side. 4-3 they go.
Gameric does incredibly well on that first blood. He gets run at by the entire team, drops the smoke at his feet to make it awkward, and the fact that he walks away with it is incredible work. Then it's handing out a lot of intel. Look, all 4 players are here. You don't need to worry about your backside. And then later on as well, although North dies without giving up much of a contest, the fact that he pushes out one side, gets cleaned up, he then hands over to his teammates. Both boys are here. Both bodies are here on the opposing team. You can play around that intel, and they do so very well. So Western Alpha doing exactly what we asked, keeping this contested. But the problem is Mountain are just going to force stack this A side. Again, it hasn't been pretty if you're the team in red.
Can you go back-to-back, though, and give yourself map point? Yourself a real comfort zone. Bomb down at A. Quickly. 4-on-4. Western Alpha have flipped the map here. Vengeful on the dance floor, and he's ready to tango. Need help from Kimura and Axis. Shut down the rest of the flank. Vengeful knows exactly what he needs to do. He knows where the last one is, so as 4 stand in front of you, 4 fall just as quick. 4-4 we go. A whole lot of 4s.
Revengeful will be 8-4 on the end of that round. Great work. Western Alpha are just thinking, all right, Mountain might throw something a little different in here. They want to meet it and give up the site entirely. Mountain said, nah, it's been working for us. Why the hell would we change our game plan up? So, settle back in. Level pegging. Attack round again for Western Alpha. They've done great in their last 2. There's been a couple of different looks. But, yeah, I wondered if they were going to do this. They're going to run straight back at this site and hope to meet and match.
I like this. Ruby's in. One more time. Mira already around the outside. Good nade from Twan. And you might just take this and get out of here. I don't think you're going to get anything more than that 1 kill. I think you're lucky that you got the 1 kill.
Incredibly, but you'll take it. And as you do back off, Mountain head in the opposite direction. Not willing to contest you at awkward angles over mid. They'll square up with you straight over at B. Sure, their back is cleared out. There's been no aggressive late wrap or early wrap. Sure, they shall meet. You'll have the numbers advantage as Mountain here, though, because North's holding the back line.
You stayed very vigilant on the map. Just reading these rotations. Trying to deny any early plant for Western Alpha in this 3-on-3. And now you're chasing to get some more info. Axis playing off of this one. He's going to spot the entrance over towards A. This double flank needs to be washed. I don't think anybody's going to be aware of this at all. And already closing the gap. Revengeful takes the first one. Revengeful for both of them. And it falls apart so quickly for Western Alpha. Mountain just knock you down.
Yeah, that was an example of the gun skill that some of the players possess on this team. Revengeful delivers belt inside of the club. Shuts everything down. Great stuff out of him. Mountain, again, they're so happy to just rely on their gun skill right now. I don't know if this is answering some of the S&D questions I have about them against stronger opponents. But in moments like that, it just shows that gulf, that level that they can hit. Western Alpha, though, on the defense, early on in this matchup, they were on top here. They were doing a great job. Gotta do it once more.
Well, I don't like this look. Trophy goes down. Prometheus in through middle of the map. He's just going to give himself away for free. And this is dire straits for sure. Revengeful in through mid's going to put you into a 1 versus 4. It's a chase down to close it out, and it gets nowhere close to a Western Alpha win here in map number 2. 6-4, the way of Mountain, closing out this game, putting their lead up by 2.
Revengeful 14-4 at the end. What a performance from him. I liked a lot of what Western Alpha shown, I'll be honest. I think the problem was you never really had an answer for when Mountain would square up with you 4v4 over that A site. Gumeric, one of your star players, goes 2-10, and one of those was a isolated first blood. So throughout the rest of that entire square up across the map, he went 1-10. That's never going to help. And yeah, it leaves Western looking down the barrel a little bit, because Mountain now, we talked about how dominant they were in map 1. We expect them to be very strong inside of the respawns, and you got 2 of them to look at right there.
Yeah, well, Scar Overload coming up next for these 2, and Western Alpha have been kind of battered and bruised across this series. Mountain outslaying them, outplaying them, and showing that whenever things are kind of even in ratio, really hard for Western Alpha to battle against them. They look like the better team. They look composed. And they've just been working through this one safe and sound. Nothing complicated, nothing risky. Just been playing some sound Call of Duty here on day 4 when you need to the most.
Yeah. I like the way that you sum it up. Again, I don't know if it answers all the questions about Mountain when they come to stronger opponents, because a lot of this S&D strategy was, we know we can outgun them. We're running on an NPC map with a lot of players that know how to use an NPC. But it's you know, you can only knock down the dominoes that are set up in front of you, and they're certainly delivering there. Yeah. So yeah, great job out of Mountain here, just to control this tie. Western, I like some of what they've done. I think that at points we've seen individuals step up. We've also seen moments where, I don't know, as a team, they've looked pretty in sync. There's not many of those that we can talk about in the hard point, I guess, apart from that very early resistance that they put up. But in the S&D there, I like the different looks, the different strategies. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just a step too far here.
It is. And, you know, you close things out now in map number 2. You go up 2-0 in the series. You got Scar Overload coming up very, very shortly. A quick break, though, before we jump into this map number 3. We'll let teams settle things on this next one quickly after this break.
Or not. Or not.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 as we are into the lower semifinals of Mountain and Alpha. Sorry, I've just been so gassy right now. I just cannot stop hiccuping. We got our 2-0 lead for Mountain coming out of the plaza. Search and destroy. How does that break you? I just keep on hiccuping and it just trips me up every single time.
I thought it was a hiccup, that's all. You know, could have been one of many things.
Okay.
But,
We got Scar Overload coming up, and this is something that I think we got to talk about in Mountainside because it's been kind of sunshine and rainbows in terms of outslaying their opponents. But one thing that hasn't really translated much over the weekend has been their Overload. I think it's been somewhat of a pain point for this team that we can really look at to maybe be Western Alpha's way around Mountain to maybe steal away a map. I think that for sure Mountain should have been talking things over going into day 4 about how they can fix up their overload. So I want to see what that looks like today.
I agree. I agree with you entirely. I think that you are this Mountain lineup. It's more answering your own questions than really the threat in front of you. I come back to what I said in the SD. I don't know if I really got those answers from Mountain, despite the fact that they won. See, I've got to see a lot more of this setup play, game plan, team synchronicity. I don't want to be looking at them relying on individual heroic moments, because that will not stand the test against better teams. Western Alpha, however, will give as good as they get in the opening phases. We'll win a lot of the mid-map pressure, to be honest. Scoop the device if you are North, because actually Twan's punched a hole, so Revengeful's got a lot of work to do here, and gets there just in time for a moment. Looked like he slipped the net.
Almost did. Revengeful is going to swing it back down the other way. And not even going to get it past a bow. It's Chimera top blue. This is going to be quite an issue too, because he's going to be able to fire away a couple of kills there. Twan needs to take down Artie before he slides it in, and you don't get that kill quick enough. It's going to be an opening goal for Mountain.
The worry for me is as well, you get complete control over this device if you are Mountain. So Western Alpha have got to dig themselves out of hell here. I like the angle from Twan. Maybe a little bit more discipline. Oh, he's very unfortunate with it, to be honest. I like the idea initially anyway. He will be sat down. Gunfight's won again. Explosion by Mountain. Revengeful won't get away with that one scot-free. Big win in the back line. Gameric up close. He doesn't want the device. Well, actually, he ends up with it and will run like hell. And actually gets himself as far as Marcus, who's done very well and has support from Twan. And if he'd have won that, and actually he's going to set up Axis incredibly weak, so Gameric's going to get through. How the hell you score off of that, I don't know, but you'll take it if you're a Western Alpha fan.
I do. Mountain, just not a good overload team. Throw it through. There's mistakes. There's openings. And Western Alpha, they know that. So why not? Hail Mary play. You just run it down and it works. Chimera battle their way out of their spawn. No trap engaged just yet. And we are tied. 2 minutes and 35 seconds in this round. Twan with the MPC. What a monster he is. 3 in a row. Over towards Red. He's going to grab that objective and see if his teammates now can get into position to help pave way for a second cap.
Revengeful had the right idea, took himself into this corner. Unfortunately, he was spotted crossing, so weakened up. Axis, a lot of work to do by himself. There goes one. Doesn't really have time to pistol up that player because the device is moving. And Swan takes it all over. We'll get a streak in kind for it too. RT's slow out of the gates on this one. 3 and 10, make that 3 and 11. We know how good he can be with the NPC. On Scar, it can be difficult to put yourself in those correct positions to really utilize it. But, I mean, on the opposite side of things, Juan's getting it done. So, RT, well, he's just out on the struggle bus by himself.
So, here we go. Vice in the middle. It's just going to be picked up and ran through. I mean, this is the thing when you have somebody in blue like Revengeful. And as long as you're finding these kills around sandbags, you're just clearing out top blue. It's easy to just grab that middle objective and run it right into those white walls for a capture. So, I mean, Mountain, it's been a little bit of a blemish over the past maybe 3 minutes, but there's their tying moments and their way back in. Unfortunately for Gameric's efforts, I mean, he's doing great at clearing out that A side, the north side of the map, but he's the only one here doing anything.
He is. And unfortunately, this device is just getting run forward again. Well, thankfully, the 2 players top blue will get it dealt with. We're actually going to bounce back out here if he wins this gunfight. And no, RT needed to come through there. Otherwise, there was a passage for Western Alpha to just run that device home. I'm just going to back off with it, keep possession for now. And try and allow his teammates to activate around him, not for the big kill through the middle. Gameric then gives you a 2-1 lead in terms of the gunfights, but one just gets that shimmy and shake all wrong. Revengeful's here for more, and how the hell you win that gunfight, I don't know. Might give you a last chance to the score if you're Mountain.
Oh, he doesn't see him go underneath them. Revengeful, he's there to help out, and another capture in for Mountain. Spawns up on the red side. You have position to rally. And Revengeful is still collecting kills in the backline. A couple players now streaking. Chimera on 5. Revengeful on 4. Ability to pick up this last one for a 4th capture on the less preferred side. Mountain, they just blow this game wide open with 3 caps in a row. Surging through the Scar overload. It looked little kind of worse for wear for a while there. Western Alpha did a great job at battling forward to a 2-1 lead, but something ignited in the passion here for Mountain, and they completely flipped 180.
I think Western Alpha played all of, bar 60 seconds of collective time, very well inside that first half. The problem is, one of those caps from Mountain should never happen. He basically just runs straight through and gets away with it. But then, towards the end there, Revengeful snaps a player out of existence with the NPC. And that's, I don't know if there was a scream of dead or what, but whatever it was, the blood rush came through. And you go on a 10 spree across 2 players and slam a lot of devices home to give you a buffer. Starting off the second half. A little bit of a trade fest through the middle, and, well, Kimura with 2 there will leave Twan in a very isolated position. And, of course, you can't put the device down, so all you're telling everyone is come get me, and they certainly do that.
And now you have Kimura with a Hellstorm in his pocket. On a map like Scar, that is going to make matters a whole lot more difficult. Vengeful. See if you can get away with something here. No, Gameric and Prometheus play their lives. And they drop it over towards bottom red. Working down the middle of the map. Not going to open up a lane here for maybe your player down mid, Gameric, to ignite. But he's going to be shut down Axis with a couple of beautiful shots. Ball resets to mid. And a big win from Artie outside over towards red. So now you got some lead blockers. 3 go down, and Axis sailing away the 5th capture for the team. You got yourself a chance now to set up with Revengeful in blue. He's going to clear out the rest of them on the A side of the map and allow for your team to look for another one.
Unfortunately for Western Alpha, there's just a point where the floodgates opened, and you haven't managed to dam that body of water yet. But he's going to get in your backline as well. A constant nuisance, a real thorn. Quite simply, a pain in the ass, and he will not go away. Revengeful pistol work doesn't come through, so Archie's just going to check back, and Kimura says, hey, fellas, why don't you catch this? Rains Hellfire, turns everybody to Brimstone and Ash. And another device capture comes through. 6-2 up, Mountain cruising on through this bracket.
Yes, they are. 4-goal lead and 3 minutes to tell us how much your merit is worth here, Western Alpha. Just getting outslayed in every sense of the way right now. Storm going to be called in here. And everybody's inside. Finds nothing. So, Western Alpha backed up. Now trying to work out of their spawn. Over towards red. Already in the corner. Doesn't get cleared out. The trigger discipline's so good, but he gets nothing. Tuan waiting. Last one in line. And he's got his teammates back. However, nobody's able to get anything just yet. Merrick tries to make a play with that device, but still 2 players to worry about. And this defense for Mountain is not letting up.
Good check by Axis there to clear that out. AR and AR at that range. Axis ain't losing it. So what's the game plan here? There's an out of map play if you are RT, and are we allowed to do those? That's I've not seen that one before. Either way, 2 minutes left on the clock. Western Alpha don't really have any bodies around this ball. Swan's going to be in through the back, actually. He might be able to make the play. Flying Swan's going to force Axis to turn. And, well, unfortunately, the right idea, just not enough on the execution. Not against these players, not with how well they're shooting. And Kimura, he ain't done either. 25-17, looking great.
Looking for a couple more, though, off the spawn, as here comes Capture 7. Kimura, different look at these players, and another couple of shots in the back there. Axis in mid, taking down player 3. Or spawn from Knopf over towards red. Might be able to at least give some relief to those players spawning up. However, this ball quickly moving over towards the A side. Axis goes up top. He's going to re-wrap it. Back over mid. Can he find his kill? No, Knopf and Prometheus. They will not let that go by. However, here comes the rest of them. One on the flank. Should be able to stop this one. And Merrick takes down Artie. 1 minute left. I mean, this game is pretty much done and over.
Yeah, Western Alpha, again, they'll make worlds. And they will certainly do that on merit. The points they have shown. Great individual passages of play. They're certainly a team that are going to cause some trouble on that stage, but I mean, Mountain. Simply a Mountain. In this tight. Kimura as well just tucks himself off. He's looking to hit 30. He's had a great time. Won't even need to do that. Will walk away decisive victors here. 8-2 in the end. And honestly, I think if you come over and a couple of the boys, you're asking for a bit longer to continue your hunter-killer spree. But they will guarantee top 3. Move through to that lower finals. And await their opponents. Feeling pretty damn good after delivering on exactly what we asked for, right? Come out, make all the right noises, set that foundation in place. We know your ability to mentally swing a little bit when things aren't going well for you, but when it is going all your way, there's not many squads that can keep up with their pace and aggression. So they've done the right things to at least look ahead and go, okay, let's match up against whoever it is we're against. Take them on down.
Well, I mean, it's a tough series just in general for Western Alpha, and you know, I thought they had a little bit more in the tank, but there's still some things to learn if you want to move against Mountain. A lot of it coming down to that gun skill. I think Mountain, you know that these players are hot with those gunnies, and they didn't slow down at all. I mean, we got into this hard point, and for a second, you saw Western Alpha battle back a couple of these early hills in the first rotation, but you get to rotation 2, and I mean, you just talk about the difference. You go from P1 to P3, only gaining 9 points, like 9 or 10 points for your team. So it's, you look at that knowing that Mountain just completely dominated a map like Den. You go into a plaza, and I'll give Western Alpha a little bit of grace here. They showed some great movements that just towards the end, a couple of those plays back over towards the A site, easy for Mountain to outslay you in those close quarters battles with this NPC. And I mean, we saw it for a moment on the Scar Overload. I really thought Western Alpha again did so well in that first half, but the second half, it was all mountain, all over the place, just full takeover mode for the team.
It was, and they have looked so good in that series at times. It just felt like as soon as they notched it up one gear, there was no stopping them, and we know how strong this team's going to be. To be honest, shouldn't be in this position. They really shouldn't. They'll have fallen into the lower bracket far earlier than they expected. They'll have had more trouble through this tournament than they'll have expected, but getting themselves back to where they belong now, inside that top 3, and no doubt have their eyes on grand finals and maybe even bigger prizes.
Hey, this is what happens when you get reverse swept twice. I know they might hear me say that right now, but we got somebody in the interview booth to kind of bring that in and kind of talk over what we just saw in this lower semifinals. Kamira, top 3 now for your team, man. You were on fire in that Scar Overload. Talk to me a little bit, because we talked to Revenge yesterday, and he was kind of breaking down that, you know, yesterday to today, you guys were going to kind of try to improve some of these issues that you've been facing. Maybe it's been a little bit of the mental gap, you know, having some issues versus Western Bravo, but what kind of things did you guys work on going into today?
I heard that comment about the reverse sweeps. Come on, man. No, but I mean, it's just playing as a team, you know. At the end of the day, it's playing as a team, playing together, a lot of team shots, because the rest of the teams in the bracket, we're top 3. The other 2 teams, they fucking blow. So, you know, we got it.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't think you need to convince me and Seymour here, to be honest. When we saw the team list, we kind of looked at your guys' roster and went, who the hell let that come together? All right, these guys are going to be really damn good. Now, of course, unfortunately, you faced those early struggles, but this is going to kick you off in the right way through the bracket. And what does that do in terms of looking ahead to this next matchup? Are you kind of glad that you dealt with that series in the way that you did, or is there still things to improve before you walk onto your lower finals?
I mean, there's always things to improve on. You know, we're not perfect. No team here is perfect. There's always going to be some things everyone needs to improve on. Like I said, just playing together. I think if we all 4 play together, we're the best team here. Simple as that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if you guys hit your ceiling, your potential, you're going to be a formidable opponent to pretty much everybody. But I will say, looking at your squad, your roster, now we've got all of your accolades listed out for the players on that team. Obviously, Revenge, Artie, Axis, they've all got a few bits and pieces there. Axis, it's a weird one because he's kind of always gotten teams in through to various stages and unfortunately not been able to play much at this kind of level. You're a little bit newer here. Unfortunately, we don't have much written down for you in terms of accolades just yet. What would it mean to finally put one of those big ones on the board by taking CONUS 2026?
I mean, it would be great. It would be great, you know, getting that number 1, taking home that trophy. That'd be a good time. But you know, we're not done yet. We're not there yet. I can't think about that right now. It's match after match.
I'm going to ask you to kind of like talk through that Plaza Search and Destroy a little bit, because you let it through. You know, we've seen you play them against the Gridlock and the Raid in the past. For Plaza as a map, what kind of things were you guys struggling with against Western Alpha there that you know, forced you guys to go so far? What can you say that, like, in that map you guys maybe struggled with?
I mean, you saw if they chowed us, you know, 4-on-4, it was round over in 4 seconds. I guess, you know, like I said, playing together, it's you know, we didn't see them we would wrap. We split off a couple times, got picked off, but we just cleaned these little things up, man. It's going to be a great day.
Well, you've already kind of cemented the trash talk here. I know that's like a Call of Duty staple. I'm going to ask you, though, and this might be a little bit of a challenge. I need you to say one nice thing about Western Alpha playing up against them in that match.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, those guys are great. They're great guys. You know, they surprised a lot of people here the way they were playing. I forgot who they beat that Central team yesterday. That was a good match. You know, they pulled that out. Yeah. So they were shooting.
I like that. Thank you, Kamira. I'm not going to ask you anything more than that. We'll see you in the lower finals up next. So go enjoy it with your team and get set up and ready.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
See, Andy, I got to kind of throw things into a loop sometimes. You know, we always stir the pot with some trash talk. I got to sprinkle in a little nicety.
Did we get much in the way of nicety there? I'm pretty sure I just watched Kimura try and get out of his seat. Either way. Yeah, I agree with him in the sense of, like, you know, Western Alpha can certainly hold their heads high. I think they've done better than we all expected. and looking forward to seeing them at more of these events. Again, they will get Worlds. We'll get to take a look at them and see what they can do. I expect them to be one of those mid-pack teams that, again, just force a couple of upsets and kind of see out nitty-gritty situations, because when they are online as a team, they look pretty damn good, and we saw passages of it in that series. But Mountain, very good roster. We've kind of talked about this all the way through the tournament, falling into that lower bracket early, and they become a big shark in a very small pond, gobbling up the competition. Now it's all about marching on to this top 3. Kimura said himself, these other 2 teams blow. All right, we'll go out there and deal with them when you get the opportunity.
He said it in a little bit more of like a PG-13 aspect, but yeah, we get the gist of it. For this matchup in particular, we're closing the curtains on Western Alpha. Mountain push on forward, and they got a road ahead of them still to come. It's the lower finals, the grand finals here at CONUS 2026 for the Call of Duty side. We're going to take a little bit of a break here on the desk. We'll return when everything is set in stage. Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of CONUS. We got ourselves a lower final matchup in Call of Duty. And once again, just to remind you guys, my name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. We've been rolling through these days. It's been such a good time. Always love being a part of the crew here at CONUS. And I think for this one in particular, there's a little bit more weight on this matchup than I think most would anticipate. And we were kind of joking around with Kamira beforehand. I know he heard me say it when we were going into that interview. But we gotta bring it up again. Mountain versus Western Bravo. Both times these two met against each other inside of the group stages, inside of the bracket play. It was reverse sweeps for Western Bravo. Surely it doesn't happen a third time.
If it does, I think that the problem that would then spell for you if you are Mountain is you would go to Worlds, see this team again, and it would just be embedded in your brain of like, doesn't matter where we get to in the series, we can be leading regardless. And at any point, we're probably going to get reverse swept. We're probably going to lose this. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a real problem for them. So I'm kind of hoping it doesn't happen again. But I don't know, man. These two teams are going to be finally balanced. And it might come down to one of those yet again.
Well, we got our teams getting ready. Let's lock in and let's get ready with them, guys. Let's look towards our first one. For this best of 5, it's going to be Western Bravo coming out of the upper bracket into the lower finals. Heartbreaks, Hail, Kuzo, and Smoke. Like I said, we saw these guys on day number 1 when we were kind of watching over in the group stages. They hit that reverse sweep. They locked in, my man. And for this one, yeah, it's been one of those cases that we talk about a lot in Call of Duty that, you know, you start day number 2, you have a little bit, or day number 4, you have a little bit of a break going into this matchup. You just see a team come off of a win, and now you have to play them. Does that give you a little bit of a hint of worry towards this team?
I don't know. I think that you're looking across at the opposing team and thinking, we've had your number twice when you should have had ours. So even if we get off to a slow start, we probably believe we can be growing our way into this series. Also, I look at a lot of the experience. Heartbreaks, he's, of course, new here. He's a freshman, but Hale, God, we could talk for hours about the amount of experience he has. Kuzo and Smoke, we've seen them around plenty over the years here. So I think these guys will feel pretty comfortable. I think the X Factor Smoke, Hale's leading the tournament when it comes to KD right now, so he's obviously doing what Hale does best. Heartbreaks, impressive performances. Kuzo, underneath where we probably would want him to be, but he's doing a lot of the objective work and setting up the other guys going to go do their thing. Smoke's been kind of consistently solid, but his numbers against this team in particular have been stellar. So I think he's the guy to turn the tide of this fight.
Yeah, I know. He's been absolutely fantastic alongside this team. I've been personally impressed with Hale, and on the other side of Hale, his counterpart to watch out for is Revengeful for this Mountain team. And we talked about it yesterday when we were looking at Mountain, is that when Revengeful plays good, Mountain does well. So is that the X factor for this squad? Kamira thinks otherwise. He just thinks, you know, as long as this team plays together, nobody can touch them. And to be honest, I don't doubt that. I think that is a great way to kind of put this. I think for Kamira, he kind of hits it on the head. As long as this team isn't all scattered doing 4 separate things, they look like a god squad.
I agree. They've got to just be on a point. When you line these 4 players up individually, it's hard to put many above them. Maybe Hale would replace someone on this lineup, but again, there's not many. Even from that Central Alpha roster, it'd be difficult to kind of justify taking any of these boys out. It's just about playing together as a team, having their setups on point, having those executable strategies, and also not losing their mental. It's the Achilles heel of this roster. You can't afford to go 2 up and then lose that third game and suddenly have it spiral out of control. If you do lose that third, remind yourself, you won the first hard point, you can do it in this 4th map as well. So these guys, plenty of talent. It's up to them now. It's all in their hands about how they want this chapter to look going into Worlds. Are you going to be talked about as a team that has all the right tools but aren't really executing? Or are you going to be talked about as the team that grew into the tournament, getting better every step of the way?
You just look at Kimura's profile picture when it was up there. Unbothered. No worry in the world. He knows going into this game too that, they lost it twice, but oh well, that's the past. It's a new day for this Mountain team, and they've proved it so far, especially in that matchup versus Western Alpha. They looked absolutely fantastic. Let's see where they're going for this best of 5, though. That can really set the stage on what to expect for this team. Andy, I'd say when looking through this best of 5, the big thing that we're going to be looking at will be these map 3 overloads. We've already seen beforehand that, Mountain are fantastic in the opening 2. It just comes down to that overload, really, for me. If they can start securing these map 3s, I think I would look at Mountain in a different light.
Agreed. Because there was even waivers through that previous series, right? So we did ask, has that answered the questions? Are you going to get away with the mistakes that you made against better teams? I don't think so. So you can't afford to make them. And, well, this series will tell us a hell of a lot of what we want to know. In terms of the map set itself, pretty glorious, actually. 2 gridlocks to kick us off. Obviously, one of the newer maps, of course, putting that in quotations. It's one of the Black Ops 4 favorites from back in the day. Den Overload, and then Scar Hardpoint, but then a Raid S&D. Again, newer. We've played it for 15 years, but it's a little bit different here.
Yeah.
So we get ourselves a very mixed set. Gridlock Hardpoint. We've already seen several times teams getting a little bit undone, especially setting themselves up for that P2 in terms of controlling the spawn and such. Early on, if Mountain are going to win this series, they have to make sure that they are locking that in, not getting complacent at all. Western Bravo will know exactly what they're doing on this map, relatively new or not, in order to lock things down and really contest this to the bitter end.
Well, when these two teams met up in both of their series, it was the opening 2 maps going the way of Mountain. Will this be a different thing for Western Bravo? You certainly think so. When we pull up our predictions, we can kind of break down our expectations for this one. Andy, you got Western Bravo taking this one in a 3-1 fashion. Kind of walk me through your thought process here.
I think I'm not convinced that Mountain have answered my questions about them. We didn't get to see those reverse sweeps, so I then think that would have opened up more of a can of worms, for what I'm thinking. Mountain clearly have all the right tools. They could win this series. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but I don't know. The mental regain side of things is not their strong suit, and I think Western Bravo can walk into this one hungry after losing 3-2 in the previous series and ready to remind Mountain that they've got their number.
It's going to be difficult. I didn't see what this Western Bravo did in their winners final. I don't know what the Central Alpha team looks like, but it did go to Game 5, so you know that Western Alpha at least are used to going the distance in a lot of these matches. Oh, yeah. I think that this Mounted team is out for a little bit of revenge. I think that it looks, or this game means a little bit more to them than the rest of. You don't want to lose 3 times in a row to the same exact team in one tournament. So you're going into this one looking to get it done in 4, avoid that map 5, not have to worry about going into another search and destroy against this team. And it really boils down to the respawns for me. So can they get it done is the question. We got Gridlock Hardpoint coming in for these two teams, and we have seen on the weekend at least Mountain play this map mode combo, and it was against that Western Alpha squad. It was a 100-point club. They were on point for it. You know that their ARs can fire away. You know that their subs can get busy. So let's see if they can do it here in map 1.
Breakoff will be incredibly direct for Western Bravo. Mountain very wide instead. The 2 players will touch first. You are Heartbreaks and Hale. It's a glance over, and Hale will draw first blood. Revenge will try to answer and does shut down the superstar, but that just opens up a couple of kills. RC's managed to pull off that long flank. Wasn't found by anybody. Will have instant impact.
Oh, Mountain posted up inside, trying to get a little bit of this initial for P1. Already, though, fighting back is going to be Hale for 3. He's got the flip on the spawns, and look at how that impacts the setup for Mountain. You do get a solo spawn up for Artie over towards the mail room. He's already been spotted by smoke and taken down.
Yeah, Hale, well-timed play there. Knew that he'd get paid out for the route. Made it happen. Axis Finds 2 at least to weaken this rotation out, but, well, remove Hale from a heady when he's got an NPC in his hands. Yeah, I bet. See you later, boys. 6 streak for him already. Gonna get himself into the hill now. Honestly, if I was any one of his teammates, I'd say swap with me. Because he's already feeling himself. And sure enough, he gets bumped, puts himself back in the shop.
It's just going to be exactly where you want your NPCs to be. That is a submachine gun, might I add. One that people say feels more like a sub than other guns that we've had in the meta. And he is making it look like a goddamn assault rifle. He's on the flank yet again. Revengeful is going to get cleaned up. Hale is on a mission right now, and it is world dominance on Gridlock. 63-12. You haven't even sniffed the hard point yet if you're Mountain.
This is tough, and Hale's just running rings around you. I spoke about Smoke. His performance across the entire tournament, KD of a 1.09 coming into the series. But in this matchup, he's incredibly comfortable, confident. Look on the opposite side of things, Kimura's currently 1-8. Very rare we see those kind of numbers out of him. Hale's double digits for the spree could probably have racked up 4 sets of streaks at this point.
What is that top one? I don't even know. I've never seen it.
I think one's the Gravemaker, but I'm not 100% sure on the top one. I'll be honest with you. You know what it's like. You get to a certain point in the year and you just play ranked. You don't really bother with the streaks anymore, so I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, Hellstorm's already going to be invested here, as it's going to be a setup from Western Bravo on that hill time. I thought it is. Yeah, everybody's just going to be forced inside, and you're just dropping the hammer right on top of yourself. Finally, they're going to take a swing at this one, and Heartbreaks the new kid on the block. He does it all for the squad. Kimura tries his best, but he takes already down in the meantime, and he's going to be traded out. And you haven't even gotten a single second since P1. It has been nothing but Western Bravo in these hills.
It hasn't. I was fully expecting Western Bravo to come out and do well in this series. I would have been a delusional man to have predicted this one, though. Get pushed out the back. Hale will hold the deep line here. Axis is going to try and contest it. Big fight. Should flip out the spawns. But his job right now is to just stay alive. Be a nuisance. And he does even better than that. Finds Kuzo, which is going to allow his teammates to flood the hill. Clear it out. Opportunity then for Mountain to finally put a foot inside of this matchup.
I mean, this is something to work with. You just need the kills. Artie already alone inside this hill. He's 5-8. He hasn't even been able to put some kills on the board, it seems. Axis opens up. Chase down Artie. Back up the staircase into the contest. Can he win out another one? He will. Heartbreaker is going to be taken away, and Kuzo goes down. So break back in for Mountain. Starting to get some momentum here in P4. Some much-needed hardpoint time. Still 10 seconds that you're looking to grab, but you're just going to give this one up to your teammate off spawn and start heading over towards the new hill.
Western Bravo just needs to slow it down a little bit. I'm looking at Hale hitting that old hill solo. I'm investing in a different play entirely, to be completely honest with you. You will get control over P1 for now. It's just trying to assess where these spawns are coming in from. RT was paid out for a wrap last time round. It's going to be Kimura on the whole rotation through the old hill here. And as Axis gets that nade off, if you can time this right, break this hill wide open. Sure enough, you get there, you do all the damage, but you missed Hale, who's on a heady. Dealt with, though. You break in, you start to draw away some of these points.
So you're like breathing right now. It's like slow, steady breaths. You're not hyperventilating. You're trying to avoid that panic. Like you said, this mental game is important for Mountain, and they need to stay focused. Team kill out of revenge, and that's 2 down from Mountain. Hale gonna hop on in off the back of a Hellstorm invested, backs everybody up into the showers. Now all 4 try to break their way through this setup. The last 10 seconds at old. The contest on that time. Fights all over the place, but the big one's happening over towards New. It's 3 players set up on the left side of the map.
Interestingly, Hale moved over to an AR for the last 2 hills there, and it slowed him right down. I think he was at like 14-3 at one point, currently 16-10. Let's see him pull that SMG back out and do what he does best. Either way, he's actually going to anchor himself inside the hill. Axis should be thwarted a little bit by Kuzo. Yes, you get the kill in the end, but it burns through a hell of a lot of time. It's going to let Smoke push out in the attempt to trade you. He actually thinks Axis is further pushed over than he is. Kuzo is going to get another bite of the cherry here. Fails at it yet again. Revengeful's called in the streak from above. And despite all of those victories, you don't get any of the hill control.
No, and you don't even flip out those spawns, so Western Bravo just spawn right back up with their team and get back into this P2. Still 14 seconds looking to cross that 200-point marker. All 4 players worried about this rotation into showers. You will win your initial couple of gunfights. Kuzo on a world tour right now. Hacks away for the regen. Access, this is going to be an important fight for the initial time here.
More trying to clear out mid. It's a horrid map for him so far. 6 and 20. If Mountain are going to stand a chance of, well, climbing Mountain that exists in front of you, you got to find more from him. Already, this is where he likes to get active, dancing around the showers. Kimura will soften up that first target, gets traded out by Hale. RT yet again. It's 2 for him. Revengeful will help out with the 3rd. Eventually, you drop. Revengeful's just doing his damnedest, trying to eke over that 100-point marker. Gap is smaller than it was previously, but still a hell of a long way to go.
Yeah, you're still down by 110 points. So you're trying to figure out how to cut that lead going into some of these hills. You're doing a good job here at P3, but any time that Western Bravo gets is time closer to losing this map and going down in the series quicker than you would have expected to. So you break back in. You're trying to rush out of a P4. You get the close spawns out of Western Bravo. You're trying to break this one right away. Already with a couple of kills.
Back off. Axis and Party and Revengeful will all find numbers on the board. And you hold something for the first time really in this matchup. Well, these waves, it's all frontal hits for Western Bravo. They've been given no choice but to send it down the main street. And while Smoke will walk away with 1 kill, the kill feed itself isn't really going to suit you. Smoke's done very well to get kind of up and over. And yeah, it does a wonderful job actually, because he's actually going to force the spawns to flip out. Mountain over-invested. And so the numbers arrive to clear out.
If only you played the start of this map the way that you're playing the end of it, this would be a lot closer than what we're looking at. It has been a good battle from Mountain since the second set of rotations has been seen. Kimura at 9 and 23. Part of the issue here when it comes down to the slaying that you're missing. 15 seconds now is all you need to put this one away. Mountain sticking at 120. Need a quick break here off of Revenge.
Certainly do. Shall not get much of that. Everyone dies. RT on the wrap. Going to be red though. Doubt you get much from it. He's got to touch. He's got to contest. Won't get close. 278, 249 even, 250. Map 1 is done in stunning style. And I tell you what, we did not see this getting anywhere like that. Mountain apparently won the last set of games in those 2 series. So where that's gone, how you are coming off of a victory, the other team's coming off a loss, and this is the momentum change, beggars belief.
Yeah, beggars belief for sure. I mean, that is quite the swing there. And one of the big things that was missing that Mountain was saying, Kimura was saying alone, is that if we want to play at our best, we need to play together. That was not there on the gridlock at all. I mean, you started to see it come together in, you know, some of those setups. I mean, the pre-3s weren't terrible, and some of your P4s even were, you know, a little bit of a battle back for your team. But I mean, for the majority, Andy, when you're going through P1, 2, and 3 of the first set of rotations without even getting a second on that hill, like, this is just devastating to watch for a team like Mountain. And then you go into the second set of rotations, and then P1, P2, you don't even sniff the hill either. You use a streak, you get nothing out of that streak. It is just things that you don't expect from a team of this caliber.
No, definitely not. Reminder that the 4 players on this roster individually could outfrag probably anyone in this tournament, apart from like maybe 1 or 2 names that you throw up there to contest with them. Obviously, Hale's going to be one of those. But here, I'm looking at players. I mean, Kimura starts off 1 and 10. Like, someone talks to me about that. He was so calm and confident in the interview, and of course, he's going to be. He's a talented player who's very confident in himself. But this was just not like them at all. It feels like they were just headbutting over and over again. There was a lack of setup or approach play that would really kind of destabilize Western Bravo in their holds, where Western Bravo needs to just play their life, slow things down. We got that. Can't say the same for Mountain. And now the scary thing is, we've talked about the mental swing that Mountain often suffer from when things don't go their way. It's fair to say that very much so didn't go your way. If you managed to lose in the previous series despite being 2 up, what do you look like when you go 1 immediately down?
Well, you spent a lot of time talking about Mountain. I do gotta say, for Western Alpha, I mean, we saw it even in like the player interviews for the content that we've had across some of these Call of Duty players. Kuzo says it. He's like, my boy is smoked. I don't know what it would be like playing without this guy. And the 2 of them were absolutely lights out through that map number 2. Hale You called him out. He was using the MPC in that first rotation. It felt like he was a walking three-piece. And, you know, at times you didn't even need to see the entire team playing together because everybody was having their moment individually on the side of Western Bravo. You're right to say, you know, for this team, you know, going into map number 2, what does Mountains now look at battling back into a series? Because the question was, can you, finish a map 3? Can you finish a series 3-0? And now you haven't won that map 1. So what does that mean for Mountain going into this gridlock?
I don't know. I'm kind of struggling to pick that up because we wanted Mountain to answer a lot of questions in the previous series against a considerably weaker team, and well, that S&D got dragged out to a 6-4 in the end. So I really don't know. He tends to like the showers. You are going to see that big 4-man hit over towards A, but not 2 bodies to meet you.
Trophies here to block these stuns. So here comes the full force of a Mountain at you. Heartbreaks, takes one down, but it'll be numbers for Mountain on this A attempt. They're going for a little bit more. They're going to fire over towards the spawners, too. They leave no questions unanswered. And they leave no chance for Western Bravo to work a retake at that site. No need to drop that bomb when all search and destroy real boils down to is if we kill them first. That is the round over.
It's the trademark move even out of Mountain. Great job from them. It's a case of that aggression. They will come on through and just overrun Western Bravo, who probably spread their line a little bit thin, thinking they might throw in a different play, out of the book very early. They in fact did not. So now Western Bravo's opportunity to hit this one body through mid, 3 at A. We will basically drop even in this initial engagement.
Aids out. Stuns as well. Marty playing his life. Good damage, but no kills. Kuzo and Heartbreak going to be the first to call this game. It's all down to Kimura. He won't last long in these woods. Mountain quickly gonna fall in this one. They start off the first one, and then you go into the second. You meet each other again, and in a 4-on-4 this time around, it is all Western Bravo. Heartbreaks calling the last one, and if not that, Hale was there to clean it up. I mean, these are some pretty sound rounds coming out from the attacking side.
They are. The answer is going to be a case of who figures out how to shut down that shower push. We basically got to watch that simpler thing on Plaza. You figure out an early investment in trophies, or maybe some well-placed grenades for the on-rushing attackers. I don't really have that answer for you. The players inside the server, they're the ones that have to put the pieces to the puzzle together. Western Bravo again sent one body over towards B. I don't think that nade went where Kimura wanted.
Opening first blood for Heartbreaks. Axis for 2 to keep this one even. Hale, though, breaks it open with just rushing it into the site. I'm not sure what you were expecting there if you're Axis, but you kind of leave your teammate high and dry to make these plays, and Hale's gonna take that all day and run with it. So focused on the flank, you forget about the other side, and Kimura doesn't get that early shot to Hale to bring the information in. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, Hale does really well there. I think he's recognized immediately. Look, meeting outright aggression without outright aggression, for Hale anyway, is probably a bad idea. You don't want to risk going down first and leaving the rest of the job to your boys. So he kind of disconnects from it for a half second, wraps differently, and gives himself an alternate angle to approach this from. New play coming through. Mountain will meet nothing over at the A site. Western Bravo, they're going to try and put this bomb down quickly. You'll hear nades going off in the distance, and if Hale can get through to this backside, it'll be a very difficult retake for the boys in red.
This is actually not good for Mountain at all. You're going for these hard reads. The big issue for this retake is going to be Kuzo back here, so you're hoping that Artie can get an angle, and he does choose properly. Kuzo, shot in the back, really funneling everything now into a tough setup. Artie going to be traded. Hale making sure that there is an exit strategy for this post plant. It's all down to 21 seconds. Kimura's going to hop this defuse. Smoke on Axis. The smoke is down. Shot to the smoke will be there. And almost a defuse for Western Bravo. They find the targets through the smoke, through the blurriness, and they get it done.
Perfectly dropped nade. And I tell you what, I don't think you could have done it much better. Despite Revengeful's efforts to put his body on the line, it basically cannons off his chin, Lands in front of his teammate who's defusing the bomb, goes off and sends them both to hell. Great work there. Hell, 5 in a row now. I was surprised by the post plant. I thought for sure you're going to wrap up around the house there and just set up back L. Nah, they decided to invest in the long game. Mountain heading back over to Showers. A must win, or you're watching this map get away from you.
Always drop those trophies. Dance in here. Heartbreaks. First contact damage. You know he's here. Good nade from Hale, and Smoke gonna just blow it all up. Wow. There is nothing you can do right now if you're Mountain. West Bravo, they just know how to break you down quickly. We get a look at Hale. 7-1. Through this search and destroy. Confidence is oozing out of this team, and for Mountain, it is dreadful on their side. What is happening?
I talked about it. Best way to shut down that aggression over towards Shouts might be a very well-placed grenade. Hale says, bet, watch me cook it, and plants it to get the first blood. That then opens things up, gives you the numbers advantage if you're willing to trade out around each other. And Smoke says, I don't even need that. Finds 2. Hale plays cleanup. Easy as you like. Felt like a must-round win for Mountain. Now a long way back. And again, you're not going to read this B hit coming through. It's a little slow on Western Bravo's behalf. And RT may be in a spot to contest this, but nade going over, going to be delayed. Heartbreaks will get the plan.
You will. Already spots him going to the rooftops. First blood. Again, it's already striking first for the team. How do you break down this post plant, though, when the M15s are so ready? You need to see some trophies go down, and this time they're there. Do we hop the defuse, or is it going to be the kills that you look for? Shots through the smoke. Well, this time, you don't have a nade that's going to break on through. Body blocks. Not going to be good enough. And Kuzo finally breaks it through. God. Another one. Revengeful. Pops it. But he gets right back off of it. 10 seconds left. And oh my goodness, there is nothing you can do. He stretches the defuse all the way across. Kuzo will not let you finish it. 5-1. Mountain are reeling across this map.
Tough one, that Mountain. Get the first blood, but again, just don't do enough dealing with those long-range engagements. No one's gone on a wrap or a flank to try and push that out. Expecting potentially a different setup to the round previous. No, it was a rinse and repeat, gentlemen, because it worked so damn well. But also, Revengeful's unlucky. He goes for the stretch defuse. It doesn't get it the first time. That forces him into a spot where the clock's all against him. Means in the end, he falls 5-1. How Mountain are suffering.
Suffering indeed. And say it ain't so. Another dormant attack over towards A. Smoke answers with that first blood. It's going to be Axis, though, to reply. 2 go down, and you re-wrap through your spawn. Catch Hale underneath the rubble. It should be a simple one for Mountain, all things considered. Uzo, he's just going to tuck away in a corner and hope he can get a read. Unfortunately for himself, we know he has made the wrong call.
Yeah. NPC in a dream on this one. You're going to be meeting Axis' first point of contact. Jimmy shakes, and, well, Axis doesn't even lose the gunfight. Snaps beautifully in the redirect. Lovely slide out from Kuzo, but not enough. Gonna get another look at it here. We've all been caught in this moment where we're pushing. Thankfully, yeah, Axis just gets around, and I'm pretty sure 2 of those 3 bullets are straight to the dome, so great work. Close it out. Still feels like a very long way back, and Western Bravo being incredibly creative on these offenses. The problem is now for Mountain, if there is a 4v4 rush over at A intended for Western Bravo, you can't send all 4 bodies because you've given up that B site twice and lost twice, so you got to commit a bit of flesh over there.
And you see that this time. It's Revengeful sitting up top. He's got the M15 in hand. Mira mid-map. Spots out Hale. Tough shots around the car. Still finishes the job. There's first blood from Mountain without giving up the plant this time. So hopefully with this numbers advantage, you can work a 3rd round.
That being said, you've completely given up the A site. So look to see this bomb move forward. He's going to check a lot of corners. Smoke gets the job done. Instantly traded. Great job by Kimura.
You spot the players in the showers too. Early shots there onto Kuzo. Axis cleans it up 2-on-1. And you won't shut it down this time. Mountain, take a 3rd round. Bring this to a 2-round gap. And they say The worst lead in Search and Destroy is a 5-3 lead.
That is true. I just don't know how many more times you're going to get Hale overstraying through mid, get caught, and lose a gunfight. And that's exactly what the success of that round was built on from Mountain. Kimura doing a very good job, through the middle of the map. But one by one, the rounds add together, puts you within 2. New strategy needs to come through, it feels, and you will get pressure towards B. The only player who might be close to this is Kuzo for Western Bravo. And he's, about to get the heads up. Fellas, they're actually over here. Those blue arrows will turn. And he does the right thing to back off and buy time.
Right now, I think this is a good call to just rewrap this bomb through the middle of the map. They're going to leave Heartbreaks at A. So now playing in essentially a 2-on-1 would be 2 players here to defend. Artie trying to keep some attention, and a first blood from Artie traded by Hale will shake things up a bit now for the defense. It's Heartbreaks who needs to go big in this moment.
Doesn't see one crossing out, though. More will kill him. Revengeful finds smoke mid-map on Hale. Look, if anyone's going to do it, a 1v3, it's certainly this guy, but it's not the position you want to be in. NPC or not, it's going to be a lot of dancing. You got to avoid getting hit by the first to avoid being traded by the second.
Well, he's going to give himself a good chance at going all the way around. Kimura's going to be caught there. Hale looking for a second one. Nope. No shot. 5-4. Mountain. Suddenly we got to start asking some questions here, because is it Western breaking or is it Mountain stepping up to answer the call?
I think a little bit of both. I'm surprised right now by Western Bravo and how they're throwing away some of these early lives. I think that you're handing a lot of these first bloods over, currently 5-4 in that column. But Mountain are certainly doing what we asked. A bit of resilience. We're seeing as well, not just that endless 4-man bang over towards Showers. There's presence across the map, so making a lot of that work. That being said, it looks like we're going to return to Old Faithful for this one.
Here's that bang out 4-on-4. Nades, stuns. Mountain have been good to dominate this. Already trades out that first blood, looking for 2. Heartbreaks dancing on the inside of the side. A team kill, back and forth. 1v2 for Mountain. It's Axis and Revengeful looking to take this one all the way to around 11. Kuzo on the other end. He's going to back up and rewrap the middle of the map.
Should be wise to it by now, though, if you're Mountain. You've had long enough. You've not seen Kuzo.
Checking.
Just going to play exits. And doesn't get the first. Looked like a gimme, really. SMG as well up against an AR. That range.
I thought that was a freebie.
I thought for sure you'd been handed one. Revengeful here is pushing by his lonesome. Does well to snap, of course, but it's not clean. That looked like one where Kuzo's getting in and setting up a 1v1. Won't matter. We're somehow seeing around 11, 4 rounds on the bounce from Mountain.
What do you do here?
They
tweaked
tweaked something as well in that shower hit because they lost the first blood, but did enough to stand tall. They hadn't managed that in any of the previous. So they found something out there, and we've talked about them. Very momentum-based team. Sometimes cold, but sometimes very hot. Now to close.
I think this is what I would do. A B hit. Round 11. Kuzo throwing some shoulders up top. Very far away from this one, so he has nothing to say. Middle map is Revengeful. Will he get some timings here? Bomb goes down. No post plant out. You are going to stick Axis in mailroom. But you're banking on this flank to work out for Western Bravo. And everybody else just so focused on the front line. Hale draws the first blood. Kuzo, a second one. Here comes the flank, and you need Axis to get something going. Kimura on the other end, and Axis is going to shut down both members on the flank. It's Hale in the one-on-one. Axis has the post plant. 21 seconds. And the M15. Nade going to be thrown. Hale's only got the MPC. And say it ain't so. It might not be a full sale, but it's damn well the next best thing. From 1-5 down, Mountain claw their way back, tie us up in a best of 5. What a game 2.
Can't imagine how loud it is inside the venue. Mountain rarely a team to not let their trash talk fly anyhow, but their biggest rivals dealt with after being down 5-1 to come back and win 6-5. Axis goes 12-7. Revengeful somehow only goes 5-5 despite 1,000 damage, but it was the way in which they adapted through those rounds. I talked about it in the round 10. so often in the previous 4v4 bang outs over towards showers, Mountain would lose the first blood and then would crumble instantly. Instead, this time, you lose the first blood, and you get a couple players who are willing to dance around a bit, keep themselves alive, which sets you up to walk away with a numbers advantage. Little bits like that. And as you said, it's exactly what you would do. You throw in something different for the final round. It's that B plant. Honestly, again, it kind of looked like Western Alpha had done all the right things. Sorry, Western Bravo had put themselves in all the right spots to close it out. They set up that flank. It comes through. You win a lot of the opening engagements, but Axis just popped himself in the right angle to delay that diffuse for as long as possible. Comes through.
I mean, I feel like in a round 11 format, the last thing you want is 50-50. And, you know, you go over to the showers. I feel like that's what you're doing. It's a 50-50 on who's going to hit that nade, who's going to hit that, you know, stun, first bloods, all the above. And, you know, for the most part, it's been good back and forth. But going over to B, it just gives you that small little edge. And we've saw a lot of B plays across the entirety, and we see it too in the replays. I mean, the amount that Western Bravo did early to get that bomb down at B, you know, play the post plant perfectly and use your nades and your stuns to disrupt, you know, any chance of a defuse from Mountain. It was clinical. It was well thought out, and some strategies that were truly derived from some classic Call of Duty play calls. And I like that we're seeing that from Western Bravo. They gave themselves a real shot at going up 2-0 here. Unlike our other matchups between Mountain and Western Bravo, we won't be seeing a team go up 2-0, so no need for a reverse sweep. We get a different outcome here, Andy, and I mean, this is absolutely wild. We got Den Overload coming up very, very shortly. We're going to take a break here on the desk. We'll come back when it is ready, when the players are sat down, and when we are all locked in here on CONUS. What's up, party people? We got ourselves a map 3, tied 1 apiece in this best of 5. And you know what that means, Andy? It's a swing map mode combo. We love saying these things because realistically, when we talk about momentum in games like this, it doesn't get better than a den to split the difference on Overload. It's a bright, beautiful day here, at least in sunny Ontario, Canada. I'm sure it's quite nice over there for you as well. And I'm sure it's beautiful on Keesler Air Force Base.
Right.
I know one thing is for certain. It is beautiful on Den. And I love the way Den looks.
It is. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Black Ops 7, especially the newer stuff, it's very much so based around this like Japanese theme. And yeah, it's incredibly pretty. That being said, what isn't pretty is reminding you guys that Mountain have tied this series up because they came from 5-1 down to winning 6-5. So I'm very curious about what the reaction will be from the Western lineup. I don't know, you kind of got to try chalk that one up and go, remember how good we were in map 1? Yeah, let's live on those memories a little bit, because you did slay out, you heavily dominated in the respawns, and of course that is what Overload will be again. Being said, you hand momentum over to this Mountain roster. We've built them up as being a team that are going to do pretty well. So if at the end of that S&D's anything to go by, all guns ablazing, nice and early here.
A lot of people talk about like, oh, you know, reverse sweeps are crazy. You know, that doesn't happen very often. 1-5 down never happens. Like a comeback like that in a search and destroy. I don't remember the last time I saw that. Even, you know, scarier, I actually think I know the last time I watched an 06 comeback or 05 comeback, and that was Vanguard year for the Boston Breach. It happened. And that was the last time I remember seeing a full sale in Call of Duty. It is so rare. Like, that is what, 4 years ago? And for a 1-5 comeback, that is like just as rare, maybe not as, it's like, but it's like, it's right there with it. And that's got to feel a little stinky if you're Western Bravo going into this one, because yes, you've reverse swept this team, but you had them in the palm of your hands, pretty much eating out of it on that gridlock search and destroy. You go into this Den Overload, and now you're thinking to yourself, well, yeah, Mountain have been working on their overloads. It's definitely something to worry about. We go to Den this time, where we beat them on that day 1 match to start a reverse sweep, but at the same time, that is VOD that Mountain can look over, kind of watch back and see, okay, yeah, we were doing this. Maybe instead we should start playing a little bit more together to force these spawn outs. And for Den, I mean, that is very, very capable. It is a map that you definitely need to watch out for if you are getting pressured on that spawn side. So we can see what Mountain have worked on. We can see what kind of resilience you have on Western Bravo after losing the way that they did.
Yeah, it's a weird one because, I don't know, maybe you just have to laugh it off, because you sit there and you go, all right, well, we did everything right for 5 of the first 6 rounds. We were great. So why don't we just try and, focus on those memories, focus on how good you were in map 1. You're going to break out here for the Overlord. And a lot of bodies committed to mid if you are Western Bravo. Mountain said they preferred Dojo's side here. They want to get control of that mid cut. Kozo will open up onto RT, but Kimura gets aggressive to play trades.
Yeah, look. I mean, I thought for a second that maybe I can get away with something here with, like, artificial intelligence being the way that it is. I tried to Google when was the last time in, like, the Call of Duty League there was a full sale, and yeah, it doesn't know what a full sale is, technically. So, like, no surprise to me. You know, I was taking a shot in the dark there to see if I can get, you know, some answers that I'd love to hear, but we start this Den Overload with a chance to score on Western Bravo's side. They pull it over towards the B zone of that throne room, and it's going to be tossed off the map by Mountain to reset it through mid.
Yeah, next year I'm going to ask for a rule change, say that we can't do that. While right now it's completely fine, and RT is obviously making a very heads-up play, I don't like the idea of killing yourself, gaining you any sort of advantage. So, production, if you're listening, just
it is a G8 rule.
Yeah, it's definitely should be a rule. But either way, we'll stay at 0-0. Device is going to prop up in the middle. Axis, who comes off the back of his incredible performance in the S&D, will scoop the device. Vengeful going to play a little bit of trade, but also with Kuzo. Heartbreaks now. The promising freshman, so it was described coming into this series or the tournament. Certainly has delivered on a lot of that promise, but what a moment it would be right now to pop off and really help. And stunning your teammates, probably not ideal. Kimura's attempting a flank in through the rooftops, but is he going to be met couches? Is timing going to be bad? He might get away with it, actually.
He gets his first, though, and that's going to slow things down yet again. Uzo, his chance from the opposite end. And nobody's going to look at this one. Still, Artie slips on by. And Artie's going to go, and he's going to run for it, but... Yeah, no, that's a lot easier than done, so... You're going to shut this one down and close out on it now, trying to work your way back in through the dojo. Artie goes on the outside. He's going to ring around the Rosie with heartbreaks, clears off that last player, scoop up that objective, and you need to wait for your teammates here on overload. You cannot be doing things like that.
I loved Artie's decision-making as well into those set of gunfights, by the way. He kind of posts up, recognizes the device carry might be slipping by him, but he goes, well, if I'm this other team, I don't have hail on the device, and that's what I want to get out of this picture. I'll deal with the device carry in a second, or leave it to my teammates. It works out perfectly. What won't is the gunfights, and then Revengeful sends himself off the map. Mountain, very much so, stretching the manners inside of Den. Smoke's gonna stretch every single orifice, though, of the Mountain lineup with the NPC. Glorious stuff from him. Should allow him to sprint through. First device score will come in.
And it's Western Bravo getting through when they need to most. That's going to force those spawn-ups out over towards the B zone, and a chance to rally now. You got position for Smoke. He drops. Can you get there to shut it down? Oh, heartbreaks. Talk about one of them. And Kimura just going to run that one off the map to reset it back again over towards the tin side axis here to stop this one from getting pushed yet again. You got a full flank coming up from Artie, but you've in fact just given it up anyways, so...
It wasn't even a good decision.
Chance number 2, it's just going to be in.
I'm kind of glad you get punished for it, because again, I don't really like it, but I don't know why Kimura bothered. He had teammates to kind of lead block him there, would be able to punch out, or you wrap back through your own spawn and play out a different way. Instead, he just goes and hands it over to Western Bravo, who... Slaying-wise are even right now. These two teams are neck and neck in that department. It's just much more effective. And you get a lot of these 3 and 4 pieces come through for Western Bravo, where they're just wiping the entire team, strolling on forward. 2 up right now. Gonna flood, or at least look at flooding small room. But Artie's there. And, well, Hale will get to. He's traded. Right now, the one thing for Mountain is just that you've not threatened at all on that front foot. You're essentially just drawing up a defensive line, and that can't withstand this pressure forever.
Yeah, it's just continuing to weigh down on your shoulders right now, and you got nowhere to go with it. So, hoping that you can maybe sneak away one capture before flipping sides, but honestly, it really doesn't surprise me that these issues are showing. This is exactly what we have had for this Mountain team over and over again. Every single time we see them go to Overload as a game mode, it's just really lacking that general understanding of how to play it.
Well, you've cast challengers this year, and you can think of a team that are great at pretty much everything except for Overload. It's this weird thing that happens when you have a really slay-heavy team. You think about Overload, and you do think, okay, well, a lot of kills is going to get you the device, which is going to allow you to score more, but... it just doesn't work out that way, weirdly. It's kind of... it's so much more about the efficiency of those kills. Where you're getting them on the map, how much space it buys you, the timings it gets you. But, again, at Mountain, they're getting as many kills as Western Bravo. Western Bravo, though, are just getting theirs in chains. So it's essentially buying them so much freedom, then, to move that device around and set up what they want. For Mountain, it feels like it's all a trade fest, bits and pieces. And if you do ever manage to get a couple of kills on the board successively, it's largely just looking after your own spawn. And, well, that ain't going to turn into goals. 4-0 down. Gotta figure out the comeback.
Well, I mean, it just went from bad to worse, and it never truly stopped. Run down the middle. As you're going to have a chance to capture over towards the B zone. You lose a couple of these lead blockers, and Kimura's not even able to get a kill there, so Heartbreaks is going to shut that push down and immediately scoop that objective up to move it over towards the A side, the southern side of this map, to try to start working your way in through the towers, middle of the map for Kuzo. He's got himself a Hellstorm too, and it looks like everything is going to slow down. Well, Smoke is going to drop the hammer out from on top of this one. Should be able to stop this, at least you thought for a second. 1 versus 2 for Hale. He backs up with the device, and he's waiting for his teammate to get somewhere close to help him out.
bit of work to do here. Does get the first and transfers beautifully onto the second. Should now play lead blocker. The problem is you got an AR. Won't matter. Axis is going to actually slaughter RT, so... Nope. Device reset, actually, towards the center. Revengeful with the knife out. As he's had enough of dancing around the map. Gonna get on after this. Hale reads the flag. Shuts it down. Fifth score comes through. I feel like I look at the scoreboard, top left, right. Every time Mountain get Kimura into a lovely place, unfortunately his teammates aren't able to activate off the back of it. He himself individually having a great map. Hale's making plays like that. He's going to cover over his lead blocker. He's going to punch little gaps for him to move through. And it just means you are shifting that device in all the right places.
I mean, another capture is certainly putting this one out of arm's reach. You got Axis with the device. Is he going to try to make a solo play again? This time he's waiting for Kimura. And it seems like they're just going to wait for everybody here. So middle of the map is where you're starting to put some pressure in. Nade from Revengeful off the grave is going to take somebody with him. You're pushing in for the capture, but Smoke lines up both Kimura and Axis. And they are racing their way back on down. And not only that, look at what is coming through the middle of the map. It is a late flank from Hale. He should be able to cut off a couple of these members, but he's actually going to drop before any of that happens. The other side, you need yourself to get a capture soon. There's only 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Ring off 5 in a row.
Yeah, I don't see it either, but we will at least get to watch 8 gentlemen just slug it out on this map, and that's always a fun thing to do. Although Axis a little bit turned around. Picked off. Kuzo rains Hellfire in. I will say for Kuzo as well, this has been a great map. So often we talk about him about being behind the pace when it comes to the slaying and the fragging. Often seen as the objective carrier. He's actually stepped up into a very different role here. Only 26 and 18. Rocking that NPC. Having a hell of a time with it. And again, it's against a very strong side. So perhaps a bit of a standout moment for him really in this tournament.
Oh, I agree with you. I think that he's been absolutely fantastic for the team. And I think that everybody at one point for Western Bravo has been able to kind of step up to that call. We saw it in the map number 1. We didn't really see it in map number 2 towards the end of it. But at one point and another, I feel like we've said some pretty great things about each of these 4. And now you're trying to go in for cap number 7. You can truly put this one out of contention. Fortunately for Western Bravo's side, they still got a little bit more work to do here, but the minute left on the field, I think there's a couple players we could talk about on the other side that really need to step things up. For Kimura, it was map number 2 that looked a little bit worse for Ware for himself. He was able to come back from this one, but when it comes down to the respawns, I mean, I've just been looking at Artie getting kind of tossed around and bullied this entire series.
He is often a swing player. It feels like we see him either take over or unfortunately disappear a little bit. And even in individual moments, gets a lovely little 2-piece there. Tries to drive the device forward. Yeah, the current meta, your NPCs must be on point. Your SMGs must be controlling, dictating the pace of play. He's just struggled in this one. Speaking of which, Axis, who was largely a part of that insane comeback on map 2, he's not had a great time either. Might get a consolation score here, but that'll be silver lining on a very dark cloud. Not for Western Bravo, though. They will march on victorious. No reverse sweeps happening here. We already knew that, but Western Bravo perhaps writing out the same old story. Looking ever close to taking this one home and booking their ticket to Grands.
2-1 up. Feeling pretty good about this one. And Andy, I mean, I think just in general, the respawns have been a real pain point for Mountain, which is quite surprising because I thought respawn has been their better game mode. And, I mean, you're going into this now hard point being just continuously outslain by the other side. Hale here has a monstrous performance, 4,200 plus damage, 35 eliminations, 35 kills in that game 3. You're going into the Scar hardpoint, and I'm a little bit worried about this team because the last time that they met up back on day 1 for this map mode combo, it was only a 30-point game. It was a very close map number 1, and Mountain were outslaying in that map number 4. So this is a completely different story we're singing.
Definitely is. I mean, I obviously predicted 3-1, but I don't know if I saw it happening in this kind of manner. I think I expected some incredibly close maps, and I just didn't have the cojones on me to say that Mountain would take away none of them. The way in which we see Mountain fall in map 1, but then bounce back in map 2, we talk so often about their swing factor and how they ride with waves of momentum for good or for bad. A little bit live by the sword and die by the sword. I don't know, they then just don't come out shooting nukes in map 3 here. So a weird one. I think for Hale, he's doing same old. He's doing his thing. Again, I think that's a great map for Kuzo. It kind of reminds everyone that he is able to contest at this level when it comes to slaying side of things. I think coming into this series, he's rocking like a 0.7 KD. So considering how he's looked here, I'd say he's found his confidence and his footing. Speaking of which, Axis clearly didn't at the end of those highlights. Sent himself off the edge of the map.
Yeah, he slips off the edge, and that kind of feels what it's been like to watch Mountain in a couple of these respawning games. I mean, that map number 1, back on that gridlock, they just completely slipped off the edge of their seats in terms of the rotations, in terms of the slaying, in terms of all expectations we've had for this team. You go into this map number 4, and you need to start seeing that change. I'm looking for that teamwork, that camaraderie that they've just been kind of preaching the gospel about every time that we pull them into an interview. We ask, how do you guys get better? You know, what do you need to work on? And, you know, Kimura, he said it, Revengeful said it. It's just, we just got to work a little bit more together. And, you know, I thought that they were going to practice what they preach here in this matchup versus Western Bravo again, but we're not seeing that. And it needs to change for this team because, Andy, you might be right in your predictions in saying that this might be a mental barrier now for them.
Agreed. And there's kind of two sides of the coin to talk about there. I think with Worlds on the horizon for both of these teams, the problem for Mountain is that you're going to be looking at this Western Bravo team being like, how the hell do we beat them? There seems to be no way through. That being said, Mountain will get time to develop themselves as a squad and hopefully can just rat out a lot of these issues that they tend to deal with. Starting off this one, both teams are going to leave the hill neutral. Revengeful's just doing loops of the map essentially here, and actually somehow doesn't decide to shoot at Kuzo. Will now get in. Find the first. This spawn doesn't come through though, so all the work that Revengeful just did pretty much for nothing because the teammates can't activate off the back of it. They were still coming back off spawn. Kind of reset, go again. 15 seconds left. The 2 rotations will be coming in pretty soon.
You're getting a little bit of time here if you're Mountain, and I like that you're getting some players already working over towards New, but look at the positioning of Smoke here. A couple players will spot him out. He's going to wrap back around. Cardi body shots from Smoke. He lets them know that they're looking to get in their head a little bit more. Uzo shut down on the flank. You got to worry about the fight in front of you, though. Players starting to flood in through the satellite. You're looking to see if your ARs can get into this position to lock down this hill with you. And Artie helps him out with that MPC. It's a 3-for-2 trade. Smoke is going to do enough to keep this one open for the moment and allow for heartbreaks off the respawn with Hale's assistance to scoop up some time here for Western Bravo.
It's neutral as well for a couple of seconds. Both teams a little tentative into this one. Much more focused on the gunfights. RT talks about the struggles we saw from him in map 3. And he's going to take 3 lives on the way to claiming this hill. Make it all 4. That is what Mountain are going to want to see in order to ensure they contest this series. Again, you need your NPCs shooting at the minute. They are so good when they're on point. Heartbreaks will read Revengeful coming in through the back. Hold on to Green. Has more company in RT, who does the damage and gets the spawns. Oh, wait. No, he doesn't. They're all over the place.
Everything's all over the place. I mean, I don't even know what's up right now or what is down. Axe is going to re-clear through mid. Steady lead for Mountain. You got time to work this break. You don't need to rush anything at all. And I like this from Mountain so far. They're going to dedicate a couple of bodies over towards flipping these spawns, which they get it done. You just need your players inside of the hard point to start to work forward, and they do just that. Full 4 down. You flip the map. You hold this lead going into P4. Now you need to make sure that you can shut Western Bravo down on this rotation.
POV always so good to watch. Get two. Hale's done incredibly well through this backside. Finds Axis. Unfortunately, COD timing all against him and gets swarmed. Not a chance that Mountain were going to let him live in that back line. Clears him. Unfortunately for them, they've not managed to stabilize into any sort of defensive setup and will have company. Being said, they now will get a hold of that hill. Bodies arriving on the front. Revengeful does very well to at least walk away with one there and hand his boys the advantage in the rest of the fight.
Smoke going to be sliding on through. See if he can flip out these spawns to the back. He's going to put some pressure while Heartbreaks works above them. Over the top and in. 3 go down. Axis boxed out from P2. And Hale is going to make some quick work in jumping onto that satellite to see if he can have to put some pressures onto these remaining players. Smoke inside the hill. 11 HP. Won't be able to stay alive. Kamura on the read for the players off spawn. Snaps over to him and Axis closes out. 14 seconds of scrap time. You might not get all of it, but you're happy to take it away from Western Bravo with the rest of your team sets up.
Oh, Kimura does well. He's a little nervous. He's going to get run over there. Hand over mid-map to Western Bravo. Give them the numbers for the next. You've strayed too far, though. If your Mountain spawns have flipped out, you won't know this because none of you have died. And now the alarm bell starts to ring. So Kimura's got to get himself up into top green here. Contest Smoke, but Hale's still deep in that back line. He's going to come up and contest this in a moment. For now, you're happy if this hill sits neutral for your Western Bravo. This should never have been yours to begin with.
Over into green. Hale trying to sneak one by. I mean, you are feeling good right now for Mountain. I mean, this is a lot more put together, a lot more composed than you had on any of the maps that we've seen so far. Team nade onto Heartbreaks. Hale gonna try to get in. Already soaking up this hill time with the last 10 seconds going into the second set of rotations. I mean, you're holding on to quite a good lead here. This is a lot better from Mountain than we even saw the last time they met up on Scar. It was about a 6-point difference after the first rotation. So leading by just under 50. This is very different.
That it is. More will take his time. Revengeful comes out on top in another one of these market jewels. Does feel like mid-map has belonged to Mountain in pretty much all of these engagements. Oh my lord, lovely snap onto Hale there. The thing is, with all of that mid-map controls, Revengeful gets himself back into market. Rotations are being seen to be considerably easier. Spawn control is better. I would argue far from perfect. Right now, it's giving you a sizable lead, and Revengeful hasn't stopped yet, and my god, finally cut down.
Already swinging things by. A break back in for Mountain. And you got 3 players in, so you're holding onto this map. And look at this rotation already. Mountain are so forward thinking on a Scar hard points. They're just setting up towards top red. Unfortunately, Artie gets caught there. Hale is making some plays with Smoke, and that is a great moment for Western Bravo, finally showing some life here in map 4.
Trophy rings out, exhausted, holding on for dear life. Hale, dear god. 5th comes through. You make the 6th as well. I'd argue you don't need to do that, but he knows better than me. Axis tries to dance. Heartbreaks finds him. It's a trade. It's all over the place. Smoke just needs to stand up for a moment. Gets the support in from Kuzo. 30 seconds left. A big 30 seconds for Western Bravo. Feels like you got to take this away. Close that gap to Mountain. Otherwise, you watch them sail off into the distance.
Shots here from Kamura. Watching the cross. He's just going to drive right in. Smoke takes down Heartbreaks. Nobody inside the hill right now. Race over towards New, and it's already in the setup. He's going to be trying to pull some of the attention away from him. Kuzo on the other side looking to do the exact same. And Kuzo will be able to work off of this one. Already falls, so Western Bravo, I mean, it's slow and steady, but they are breaking down these walls. They are doing some serious damage to these setups.
Flood out front. Artie's going to find one grenade as well over the top. We'll take Artie with him there, but makes amends with the kill at the plane. Honestly, a little bit curious about how the hell Revengeful's negative. Every time we get to see him, it's a 2-piece. Having himself a map might answer a little bit of that as Hale procs a nade straight in front of him. And tries to rip Artie off that heady. Never an easy job. You know that gunfight, been there a million times. Revengeful with 2 straight down the channel. Kuzo now to answer with 2 of his own. My god, these two lineups just back and forth. We ebb and we flow. Scrap time going to go to Western Bravo here. That'll put them back to within around about 30 points. Mountain, though, looking to begin the rotation. Heartbreaks is going to cut them off, and you have Smoke drop back deep. With mid-map control as well, you are likely to spawn a deep set of players out here. Makes that win is huge for Mountain. Lets them out.
Revengeful just needs to stay alive here. Can't afford to go down early. You need all 4 players up for this break, and you got Smoke up top. Smoke just lines them up. Hale, he'll fall. And even with Axis finding those 2 kills, it doesn't matter whatsoever. Heartbreaks is going to get bumped off this hill, allow his teammates to pick up any more time. They're closing the gap on this lead, and they're looking to blow this one back into Western Bravo's favor. Smoke is a big wins inside the hill. He's going to continue to soak up this time. We're looking at a lead change here on P4, and for Mountain, it has been a couple hills now where you have just been shut out of this game.
There's like the pace has turned breakneck as well. Hale is on 38 kills. We still have at least 90 points to go until someone wins this. Game clock's at 1 minute and 56. I doubt it comes into it, but you just keep an eye on that top center screen. Mountain have access at 31. So many bullets flying here, but the problem is, while the pace has been unrelenting, Western Bravo have figured out their rotations and will be locked in again for this next one. Wait, spawns flip out.
The spawns flip out right away. You still have a couple of players here from Mountain trying to work from the inside out, though. Heartbreaks. I mean, he is truly putting his name to the test here. Ripping this series away from Mountain slowly but surely. And look at this swing now. 30 points in the lead. Heartbreaks up top. And he gets traded out. Already going to have to work some fast plays here to see if you can break your team back into this hill. And so far, so good. You still have to think about Hale behind you. And a nade from Kuzo is not going to make this any easier. Already fight on 2 points. You get yours, but you immediately get traded out. We're going into the 3rd set of rotations with a big lead here for Western Bravo, who have just cracked the case on what to do versus Mountain.
Smoke won't read Artie's flank, though. Trophy out. That will provide you the protection as you hunker down. Watch for Hale on the flank towards the south side at P2. If he's not picked up, he'll be devastating from behind. Heartbreaks is also going to clear out plane. There goes Hale. He finds his kills. Also then pushes out towards blue just to lock it down. Set up a neater P2 rotation. Also just get you the height and the lookout over this mid portion.
Hale's going to back on down. Still soaking up this time for Western Bravo. They're taking up this lead, 222, and you're working for market control. You're just not getting anybody to contest it. Hale's on 5 now, and you flip things back over towards blue. Hale, he's got assistance. Full setup here on Western Bravo. Mountain, they need a break. They need to work it now, and Heartbreaks is looking to cut off that flanking player. As soon as he does, a team kill onto Axis, and they hop into it once more. We go to P2. You have already here. Can he be enough to change this flow?
Oh, cheeky little angle there. Oh, so often forget about that one. Hale, unfortunately, will take 2 bodies to the grave. And I say unfortunately because one of them's your teammate, Kimura. Big 2-piece. Smoke answers. 3 dead in the feed. You've only really got access here to stand tall, and he's gone. As likely that won't touch. Western Bravo will see themselves through to grand finals and do it in 3 respawns.
And I mean, what a breakdown for Mountain across this game. It was so good until the 4th hill of that 2nd rotation. They just completely get shut out by Western Bravo on the slang front. And I sat there and I noticed a couple stats, and I'm looking at this one because Mountain, although leading that game at one point, were being outslayed. I was just thinking to myself, it just takes one moment for Western Bravo to fully seize control of that game, and another Herculean effort from Hale. 5,500 damage, 46 kills in map number 4 to close out this series, deny a map number 5, and send Mountain packing, Andy. What an incredible showing here from Western Bravo.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And you got to remember how this series kind of played out. Map 1, Western Bravo dominated. This was embarrassing for Mountain, to be completely honest with you. There was a tiny bit of resistance that at least gave them something to stick their chest out about, but yeah, it was all Western Bravo's game. We go to the S&D. Western Bravo go up 5-1 here, and Mountain full send back to win 6-5. Something that you brought it up. I don't know if we've seen it in years. I genuinely can't remember the last time that I watched one whether that be Pro League or down here in Challengers. Then you go to the Overload. It started relatively contested, and then Western Bravo completely sprint away with it, picking up some big kills and big scores towards the end of the first half and dominate the second half. The fourth map, however, it is a situation for this Mountain team where I was actually a bit like, okay, we're seeing a game 5 here. They look great. They're looking real good. Western Bravo figure it all out. Starts to lock in some of those rotations. And as you said, dominate in the slaying category to get themselves over the line.
I mean, we just look at the score at 141 to 79. It was into the P2 that I started to see things swing around, and it's Hale just wheeling his team around it. He goes on a 5 spree, almost getting that Hellstorm. He doesn't. And that just bleeds into P number 3. As soon as you start to see this breakdown from Mountain, it is just hill after hill dominance from those slaying power that is coming through from Western Bravo. I mean, this is a different series than what we saw last on day 1. And I don't know what's happened to this Mountain team, but they had some promises for us when we were talking in that interview, and they said that they needed to work more as a team. That is not it, Andy. So some questions that will need to be answered when we do get to Worlds in a couple months' time. Let's take a look at our interview as we go in with Hale. We get to talk about what just happened in this one, buddy. Hoods up. You take the win. You looking good and chill after this one. No need for a reverse sweep. No need at all this
not
time.
This time.
You get it done.
Nope.
How's that one feel?
Feels pretty good. I mean, we always start off slow, but I mean, we came out hot in this series. We just had a grueler of a winners semis, or winners finals. So coming into this, we were more warm. We're just outslaying them a lot in these. They really can't mess with our pressure right now.
Certainly can't. No, you certainly dominated in those respawns. You brought up there that you just came off the back of that grueler up in winners finals, unfortunately falling 3-2 if everything that we've got written down in the back here is correct. And so I guess my question comes to you then. You will march back up for the rematch. What is it that you've got to do differently? What should we be looking for here to get you over the line?
I mean, it's really like we come out super flat in a lot of our series. Like yesterday, we had to reverse sweep Mountain as well. And then we went down 0-2 as well in this winners finals. So if we come out shooting, playing our game, I think it'll be a lot closer of a series, like off the rip. I think that's what we really need, especially with us being down a map in Grands.
I mean, yeah, come out strong then, kick it yourself into gear before you're kind of forced to, would be a lovely position, I imagine, to put all of you boys in. Looking through some of your accolades here, now, of course, I mean, me and Seymour know your name, and we know all the players on your roster. Although Heartbreaks comes in as a new player this year, we certainly know him now. Don't worry about that. You've obviously got a ridiculous accolade list. You won Weary 2024, first at CONUS 2024, third at Worlds 2025. I imagine that's the tip of the iceberg, really. But what's it for you right now? Because none of your teammates have won at CONUS previously. So for you, is it just adding another chip to your name, or is there more motivation in helping them get there first?
Nah, I think it's definitely like motivation in trying to help them get there first. Like, I would love to get Kuzo a chip. That'd be sick. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I've also been playing challenges this year, so this is kind of like to the side, and it's a lot of fun at these events. You know, it's like a week-long TDY where we get to hang with the boys and just play COD all day.
Well, I got a little bit, like a couple questions here. Well, more so the first one being like, are you not cooking hot in a hoodie? We heard yesterday from Revengeful that there's like no AC or something, that you guys are just like cooking in there. How are you wearing a hoodie right now?
I don't know. I mean, I think I'm like right next to a door kind of. So like my hands are super cold when I start playing these series, and I don't know. I feel like the hoodie just locks me in too.
Well, the shots warm, so yeah, hoodie hail. There you go. Second part of this one is like, I want to kind of draw you into a little bit of an analyst desk, because we didn't get to see the winners semifinals. Your matchup that you're now going into for a rematch, it goes to a game 5. What happened in there? Kind of like, what went right? What went wrong? What are we to expect here from the desk?
Yeah, I mean, map 1, we came out super flat. I think I went like negative EKIA, which is like, not like me. Couldn't get anything going. We went down 1-5 in the map 2 in the search, brought it to around 11, didn't close it out. Map 3 Overload was, I think we won 4-3. We started warming up. Colossus was super close. Map 4, a hard point, we won like 250-235, maybe something like that.
Oh, wow.
So pushing pace. And then Map 5, we played Scar S&D. My team has never had a rep on that, and we just got 6-2'd. So going into this next one, I think if we come out hot, I mean, we actually have to, which I think we're feeling warm right now. Going into this grand finals, we'll see what we could do in the hard point and the respawns. Our S&Ds is like a little lackluster because we're just, I don't know, play calling random stuff, but, you know, we'll make it work.
I'm excited to see you guys make it work, too. I mean, you got a little bit of time before that grand final does start for you to hang out with your team and kind of get ready for that. So we'll let go of you from the desk. And, Hale, it's always a blast to have you up here. Good luck out there.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. And shout out my beautiful wife and my young little one, Levi. So love you guys.
Love that. Well, getting things set up then for our grand finals up next with Hale, Andy. We got ourselves a pretty much a close one from what to expect, but all I'm getting from that analyst segment from himself is that like anybody who goes 2-0 up against this Western Bravo team should be worried.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, it's a weird one because he's talking about it. We come out very flat. Versus D is maybe their Achilles heel right now, especially Scar. So hopefully we don't see that in the end map set. But I think the one thing that one of their big strengths is you can never count them out. So yeah, great team. Obviously led by an incredibly talented player. Looking forward to seeing what they can do. What a run it would be to see them take it home. And as Hale said, I would also love to see Kuzo walk away with a chip.
Yeah, trying to get one for the team, trying to get one for the boys going into it on that TDY, hanging out with everybody, having a good time. We got a little bit of a break here before we set up for this grand final. Again, just as a reminder, before we cut to that, it is going to be an upper bracket advantage for the team coming through that winter semifinal. They're going to be leading going into this grand final, so there's a little bit extra work to do for Western Bravo. We'll get the players set up, we'll get the stream set up, and when we return, it's going to be the grand finale of CONUS 2026.
What I would do for Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game. In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match. In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Just take the tail, I put the flat part of my thumb underneath the tail and pull it out. If you would like to suck the head, it has juice in it. If you don't want to, just put it down. There's little like ridges. You're gonna peel them off kind of one by one. Should come off pretty easy. Halfway through the tail. If you pinch the very edge and then tug, the tail comes loose. So kind of like crab, you can eat the claw meat as well if the paws are big enough. It's really hot. So there you go. Woohoo! This is progress. Thank you. This is so sick. Yeah, let me see.
When I heard there was a crawfish boil, I was like, oh Lord.
She made it look way easier than this actually is.
Well, you want to take the big piece off right here, and then
I'm trying. Oh, there we go.
On this at the bottom, yeah, you kind of squeeze there and then pull. Yep.
Oh hell yeah. Okay.
That's pretty good.
tail. I put the flat part of my thumb underneath the tail and pull it out. If you would like to suck the head, it has juice in it. If you don't want to, just put it down. There's little like ridges. You're gonna peel them off kind of one by one. Should come off pretty easy. Halfway through the tail. If you pinch the very edge and then tug, the tail comes loose. So kind of like crab, you can eat the claw meat as well if the paws are big enough. It's really hot. So there you go. Woohoo! This is crawfish. Thank you.
This is seriously good. Let me see. When I heard there was a crawfish boil, I was like, oh, Lord.
She made it look way easier than this actually is.
Well, you want to take the big piece off right here, and then...
I'm trying. Oh, there we go.
On this at the bottom, yeah, you kind of squeeze there and then pull. Yep.
Oh, hell yeah, okay.
That's pretty good.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Just take the tail, I put the flat part of my thumb underneath the tail and pull it out. If you would like to suck the head, it has juice in it. If you don't want to, just put it down. There's little like ridges. You're gonna peel them off kind of one by one. Should come off pretty easy. Halfway through the tail. If you pinch the very edge and then tug, the tail comes loose. So kind of like crab, you can eat the claw meat as well if the paws are big enough. It's really hot. So there you go. Progress.
Thank you. This is seriously good. Let me see this.
When I heard there was a crawfish boil, I was like, oh, Lord.
She made it look way easier than this actually is.
Well, you want to take the big piece off right here, and then
I'm trying. Oh, there we go.
on this at the bottom, yeah, you kind of squeeze there and then pull. Yep.
Oh, hell yeah, okay.
That's pretty good.
Welcome back, everybody. It's CONUS. As day 4 is coming to a close, we get one more matchup, one more team to crown a champion in 2026. All of these teams obviously have already qualified in for the World Championships that's going to be happening later on down the line in California. So no need to worry about that anymore. It's just who's the best of the best, Andy. That's what we got to decide.
Exactly, and both of these teams will have had ambitions of that coming into the tournament. I think if you'd have tried to pick 3 teams to finish inside the top 3, you'd probably pick the right 3, but in that, I don't know if we'd have all gotten the order. The team that have just been eliminated, I think they'll be licking their wounds a little bit after this and have to get better for Worlds. Both of these squads now walking into the grand finals. It's the tale of you were both incredibly tight in your previous matchup, and will you deliver the same here in Grants to decide where the trophy lands?
That's the big question, and I think a lot of people are looking for some answers here. Our Central Alpha have been trucking their way through the tournament, haven't had to worry about too much. Little bit of a fight from this Western Bravo team, I might say, and we even heard it from Hale himself. It was an absolute grueler back in that winners semis match. They get their chance though to find some revenge. Beautiful stuff coming out from the respawns of Western Bravo. They look a lot better, but we gotta wait a second to kind of talk about this team because we got to introduce to the stream Central Alpha to the tables. This is a team that we haven't really seen too much of, Andy, throughout the entire tournament. I don't think you and I have been able to kind of talk about them at all, and I'm excited to see what they can offer.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, this is what Jake, Wazd, Vengeance, and Charms, expecting them to be the formidable foe in front of pretty much everybody that they have been. So yeah, they're a great side, full of multiple victories in their history, and looking forward to seeing what they do look like now that we get the chance to get our eyes on them much more up and close. So yeah, going to be a great one, of course, for players that are looking to not only watch on to Worlds, which they've already achieved, but get themselves that trophy.
Of course, and introducing these two teams, we got a little bit of a hype video that we cooked up, just like for Rocket League here on the Call of Duty side. Let's take a look.
Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it, working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job, that includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop, I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it, working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job, that includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop, I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Okay, 2X beat his shirt, but I been hitting the gym. It's OT to drive and I'm trying to go out with the Korean style and we about to go win. I bet on myself, give me a year and I promise that I'll have a story to tell about people who hate it and now they say hello from the other side like their name was Adele. I cannot stop, that's from the box state to the east side to the coast. I'm catching every fade, talking every day till they mention Jay with the goat. I take the grave shift on the pavement when I say this, listen close. I gotta get it when using these minutes and that's on the rain, hail, sleet, and snow. Talking it, I ain't hearing you. Just let your words move and turn it physical. Your rhetoric is cheap and very typical. Was hoping that the capping was a minimal. Jalen started rapping, turn it spiritual. The gift internally, go put some fear in you. We never worry, see, cause what the spirit do. I'm seeing hard work and you see a miracle. You do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Work how to get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me.
I love what's coming out from these guys on the videos. I don't know. It starts with Fruit Loops just dumping the box of cereal on herself earlier today, and now for you got Smoke dropping some smokes, hopping that ninja defuse in these hype videos. That is one funny video, man. I am loving what we're cooking up here.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, some beautiful stuff in there. Also, some very interesting calls. But yes, it's always great work by Loadscreen, right? They always deliver some incredible stuff, and hoping to just continue to watch that evolve over these coming years. But for a lot of those players, we won't be seeing much more of them. They're all done and dusted. It's now about writing those final stories. Hale, he comes through there, tapping away at the glass. Wants to make a statement, let you know exactly what he's thinking. He's going to get one last chance in these grand finals, and looking forward to seeing what he and everybody else in this map's bringing to the party. Because all the confidence back then, some of it will have faded away, but a lot of it will have come through. All 8 players right now should be feeling very good about themselves because they've marched on through 2 grands through what has been a hell of a gauntlet.
And here is that gauntlet that we're looking at through the CONUS Championships. Call of Duty side, Central Alpha. We haven't yet seen this team on stream, but my God, have we noticed them when it comes down to their group stages, to their bracket. It has been nothing but perfection so far. A couple of blemishes in the map set, of course. You know, Western Bravo gave them a test in the winter semifinals, but waiting in this upper finals, they have awarded themselves a chance at that, advantage too. So going into this best of 7, they will be leading by 1. I think it's only right we start by introducing this team, the new team, on stream. Central Alpha, Andy. Let's get a look at these guys. It's Charms, Jake, Wazd, and Vengeance. I'm totally wrong. We actually saw these guys day 1. So we have seen these guys, and they're absolutely monsters.
Yeah, we only got to see them day 1, though. We got to see them kind of cruising and delivering out bruises, but it's a case of, this is what are they going to look like against these bigger, better teams? Well, we're about to find out, because this is a squad that they've actually already won 3-2 against. And in James, Jake, Waz, and Vengeance, you have yourself a stacked force, multiple Daft GLs under their belts. Vengeance walking in with that Eerie from 2024. We've known these names for quite some time for good reason. They always deliver big, have always shown up and shone on main stage. The lights aren't too bright for them, but of course, if they want to add a CONUS to the list of achievements, they got a hell of an opposition to walk over in this Western Bravo lineup.
Yeah, and looking at that lineup, we just saw Hale on the interview. He was talking about how Hoodie Hale is the one to watch out for in this tournament. He ends the Scar hardpoint, 5,500 damage, 46 kills to close it out in 4. And man, he has really turned some heads. Andy, a couple that we definitely need to give some love for on this Western Bravo team is definitely Heartbreaks and Kuzo and what they bring to the roster, because it was a lot from these guys that we don't normally talk about really stepping up for Western Bravo and taking control for this team.
No, I agree. I really like they bringing Kuzo up, to be honest. I think that it's whether or not he could step up and deliver, or be a situation of, are you tying the hands behind the backs of your teammates in those harder series. And well, last time out, he was like, I'm a big part of this. I want my chip. And it's been a glorious performance from him there. The one concern is that in the previous matchups that this team have faced Central Alpha, he's gone negative every map. So it's got to be better than that this time out. Otherwise, you're staring down a bit of a barrel at the final hurdle. But of course, for Hale, Heartbreaks and Smoke, Heartbreaks, we're learning a little bit about him. For Hale and Smoke, they're delivering big time. And yeah, this team has all the capability to win this one.
Yeah, they do. Let's get a look at the overhaul for both of these two teams lining up across from each other for the venue at Keesler Air Force Base. What a wonderful week it has been for it to come to a close with its two teams. I would want it no other way. Matchup I'm definitely looking forward to myself is going to be Mr. Vengeance himself against Heartbreaks, the two SMGs that have just been on my mind on who's going to be able to take over a little bit more since I've been looking at these rosters. We look at the map set, we get to see where they set the tone against each other in this best of 7 technically, Andy, but because it's a start-off win for the upper bracket team, it's only technically going to be 6 maps that we have to look at here. Colossus Hardpoint is where we kick things off. Search and Destroy on Den. Overload on Den. Gridlock Search and Destroy. Scar Hardpoint. Raid Search and Destroy.
Yeah, just in looking at some of those searches, because the place where Western have been best in search against this team has been Fringe. So, and other than that, Central have been dominant in the searches. So it's a case of, all right, well, Central probably get yourself a leg up there, and you also have the one map already tucked away. So even if you just won every search, you'd win the whole thing. You'd take it the long route, but you'd get there. It's a case of you've got to win those respawns if you are Western then for me, because you don't want to be leaning on that map 2, 4, or 6. It's going to be a tall order. As such, Colossus Hardpoint. Apparently last time out these two teams played, it was incredibly close. You just about got there if you are Hale's roster, but you probably want to make it a little bit more convincing this time out. Considering Hale's delivered that 5,500 damage in the last map we got to witness, I'd say he's nice and warm, ready to go. Hoodie Hale about to take over.
I agree. Well, let's look at our predictions, my friends, as we get set up for this best of 7. We both are going to be favoring Western Bravo across this series. I mean, they looked fantastic. I think the respawns are definitely what we're looking at for this team to take an edge over the likes of Central Alpha. Search and Destroy definitely going to be a forefront, but I think if this goes 7, they're going to be riding that momentum. Before we kind of dive in, kind of your thoughts on, you know, the outcome of this in a 4-2 fashion, I do want to quickly, you know, shake your hand. It's time to concede things for the tournament, my friends. Congratulations. You are the better predictor when it comes down to actually guessing who's going to win these games. For CONUS,
yes,
I mean, it's guessing. It's educated guesses at the end of the day. And you were the better one for
all
this
knowledge,
one.
baby.
So you win CONUS, but I'll be coming for that crown. Don't worry.
I mean, hopefully, you know, we get the opportunity to do Worlds together, and I walk away with the clean sweep. That'd be absolutely delightful. Because unfortunately, I didn't get to do pack half. I was busy. But
both were.
Worlds. Oh, you didn't get to do pack half either?
Wasn't there?
Damn. Damn. Jesus. I don't know who got to cast that then. We got to find out who won that prediction battle and throw them in the mix. See how they do. Not beat me, but that's okay.
We'd have to ask, you know, a couple people there at that point, like Corn, Proper, Infinity. You know, big shout out to them too for the Call of Duty side. I'm unsure who was doing the Rocket League stuff, but for sure, we're gonna have to figure out who's the champions from PACAF, because we got a battle going on our casting desk too. Just like how there's a battle in the grand finals for the trophy of CONUS 2026, Central Alpha, Western Bravo. Let's lock in for Colossus.
Certainly shall. And the break off will no doubt be very NPC heavy. All scrambling over this P1. A couple of body squads going to be sent statue side. In fact, everything actually for Western Bravo going to be sent. Yes, Western Bravo as Hale decides to contest this. Vengeance will find 2, including Hale, among the mix. And the lion's share of the gunfights early on are all Central Alpha. They will pick up the first couple of points. Charms just trying to push in through this bottom side.
Hey, this is just complete battles for the SMGs on a Colossus. You can imagine it'll be a tough day for an AR on a map like this, but we did hear from Hale that this is something that did come up in that best of 5 that they played for the upper semifinals, and it was about a 15-point difference in favor of Western Bravo. So trying to see if they can recreate that magic, and already struggling to get through this P1.
They are. Dominant from Alpha. We've also got the rotation in for 2. That being said, you lose a body at the wrong time. Means you're not really going to get a defensive setup in place. Smoke's going to go high. Cuts one low. But the trades will work out yet again for Central Alpha here. Kuzo just struggling at the start of this. 1 and 5. Means his team are losing those final fights. And starts giving up the points.
All of the points, too. They haven't got a single second. A couple of kills come through, though, from Western Bravo. Looking at the break. Vengeance shut down. Kuzo gets it. The double kill breaks in for the team. And you're going to get one from Smoke. That should get some time for the squad. You need something from Heartbreaks, and well, they'll come through and get the job done. Finally, time on the board for Western Bravo, heading into P3. But Central Alpha maybe gearing up for one more shot at this one. And yeah, they want everything. They're ready to take this and rip it from you.
I don't think Western Bravo were expecting that hit at all to come through. Wazd has given his team the best opportunity to set up a pinch play on the new hill. He's backed all the way off, allows the team to stay alive at old. Now you will see the collapse come through. Jake, with 2, will get a hold of that position. So the entire north side of the map dominated by blue right now. Western Bravo are going to have to find a gap, or maybe punch their own.
Good shots from Smoke. Heartbreaks with him. Western Bravo struggling at winning these rotations, but by God, can they break a hill? 4 players left standing. Need to get some trophies down, though. And as Central Alpha gonna work something back in, Hale takes care of the pressure through green. Hale finds a second one, trying to get some damage in to maybe tee up his team to hold on to this hard point at the contest for now. Stuck at 25 seconds. On the Godheady, Kuzo getting some heavy lifting done. 3 in the feed, and that's going to win them a little bit of extra time off of this P3. And you're looking anew.
Yeah, rotation over is the important part there. Gonna keep that body at all, but that'll allow them to protect that north corridor. It forces everybody in through statue side. Slow it down for a half moment. Now you lose that body that was at ult. So while Hale does win that first gunfight, gotta be nervous about the flank coming through. It's gonna lighten the bodies on the point.
And it's a good 30-point swing for Western Bravo off that P3. You got the back spawns, and Heartbreaks is starting to step up with this NPC. Things you like to see for Western Bravo. However, Central not far away off this door, and it's Jake on a flank that can blow this whole thing up. Nobody's going to be ready for it. And good shots alongside Vengeance. The break's going to come through the front. You're just sitting ducks on an island, and you get a spawn from Wast on the inside. So 3 players now looking to fight for this hill. They don't get the kills. Kuzo's on 5 in a row. Break for Western to close out this first rotation.
Another moment from there of Kuzo, just showing that he deserves to be in this lobby. He stays alive in the backline. That forces the spawn out, and then actually wins the gunfight up close as well with the AR. So a huge part of this comeback from Western Bravo. 5 spree to boot. Doing a great job now. Gonna tie us, well, what, 9 points in it at the end of our first rotation. It's certainly the start to map 1 and grand finals we want. Incredibly hotly contested, and everyone's just scrambling for a little bit of position over P1. Of course, looking to get yourself round for that P2 setup. It will be all in the hands of Central Alpha for now.
From P3 to P4, that's 44 points gained from Western Bravo to flip this lead. So, really good job holding down a hill on a map that is really difficult to really lock down Money Hills with how small it is, how little spawns there are close to the map. And you go into the second set, it's a breath of fresh air knowing that you can shoot back against Central Alpha. It took you a little bit to wake up in this grand final, but here we go. 15 seconds at old. Trying to set up to new. Spawn out for Western Bravo. Central will be there first.
Chain's well cooked. Just doesn't need to damage. Just Hale finds 2. Make it 3. Explodes out. Will be picked up, but sets Heartbreaks up for the trade. So tied up in this P2. Smoke's gonna get out to statue. Finds the first. Gets the information. And Hale will arrive to provide support. You got your front pushed out. Look at that flank coming in now from Charms and Waz. Kuzo just there to meet it. Honestly, would probably do a better job to stay alive. Doesn't for very long. That's just going to give up the back spawns.
Good spread on the board for this setup on the hill, but Western Bravo have to give up this time. They know they're just getting collapsed on from all angles. Split kill feed from both sides. Smoke trying to work something in through blue. He's down to 52 HP. Player's going to spawn up around him. And together, trying to swing this with the NPCs. Oz with the nade. Deep in. Smoke playing for the regen. Hit the pistol out. How does he win? How does he win two? God.
I've got to assume those targets were softened up from somewhere. Either that or Smoke. Basically, Dashy with the pistol. Incredible work from him. Hale, by the way, 25 and 13. Hasn't missed a beat. Rotation to 3. Isn't clean for pretty much anybody. I've got this pinch setup coming through. Smoke starts to shoot initially. Charm's going to clear that out. Does he read it? Yes, he does. Off the spawn of his own teammates. But my God, you have the numbers here. Like SEAL Team 6 lineup hopping over the ridge.
This game has completely flipped on a knife's edge. Western Bravo have activated Smoke again with the turn on. And a team nade from Vengeance. It goes from bad to worse. Hale, the NPC at range. In the job done. Kuzo's going to swing wide for the elimination on that point. Taken. Looking to contest this. Good damage onto Heartbreaks, but he's going to live and turn a kill onto Vengeance as well. Split kill feed favoring the side of Western Bravo. Again, walking away with the time as well as the kills. So, you got yourself about 168 to 109 heading into P4.
Western Bravo, of course, you know Hale so often good, not just for 1. But for 2, will often punch in first as well. Happy to put his body on the line for Kuzo, Heartbreaks, and Smoke is making sure you're doing your own job, carrying your own body weight. And they've certainly done that since partway through that first rotation. Every kill in the feed is red, and Hale's on 5. You've got mid-map control as well because Jake's looking the wrong way. Kuzo will be traded, but, well, more bodies here. And, oh, Hale, 1 bullet away from a disgusting little 2-piece.
And Central Alpha just a couple of hills away from losing this game and being tied in the series, looking at a best of 5. So, time to step things up now, going into the 3rd set of rotations on Colossus. 20 seconds at old. They are going to be gearing up to take another swing at it, but Jay Akey just gets ripped by a Hale with a hood up, and he's just going to continue on a spree here. 36 and 16. You're getting beaten down on this one.
Now, this is a bullying. Must stem the bleeding if you are Central Alpha. Come out incredibly slow here, and you'll feel the pressure all of a sudden. That advantage into the series evaporates. Kuzo finds through. Unfortunately, one's going to be a teammate. And Central Alpha will get control. That being said, Hale not far away. Vengeance deals with him. But the trade comes through. Smoke's going to do very well to stay alive here. Uses the wall bounce to hop back up. Bides time and gets the kill. Incredible individual play.
Just a notice to eliminate that trophy too. Allow for that stun to assist him. 3 players looking to break in from the front line, but you are into the blender. It is mincemeat, and that's it. 221 and counting. Western Bravo marching their way through Colossus. It might have been close last time they met, but this time, it's a brand new day.
Smoke's so comfortable on the map here. Basically does half a rotation with his knife out. NPC is going to help him to a couple of kills after, and Hale hits 40, breaks it. 41 now, nearly the 42nd on the board. P2 being held, can win it here. Was nades cooked to perfection, lands straight at the toes of his opponent. Hale's happy to slow this. I think you recognize, oh, well, I was about to say, a lack of bodies. The approach play would have been thin. You're actually going to lose the back spawn, so Central Alpha have an opportunity for something. We haven't been able to say that for a while.
Chase going to chase things down. Unfortunately, though, Smoke is able to find his way back into P2 with a pistol. And you know how the story goes after that happens. It's a break-in for Western Bravo. Plenty of time to close out game number 1. A rush from the front, and it's 3 dead again. Jake, can he do enough? Sliding around with the NPC. Jake finds 3 kills, but it's not going to hold them back. 4 seconds is all you need, and with Kuzo taking down Vengeance, it's a map 1 victory for Western Bravo in this best of 7 to tie things up over Central Alpha's lead.
We knew that they would be strong in the respawns. Came out the gates a little sluggish, to be honest with you. Except for Hale, heavily negative, really struggling to work their way into things. Kuzo, in particular, suddenly a little bit nervous. All right, maybe this is a bridge too far. Suddenly, he steps up, puts up a 5 spree, starts to control some spawn situations, and that frees Hale and the rest of the boys up. They go on the hunt, get a hell of a lot of kills. 44 and 22 out of Hale is one thing. Very impressive, of course it is, but we know what he brings to the table. It's players like Smoke being that X factor. He's able to go positive by about 7 there. 4,400 damage on the board, putting the sword to his opposition. Central Alpha won't know what hit them as we look ahead to the S&D.
I mean, Andy, you go 4 hills in a row, just getting exponential growth there from Western Bravo, where they're either getting 30 points, 40 points off of these hills. Central Alpha, they couldn't buy themselves a break even if they wanted to, and it really comes off the back of how much pressure Western Bravo are putting towards these hard points, whether it's going to be your NPCs just doing some lifting inside these close quarter battles, or if it's Central Alpha just losing these fights at range to the headies of your ARs. I think Western Bravo do a great job at dismantling so many setups, winning the rotations, and unlike yesterday from Mountain when we saw them on Colossus, we actually see a team that properly can dictate pace on a map like Colossus, and I think for Western Bravo, that is a fantastic showcase of what a proper team on Colossus will look like.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You could argue punching on all cylinders right now. This is great to see. The concern for me just moves on a little bit from the fact that, yes, we get that hard point. It is executed to perfection if you are Western Bravo. The problem is, obviously, you come into this series 1 down. So what that does is tie us back up. When we look ahead to that search and destroy coming up next, We know how good Central Alpha have been here all tournament and also in the series against Western Bravo. So that's my only pickle right now. And the 4 players on the other end of that scoreline of Central Alpha, they're going to be thinking, that can't happen to us. We are champions elect as far as we're concerned. We've walked in through the winner's side of the bracket. We have that advantage for good reason. That's an underperformance from us. We've got to step it up in map 2.
And to be fair, I mean, even in our predictions, you had this one going to 6. I have this one going to 7. We knew it wasn't going to be easy for either team. You knew there was going to be pushback. And I think for Western Bravo, that map 1 is a lot more important, like you're kind of alluding to, than it is for Central Alpha, because you know you have that grace. You have the ability to make those mistakes. So, right to say, going to the search and destroy, you're just looking to right those wrongs. And if we look over towards the map set so we can see exactly where we're going to for this map number 2, I'm pretty sure we're headed to a den on this search and destroy, and it's kind of been a while since we've actually, I don't even think we've seen a den search and destroy all weekend through the Call of Duty side. It's been a lot of gridlock, a little bit of plaza, a little bit of fringe. No dens though.
No, some Scar. I'm trying to think whether or not we've actually gotten to witness a den. Of course, it's many a time. CDL, Challengers. It's one that's appeared a hell of a lot. You're going to be hard-pressed to find a team of set of players that don't know how to run it in BL7, considering how long it's been around. I think S&D-wise, again, Central Alpha have been so good here. It's hard to look past them in terms of taking this away. But it comes back to fundamentals, I guess, if you are Western Bravo. And one of the things is that we talked about with them before is they went up 5-1, ended up losing 6-5 in that last series. Previously, when these two matched up, Western Bravo were up 5-1. Sorry, Western Bravo were up 5-1, ended up losing. Or no, I had to come back to 5-5, lose the round 11. That happened off broadcast, so forgive me for my memory there. But it's a case of you can't go on these streaky patches of performance. It has to be a bit more consistent if you're going to see it off against a team of this quality that are so good in this mode.
What do we get from either side? Maybe a sniper from one team, maybe some hot hits towards A. One thing's for certain, I think for Den, the evolution of this map in terms of seeing the NPC join the meta has been how important it is to have a player out towards the rooftops just to make sure that there's no flank presence, even if that's not where you're going. But if it is wide open and your subs are noticing that, having somebody with the NPC quickly work a flank is definitely something to watch out for.
Sniper brought to the party then was going to square up. I think Smoke's also rocking on the other side, and he catches Jake crossing. Was descoping at arguably the worst time possible. All been there. Can he make amends? The answer is no. So he's going to scoop the device, the bomb even. Just himself forward, but you're making the right play here. Look at the flank coming through. Trying to set up this pinch approach.
Yeah, 2 players back here. Heartbreaks clearing out all those corners, and you lose your duo, but Heartbreaks is going to be able to keep yourself on that back end. Fortunately for himself, he's alone. He's got to clutch up a 1 versus 2. It's a great call from Central Alpha to push through Dojo and eliminate any pressure you have from one side of the map. And instead of dropping that bomb, I mean, you look at the time bank. There's still 40 seconds. There's no need to rush a bomb. And in fact, I was about to say, I thought you were about to be gifted for your presence, but I mean, would have been probably top 10 craziest things I've seen in Call of Duty.
Yeah, that would have been pretty nuts. Credit to Waz, when you're in that moment where you're just the 2 players on the site, you're being surrounded in that pinch play, he pops a perfect nade in, kills 1 player, and then weakens up the second enough to make it an easy cleanup, and that is the turning tide in that tie. Thought a lot of what Western Bravo did there was smart. You back off, you take your time, you have the numbers advantage, you start to play the pinch situation, but you're not banking on. A hell of a nade landing right at your toes, and resetting the scale.
You open up this one, then you keep it going. Vengeance and
That's
Jake
brave.
over towards the A site. They're locking it down. Jake well alive and doesn't even take any damage, so he's happy to dance with the rest. But you take the tango to Heartbreaks. He grabs your hands and he walks you right off the map.
Jake's going to hope that it doesn't come back to haunt him. Just
What
by
a shot.
himself. Cuts Heartbreaks down. Waz is just going to hold the middle here, so as Kuzo considers crossing. be looked at from about 3 different angles. And, well, it's messy, but you get the job done eventually. Central Alpha locking this down. Happy to meet aggression with aggression at the rooftops. Found the first blood. Got the first 2 kills. Well, he got a little bit nervy after Jake gives his life for free. You read the rotation, and Vengeance doesn't miss pre-aiming that tin side.
It's such a good read, too, from Central Alpha because a team like Western Bravo who likes to play fast, when you're in these early rounds and there's no trophies, it's not like you can get a quick plant over towards B. So a lot of teams, too, tend to get that bomb down at A as fast as they possibly can. So Vengeance and Jake to kind of read that, and they go big, winning their individual gunfights, shut down that rooftop presence. It's just another smart move from Central Alpha's large playbook. You go into round 3, though, and this is where the going gets a little tough for Western Bravo, and they gotta turn things around. Already at first blood.
The sniper as well. Oh, hell. Looked like one he was dead to rights, but, well, hell. There's the guy with the gun, and so he does what he does best. Charms in the 1v4. Wishing the best of luck. Doesn't even get the first. That's going to give his positioning up. Is that a hit marker with the sniper? Smoke's going to want a VIR check on that one. Either way, Charms will find Hale. Despite the fact that you have removed the queen from the chessboard, it's 3 very talented players staring you down. Excuse me? What the hell?
Come on, guys.
What?
We lock in. There you go.
Brother, get me a POV or whoever that was let down. How the hell did we just miss him?
I mean, hey, things happen. If you don't hear them, you don't hear them. You don't see them either. You know, maybe you're just a little too tunnel vision this site. You know what? Can you imagine if we actually had players at the end of search and destroy rounds, like stand up, look to the ref, and do like the VAR, like let's get a VAR check on that play, pause it up, pull up a replay, and see if it was clean.
We need a couple for the overload. Back when I was watching Artie throw himself off the map 4 times in a row.
I mean, you probably need it for somebody who's snaking too. You see somebody snake, just like stand up, be like, come on, let's get a VAR on that one real quick. How would you penalize a player though?
Waterboard him. That's what I'd do.
Oh, Jesus. I'll put that in a category of things I never expect
How the hell is
Andy to
Vengeance?
say.
What is going on in this game? Hale finds Wasp, by the way. Vengeance should come back here and find kills, which is going to set up a pinch completely unintentionally. What on earth is going on in this S&D?
I'll tell you something. I mean, Central Alpha are about to be 3-1 up with, you know, being 1-3 down in first bloods. And I can confidently say that nobody has sound equalizer on. Ooh. Oh, Smoke. He just doesn't know that they're behind him. Smoke goes down, and that is going to be 3-1 for Central Alpha.
I mean, Western Province can only blame themselves for that one. Vengeance took the side of 10. Every player basically walks past him, and not one of them thinks to look inside.
Nope.
I just they're asking for trouble. And sure enough, you then get yourself hemmed into a little bit of a pinch over by lockers. And it's clean from there. Vengeance has started as well, 7-1. So he's dictating all the play right now, dominating in this S&D. Rollout, defensive wide split. A lot of pressure towards B for the central team.
You just start to see if these first bloods turn into rounds 1. Hale. Another one. Nade, I thought for a second it was cooked enough for Vengeance, and he does see him cross. Heartbreaks is not going to be ready for it. However, Hale still trading with your team. 3 versus 2, and why not do everything yourself, Mr. Hale? Put up that hood and vibe, my friend. Looking for the ace. It's all down to Charms. Able to bring this back into a 1 versus 2. However, the hard part is the bomb is down. Charms is going to have a chance at a couple of these kills. Chow's out up top, and Hale with the ace on round number 5 brings this back to a 1-round difference.
So often the difference. Hale, hood's up, guns up, finds the ace here. I think that's one thing that this Western Bravo team can rely on. In their moments of need, they do have a superhero to rise and bring them back into the fight. Like you said, Smoke, Heartbreaks, They're doing their job. It's Kuzo right now. You're sat on that goose egg. I gotta see you come into this game. Hell can only do so much.
2-2 split on the defensive side for Central Alpha. No passive play here with Waz holding on to that VS Recon. Jake's going to be watching the push in from Tin, and Waz gets that info. Pistol's not going to be able to get that first blood. It's Hale again leading the charge. He gets traded, though, and the bomb down. Post plant back tower. Everything's going to boil down to what Vengeance can do on this flank, and if you're looking at the minimap just like I am, Heartbreaks is in such a good spot to catch this one. However, Vengeance is going to see him, and smoke goes down, so there's a lot of pressure on Heartbreaks to make this play, and now he's all alone. You needed your teammates to do anything in front of you, and they don't. They fail, allowing Central Alpha to just dismantle that setup like it was nothing.
Yeah, Heartbreaks is going to want that one back. Promising young freshman he has indeed proved to be. But little moments like that just shows that you need to be a lot more than promising against players of this caliber. And truly earning the body shots, to be completely honest with you. Even a little bit of pause here for what I would assume is in-arena trash talk. Central Alpha will regain that 2-round buffer. Those first bloods have really fallen Western Bravo's way. The problem is for Hale is often he's getting them and then is instantly traded. It's happened in at least 3 of the 5 that I can think of. And as soon as he's removed from the board, this Western Bravo team don't look up to par.
Oh, smoke, what a shot again. Another first blood for Western Bravo. Andy, give me a tally on how many we have now.
It's 6-1. The problem is you can't afford for it to be instantly traded, and Smoke will only just get himself out there. Charm's considering planting this bomb, but you've no idea where everybody's coming in from. Hale with an M15 here. While he can certainly gun with absolutely anything, this is not exactly the range of the fight he'll want against Vengeance.
Well, he finds the right time. He nearly gets 2. Vengeance trades it, but he's so low in health. Waz brings it into a 1 versus 2, giving himself a chance here. You can see that these defenders are split, but Heartbreaks is going to pump the brakes real quick. Stay alongside Kuzo. And force Waz to make some magic now. He's going for the long around the world wrap here. 32 seconds, surely. This is not a round you're just going to give up for free, and almost gets one on the Heartbreaks. What a way back in that would be. Waz, his job just gets harder and harder in this round, Andy. And it seems like they've done enough. They're just throwing shoulders. They're just playing with them at this point. Keep yourself in by 1.
You make it interesting in the end if you are Waz, but Heartbreaks does all the right things here. Just throws a shoulder, buys time, sets up the crossfire with Kuzo, who gets his first of this game. A decisive one, at least. So, Kuzo now on the board. Hopefully a couple more coming out of him if you are a fan of this Western Bravo team. Again, Hale, what's the game call here? Because we've seen him now change over to that M15 instead of the MPC. I think that nullifies him a little bit, but also when he's running that MPC, he's incredibly aggressive, getting the first bloods, instantly traded. Both of those scenarios are awkward at the minute for Weston.
Waz got the boomstick out. He's finally going to hit that shot. Really going to dissuade at all Western Bravo from taking a shot over towards this A-bomb site. Nade getting cooked by smoke. Thought the Marty Dom would take a second down. But it's not going to hold Vengeance away. He goes for the Sui. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, great work here from Vengeance. Gets the first. I agree with you. I thought the nade had him dead to right. I'm assuming that Smoke believes that too. So when Vengeance just decides to full send out the window, there is no reaction. Simply haven't been afforded that window of time. Put yourself in a spot now to reassert that lead. And Vengeance at 13-3. Well, regardless of how this map ends, he can hold his head very high. Was with the boomstick last time. Called a little bit of surprise over towards the rooftops. And looks like you have to slow down and baited in this pressure if you are Central Alpha.
Hale. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank gosh. Blood for Charms. Looking to call game in the search and destroy. Mr. Bravo, this is a little bit of a pickle now.
Oh, well, that pays out for Smoke. Sure. Why not? One over the top. Might have connected with Waz. Couldn't fully tell from here. Kuzo's going to ring a couple of rounds out.
They've done their homework.
Yeah, checking all these little angles and bangable spots, but Kuzo's going to give himself up relatively free. He turns it into a 2v2.
Heartbreak's have been so quiet, but he's going to make a misstep there, and Waz is waiting for the chow through mid. 1v2 for Smoke. 22 seconds. He's going to wait this one out. See where the bomb's going. Spots out Jake. Sees him on both sides, and now for Smoke, just wait out the clock. See if you can bind yourself any way back into this game. Central Alpha aren't really going to be moving here, and I think Waz might have saw him there. Yeah, he's going to go on the outside of this play. As soon as Smoke takes those shots, Waz goes for the chow, calls game in the search and destroy, taking back the lead for Central Alpha in the grand final, 6-3 on Den. Little scary at times, but for Central Alpha, being the team that we look at, he's so good in these S&Ds. They get it done again.
Yeah, look, we knew that this Central Alpha team were incredibly good at search. They reminders in stunning style here, and the thing is, they do it as well. Losing most of the first bloods, they were happy to welcome Hale in, even if it meant giving up a life. They trade out, play around the fact that you've removed the queen from the chessboard. Now it's a situation of, okay, well, unfortunately, we look at the rest of those statistics. Kuzo just wasn't involved enough, and for all the good we have talked about him in this tournament, has been brilliant, stepped up big time. Dropping just the one kill ain't going to get you a victory inside of a search and destroy.
With the Den overload looming over your heads after that search and destroy, let's get a look back into this one because, yeah, I think like the biggest thing that leaves my head scratching is that first blood category. Central Alpha do a great job at kind of mitigating the damage off of those and bringing themselves back into a lot of these rounds. Not to mention, they got a little bit of assistance at times to the timing of the Call of Duty gods, but aside from that, I mean, I think it's really important to look at a team that, you know, can be caught off guard, but still maintain their mental. And you get that a couple of times for Central Alpha where they really just dictate and control the game and the map really well.
No, certainly do. Yeah, I can talk about, you know, Western Bravo maybe getting a couple of bits and pieces wrong here and there. By the way, I thought Smoke had himself an incredible map, but yeah, Central Alpha react incredibly well. I think you're going to be a bit of extra power in your fist bump to Vengeance because he had himself a hell of a game. But we know that when it comes to any sorts of search, it just leans in Central Alpha's category. It's why they put themselves into this bracket through the winner's side anyway. It's why they were flawless through group stages. S&D wins championships, and we say that because squads that get themselves to this stage of the tournament, they're always going to be good at respawns, as if they can rely on those searches to get them over the line. You see another moment here where it counts for them, gets them back in front in the grand final.
And here we go. Tied up after the hard point, taken back in the search and destroy. Central Alpha out of the winner's bracket, having a little bit of assistance because of that. Rightfully earned in a Game 5 win over this Western Bravo team. Through that search and destroy, what a way to look at yourself back into the lead. So we are getting these teams ready into the Den overload on the desk here. We'll step away for a second, let these teams settle, let them relax as we get ready for the rest of the grand final coming up soon. Welcome back, guys. We got ourselves a series on our hands as technically you go back and forth, tied up in the maps itself, but in the series count, it's an advantage still for Central Alpha. They win the upper semifinals. It gives them an edge in the grand finals, and now leading 2-1 after the Search and Destroy. We got some work to do, so we moved to Den for the overload. Andy, I'm going to throw this one quickly back over towards you because we saw ourselves some heavy advantages on Den overload from this Western Bravo team just in our series prior.
Yeah, we did. They were brilliant. Let's face it, they took over in this swing mode. It's supposed to hang in the balance a little bit against the team as good as the one they beat, and yeah, it wasn't even a little bit close. The thing is, for me, is the concern. Obviously, you start to look ahead of the bigger picture and wonder how much pressure that piles on this overload, because we've got a bunch of S&Ds coming up later. So far, you haven't managed to take any of those away from you. If you don't win this respawn, you're then banking on having to take an S&D. So I wonder if this adds a little bit of pressure in the back of your mind. It'll make you question things a little bit more, and you never know what that can spiral into. Also, obviously, you are looking at a very good team on the other side of things. For Hale and Co, this is when you got to come online and again show that prowess. Hale, Smoke, Heartbreaks in particular, all been very good in the respawns. Kuzo's shown up and is at least riding even on most of them. So, got to see that back again. Shutdown Vengeance going to be important. He'll be riding a high off the back of that S&D. Went 13-4 with 7 non-traded, and so he's going to be the guy that you gotta recognize right now, riding that wave of momentum. Can't let him have all his way at the beginning of this overload.
And you know, Vengeance was the guy back in day number 1, and on Den itself, you put an NPC in his hand, he gets the job done. He puts the work in. I like that you're kind of highlighting somebody like Hale, though, on Western Bravo, because the last 2 times on stream, though, he's been in a respawn map, he's dropped over 5,000 damage. On the Colossus, he had 5,500 damage between the M15 and the MPC. So for a map like Den, I mean, we've seen his takeover potential. Like, obviously, it's all calling on to him to be that Slayer yet again. Obviously, it's a different beast with this team up against of Central Alpha in a Den overload, but you gotta think that with how good their momentum, with how good their pressure has been in the respawns, you definitely put a little bit of favor over towards Western Bravo for tying the series back up. I gotta ask you though, I mean, who is the X factor for the Central Alpha team? Who do you think really needs to be the one to improve to take some respawns away from the squad?
That's a good question. I think for now, you got to be looking at. I mean, I say Vengeance had himself a poor game, but was as well. It went 20-33 in that first map. Those are not the kind of numbers that you're going to get away with, especially when Hale is pretty much guaranteed a 2KD in a respawn at the minute. You got to find a way to at least balance that scale of it. So I'm looking at him, asking him to step up. Vengeance, well, he delivered in the S&D. So while his map 1 wasn't great, maybe it was just a case of slowly coming online. So you found out my X factor on both sides now. Time to square up and get this done.
Square up, head on a swivel across the middle of the map. Opening 2 for 1 in favor of Central Alpha. Jake going to move his way over towards couches and see if he can find a couple of these players off the respawn as well. So he's looking to be let off the leash. He's in a great spot to get that done. Oh, Smoke, what a flying play. Jake gets nothing there. Guzo gonna clear out the rest of them. It's a goal line save as Central Alpha, oddly enough, with Jake's positioning, tried to pull a fast one and move it over to the A side.
Oh, Kuzo actually gets it done with the pistol as well and should have the timing. Does get up and over. A great cap. Smooth as you like. Well, use his life for it, but you won't care much. I was about to say, you do have a little bit of positioning, actually, for this southern spawn, but go from Drake onto Hale. Free it up for a moment. Charms and Smoke do battle. Smoke comes out on top in that one. The fact that you find Jake tells you should just be one player ready to contest this, but one in front, you need your blocker to work.
And the block so far. Oh, I thought for a second you'd be able to get both of them there, but Charms need to clean up now across it. 2 quick captures for Western Bravo. It's Kuzo, and then it's the rest. Central Alpha a little bit rattled off of this one, and look at the positioning of the rest. Western Bravo going to go for the trifecta here. You have players, and you have the ball. Just looking to see if your NPCs can rip through this one, and they cannot. Vengeance, Charms stand up to the task. It's going to be 3 down. Close spawns over to the A zone. Will Central Alpha be ready for it? So far, not so good with Smoke. Getting that first kill actually drops the objective outside of P2. Gonna allow for Western Bravo to have a pretty solid defense here.
Vengeance 5 in a row. We'll get the 6th as well. Pushing ever closer to that Hellstorm, and we'll get there though. Smoke catches him. Device will reset deeper. Double Charms right now is to kind of set himself up as a front line, cut through the defenders. We'll find absolutely none of that. On Jake to play around the rooftops. Finds one traded. And as such, you might be able to push forward here. Vengeance going to chill in your backline. I think you've done the math. You're doing the counting, and I like it. We're checking. We've missed someone. We need to make sure that they can't run in through our backside and destabilize our approach. They do that. We kind of draw up a little bit of the 50-yard line. Choose Western Bravo. You're up 2-all right now. You're happy to burn through time.
I can't stress it enough how, teams getting ready for Worlds really need to do a little bit of research into a map like Den. And I'll break it down a little bit later on why, but these attacks coming out from the rooftop side are just not it from teams spotting up throne side of the map, and you see it again. Western Bravo just continue to weather the storm on their half. As soon as they break on through, it's an easy capture back to the patio. 3-0 up. Western Bravo can do no wrong on this map mode combo right now.
So dominant, so many multi-kills as well, and if you just managed to stay alive for another half second there, Kuzo, you likely had the coverage in. Device scoop by Charms. Around about 90 seconds left to go. Pretty much now or never about getting back into it in this half. Maybe it becomes more about damage limitation and hoping you can do better on the flip side of things. We're going to get some presence here, and I'm not sure how much smoke is seen from Broken of the 3 players that made their way into couches.
3 go down. Heartbreaks. He's not going to get an eye on the objective runner, so there you go. First capture in on Central Alpha side, and it is going to give them a chance to potentially rally with the tin spawn. Good shot for Western Bravo to clear out through servers. Looking to clear their spawn out and deny this run. It's going to be an important one for Kuzo. If he can win this fight versus Vengeance, you should be able to stop this, but slide across for Jake. That's number 2. Quickly. Things coming back into play for Central Alpha. An amazing run on the rally.
And no. Charms does his best. He's trying to pre-fire, do anything he can, and no. Won't get it done. Another device goes in, and 4-2. So for all the Central Alpha's great work there to drag themselves back in, the deficit really will only be reduced by 1 because Western Bravo just sent it up the other end, had complete control over the spawn. Made no mistake. Spoken about him a little bit. Feels like, well, I could talk about Kuzo being the X Factor in terms of the up-down of his performances sometimes. Ever-presently consistent is Smoke. Going to be overlooked a bit because, obviously, of Hale, Superstar. But over and over again in these respawns, going to work, putting the opposing team to task. Honestly, I feel like, if anything, him on the sniper in this search, as much as he's good with it, I feel like I'd want a shooter like this on something that frees him up a little.
Oh, I agree. I think I want to see him pull out that NPC, get a little bit wild here. I think for Western Bravo, your subs are really the reason why you're running away with this one. So why put some leash on your players that you know can do so much damage? And right there, you see Vengeance is showing you exactly what the power of the NPC can truly be. Won't make it through computers, so kind of in a little bit of a stalemate across the middle of the map. Heartbreaks. He does rip over to that sub. It's going to be a pickup here from Western Bravo's side on their defense. Can they hold off on Dojo?
That was the X Factor 6-12 on this one. Obviously, him scooping the device makes a lot of sense to me. Hill will sniff Jake out through the middle. Oh, it was. Okay. He just decides I'm not even going to take a gunfight. Dances down the locker corridor and slides it home. As such, device going to spawn south. A lot more bodies here for Central Alpha. And with Charms now clearing out mid as well, that's going to get you a gap. Heartbreaks has got a lot of work to do on the front. His trigger discipline is there, just buying time elsewhere. And will at least upset this enough to get the boys back into the fight. Heroic moment from him, but Waz ain't done yet. He's coming online.
It was 9 and 13. See if he can turn things completely around. He takes another one down into the dojo, and here comes the spawn up in 10. Jake, the next one up. Vengeance in the corner. Charms leading off of these kills. And you take Heartbreaks down through the middle of the map. So really funneling Western Bravo in a really backed up defense. Fortunately enough, Kuzo builds your way out of there. Kuzo on a triple kill. That fights your way through Dojo. You're back into tin right now, and you are holding your lucky stars to have a lead at this moment.
Hell with the device, though. You really don't want that if you are Western Bravo. Kuzo does get at least one, but, well, you answer with pretty much everything. This is the run. This is the attempt. Smoke gets charms and gets help in from Hale. Dynamic duo popping off just when you needed it. Heartbreak says, fellas, you guys fly forward. I'm going to run with this. I don't know what happened there, but it looks like Kuzo got a little bit dumped on by Vengeance. A couple of extra love taps to let him know how he feels about opening his mouth. And you slow it down again. 2 minutes 30 on this. Set yourself up to activate. Could all be on Vengeance actually to pick up this first kill on Smoke, and he gets it at statue. So is that the signal?
Might be. Lots of time here. No need to rush it. Central Alpha just trying to find the right time to push this objective forward. Jake looking for an angle throw. He's denied. Entry to the dojo. 3 go down as Charms here. See what you can take with you. Nothing at all. It's a clear sweep over towards 10 and a race over towards B, looking for that 5th capture. This might be an easy lead, taken back up by 2 into the comfort zone. And not only that, Smoke is already clearing out over towards the rooftops with Kuzo.
Unfortunately, gonna lose Smoke here. And Jake reads the flank. Kuzo, what a moment to pop off. It's been a quiet game from him. Certainly not one of his best, but those 2 kills stop an instant counter. Lost all support around him. Nade's going to land pretty flush. 2v4 in this fight. Charms on the outside. You're going to have one player in the window here. Can Charms get the angle? The answer is yes, but not before the reinforcements arrive.
Well, reinforcements get there and are able to shut down any play through the rooftops. Scooped up, move through mid. Pistol in the hand of Hale with the objective is now running it Dojo's side, and you will have a defensive setup. Smoke is taking the wide way around mid. Cut down by Charms. Vengeance is going to tunnel his way back into 10. And even though Hale is putting up one hell of a fight with that pistol, you should eventually see this thing drop. But Hale takes down 2, and that is going to make it impossible for Vengeance to set up a counterattack.
40 seconds on the clock. You need 2 more spawns, and they'll take 20, so you got to score now and hope to pretty much get an instant cap after. Jake will find 3, ensuring that the device goes home. 5-4. Next one's in the middle of the map. Big kill from Smoke because Vengeance gets that. You open up a path. Goes live.
Over to Dojo.
Drop back, scoop it if you're Charms. Dojo hit. You have the spawns the right place, but no, you lose the players all of a sudden. One last hit.
Oh, and was. He set up over on the pillars, and because of that, everybody spawns up on the A zone. It's a misread on the spawns, a misread on how to really hold on to this map, and a moment snuffed away by an effort of spawns manipulated in all the wrong spots. Central Alpha, I mean, what a way to bring this one back, but in the end, when you look back at this VOD, you're going to be a little upset about what might have been able to do. Western Bravo.
Yeah.
Sneaking away with this one on the overload, and that ties us back up. Let's look at this one. It's Smoke having quite the game. 3,500 damage, 31 and 25, 29 traded, and a couple of caps across the board too for your teams. Great start to that overload. Shaky finish, but they get the job done.
Yeah, hold out just about, and I missed it while live, so I quickly clicked on the Twitch VOD, and yeah, I was just going to be ruining that one. He stood over on Pillar's side, forces that spawn near a dojo. If he's actually flipping that position, forcing that spawn away, likely cap, you likely tie us up and send us to OT. So it's just showing the fine margins between success and victory, between success and defeat, sorry, at this level. But what a war in this matchup. I'm glad that Smoke gets his flowers in this one too. So often we talk about Hale and what he does. Smoke just quietly rides underneath, but puts up some very deep damage numbers. In this one, it's all on him. I think Hale spends a lot of time on the device, to be honest, because he's the best pistol player we've seen in this tournament thus far. But Also, that means he's then quieting down a bit. Well, Smoke's got to take over so much more of that slaying role. That he's got to show his prowess in those moments. And my God, he just did.
My God, what a bloodbath towards that second half, too. I mean, you switch over to a lot more of a comfortable side, trying to push in towards that dojo, and man, did they have a couple of chances, but Smoke goes big at different times. You get shut out towards the end here, and unfortunate spawns where it could have gone to overtime, and you are going to be hurting when you look back at that VOD. And Andy, I haven't been able to pull up those tac knives. I was working on a little bit something here because I am getting bothered right now at what people are doing for their attacks here on Den. We got to start figuring out what to do, and we're attacking up to the spawns on this side because people are trying to move to the A zone so often. But when you are pushing up onto the A zone, look how much area that there is off of this spawn right here. Where you go this side, look how much of a difference it is on this side. So you're trying to force these spawns over here. You're trying to go to B. You're trying to have an easy run through. You gotta stop going to the rooftops here off of this attacking zone. I mean, you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot so often. If I had tac knives, man, that would have been so easier, but it's so different on this side.
I feel like I want a bit more of a C-More masterclass.
I mean, you just have to understand the spawns of Den to that point. You're shooting yourself in the foot on the overload, trying to run the device on rooftops. There's so much area to spawn back there. You got to learn something going into Worlds, obviously, and overload's one of them.
I feel like you and me need a little bit of a conversation. Anywho, we go to the S&D.
In what way?
Tied up 2 apiece. We'll throw down the showers again, but Charms actually find Jake on the first blood. And of course, for Western Bravo in this one, it's all about trying to figure out how to take down this team in a surge. No one has figured it out, including Western. And Central Alpha will put them through the sword instantly in round 1.
That's 3 kills in the round 2 from your NPC player. I think one thing we've learned a lot, and it's from watching Mountain on this map mode combo, is that a lot of people love to take their official attacks in these first rounds to the showers. Just bang it out, see if you can win these fights, but you got to pay attention to what Vengeance has been doing all weekend with this NPC, and that's not as straightforward as it goes. He is going to shut you down in that position every single time.
Straight up to showers again, 3-on-3 this time. 2 players are actually going to meet over towards the B side of things. I wonder what intel you end up picking up against each other here. And Kuzo, he's going to get pretty bad timing, I think.
Blood traded in, though. Wow, it's the first to fall. Hail. And Vengeance follows it up. Kuzo should have an angle through mid, and he's just going to get lost in the sauce now. Look how separated both sides are. Kuzo might have a chance here, and Charms with the M15, favored at range, gives the advantage back over to Central Alpha. See if they could put this one away and steal the round.
Tough call for Heartbreaks here. The last intel he has was back towards his own spawn, so he's just going to re-wrap this, try and get him behind. You'd love to have scooped an M15 there.
This is perfect timing. They're not going to see this one. He's caught planting the bomb. You rate the second shot right away. You don't. I mean, you give yourself the chance if your heart breaks. It really doesn't line up better than that, Andy. Such a hard fight to take versus Jake, though.
It is. I feel like it's a little bit of a rush of blood. He gets the kill. I don't know. Maybe he's assuming that Jake's going to be sat back up towards L, so he's trying to read that. But because he just backed off, the opposing team have got to plant that bomb. Maybe he's come out swinging again when there's a couple of seconds left. I don't know. It's easy in hindsight. I wonder if a more experienced player just slows it down after that first kill. Either way, great effort from Heartbreaks. Won't deny Central Alpha, though. They go up 2-0 in this one. This time, less bodies at showers for Western Bravo. They're not convinced about this push.
Oh, first blood from Waz. Heartbreaks is going to be caught there over towards B. Suddenly, for Hale, you're curious where to go with this setup. Maybe you can catch Waz, but most likely not. And as you cross over the middle of the map, a brief bit of information onto where Hale is going to draw some players actually away from this A site. Now for the re-clear back in. You've given up the bomb plans. Can you find the kills, though? If you're Smoke, you do it. 2 versus 2. Bomb down. Waz now looking to connect with Jake, but Smoke looking for the ace, and he's going to run right into Waz. All down to Kuzo. Slides out, and Jake versus Kuzo. It's the same outcome as it was before. Jake taking it to clutch it up.
Central Alpha doing such a good job in those trade-out situations, but also just keeping Hale quiet. Feels like so often Hale has been the man to punch straight through that line, find a first blood, and maybe then some. Problem in the shower is he just doesn't have room to maneuver. They understand that, playing buddy-buddy system. Trading out. Making it a little bit easier on themselves. Also, it doesn't hurt when Jake's snapping like that. Central Alpha comfortable thus far. Round 2, the most contested, you would say, but comes down to 1v1s over and over again, and you march on with them as Central Alpha. It's a gut punch every time to Western Bravo. I wonder if we get some sort of B hit come through here. We haven't seen one. And yeah, looks like that's the call.
Got the trophies. Got the chance here. Can you go 4-0 up? Hale. Quick blink through mid. Spotted by Waz. You know he's going to be inside small room, and Kuzo going down some body shots. Hale gets nothing out of the flank, and where are these body shots coming from? Some bad blood in the server, I guess.
So much on the line. Smoke's nade will connect with vengeance. And it's going to tell Heartbreaks actually to gun up at this as well. Oh no, Smoke! He's looking for all the wrong things, and Charms up high. He'll pick him off. Heartbreaks gives up his position. Jake's going to take a look. So as Heartbreaks tries to reset this, it's kind of finding an angle to isolate one, and, well, won't get it before the bomb goes down. Smoke's going to cover his escape, but realistically, Central Alpha won't care much.
It's the rookie here. Gonna have to fight some long battles with an NPC, and not really where you want to be in this moment. As soon as you jump out the window, it doesn't matter what you shell. You are a dead man walking. 4-0 for Central Alpha. Another one there. A first blood leads into 2. Hale's flank gets shut out. I mean, you're right to say that on a map like Gridlock, when you need somebody like Hale to be finding these first bloods, the fact that he is getting nothing really goes to show how much you need Hale for your search and destroys to work.
What's the response here for Western Bravo? I don't really know at this point. Hale just hasn't figured it out yet. 1 and 4. That's your power piece out of the play every single time. There will be a B hit, and we are going to get investment of the Echo unit as well. So trying to keep the approach here as quiet as can be, as light on your feet as you can. Bomb plant will come through pretty instantaneously. Waz is already on this rotation, just checking the back line. That'll be the signal flare. Kuzo's backed all the way off here. He should be able to give you all the intel early if there's a hit coming through, but for now, it's going to leave you with less numbers surrounding the bomb.
Here comes Vengeance up top. Leading the charge for the retake. Subs looking to get the dirty work done, and Heartbreaks is going to be spotted there. It's Waz for yet another first blood of the game. Backed up in the post plant, so deep on the side of P2. Smoke's got the sniper. See if he can maybe hold off with the team. Back 18. It's going to be hard to hop this bomb with that into play, and Jake tries to maybe cut the gap, but the post plant is too good from Western Bravo. Finally stop the bleeding in this map number 4. Putting themselves on the board. Taking one back.
Beautiful stuff from Smoke here. And this post-plant position for Western Bravo has been one of their strong suits throughout this entire tournament. They've dropped the bomb, back off, play those lanes. Hale had a nade cooking. Didn't really need it because he decided to shoot nukes from Mail with a submachine gun, apparently. But that being said, it's now up to Western Bravo to defend this A hit. They haven't figured out so far. Lacking on first bloods. Gotta figure out how to get Hale into this for free.
Bomb leading into A. Vengeance feeling good with his NPC in his hand. Can he write the story yet again? He's got the bomb, though. You don't want to die in this position. That's going to put your team in a bad spot. Heartbreaks puts a nade, spots nothing. First blood, this time it's Charms. Hale going down. And his team in a rough spot. Waz, where's that shot with the sniper in the showers? You gotta be kidding me. How are they doing this? Where was he? With the sniper?
going to assume the opposite side of the courtyard. He's just banged one between the double doors here. Again, it's Hale getting blooded. It's then outnumbered, and you swarm. If you are this Central Alpha lineup, their S&D just untouchable. May well get them a championship by the end of this. Western Bravo struggling for a reply. Currently 5-1 down. When it comes to first bloods, you look at the scoreline on top of your screen. Tells the story, really, doesn't it? Another B attempt coming out of Western Bravo. Charms should get the heads up, though, here early. And would be wise to back off, call in the reinforcements, and find a different position. But doesn't get anything.
Hale leading this one, though, over to B. Charm's first blood will be traded. Bomb going down, and you've completely pushed into P4. Hale's looking for a little bit more, and look at that. He's found it. This is what you get when your captain is turned up. Engines brings things back. 2 versus 2 in the retake, and you can see it is going to be difficult to crack this code for the round. You're looking to put your second on, and it's going to be down to Vengeance to clutch up in a 1 versus 2 with the NPC, and he spots the exit. Smoke is way too forward. That's okay for Vengeance. He's happy to fight this one through it. Fortunately, though, as happy as you are, not as easy to execute.
I like the idea to try and bait with the smoke. The problem is, you're right, it goes a bit long, so it means when he steps out from the back of the lorry, you're able to spot him. It means Hale doesn't full send that, just tucks himself a little bit behind the car. Probably keeps him alive, to be honest.
Back of the what?
Car?
Lorry?
Lorry? You don't know what a lorry is?
No, that is definitely a UK term.
Well, it's the English language, so I'm going to stick with it.
Okay.
Either way.
Just curious.
It's not a name for a truck. I don't know.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
In front of the lorry,
nade.
and you're down.
Yes. Thank you. Good usage.
It feels like a truck sometimes when you're hit like that off those first bloods, but look at the minimap. All 3 players are flipping. And I think that Western Bravo actually have an inkling of this idea. Waz with the sniper is going to get that first shot off. He misses it. Smoke will trade. And off of this, you do not want to give up this chance. So, off the smoke. Cook the nade. And see what you can do. Vengeance on that one way. In a little bit of no man's land. Kuzo brings down a second one. 3 versus 2. 23 seconds. Looking to work fast now. And Charms up top might be able to fend off the rest, but Smoke's cut you down as only 15 seconds, and it's up to Waz to be the one to stop this one. Shot in the back, plenty of time to defuse. Andy, should I say it? Should I even attempt to say it? It's another round on the comeback. 5-3, the worst lead in Call of Duty.
That it may be. I feel like you have got yourself still a ways to go to build into making me convinced you're pulling off this comeback. But round by round, you just never know. It feels like you're leaning a lot on this B offense. Central Alpha, very comfortable over towards the shower side of things. And surely at some point they react to this defense. What was better there for Western, you lose Hale early, but you didn't need him. And that's a new look at this team. So coming on maybe at the right time, and Central Alpha will again commit to that A showers push. No one home. All on Jake to, well, hand the intel over and say, gentlemen, come back me up for this one. Team nade, no.
Jeez, not like this. Kuzo takes down Heartbreaks, and Hale has his heart broken. 2v4. See if this one truly can be a comeback. This is where the magic is born. As Jake's going to be caught out in the back line. He stays alive. Smoke gets caught there. And it is done in the search and destroy. A team nade is the bane of your existence. 6-3 in the gridlock. And that is where the run ends for Western Bravo for this S&D. Down in the series yet again.
Tough times that, for all the ways in which Western Bravo looked like they were building their way back in. Yeah, it's a team nade, and then you lose Hale pretty much instantly, puts you on the back foot. Left it's too little, too late. Central Alpha, as clinical as always when it comes to search and destroy. You're going to get a look at the map set here. Now, the problem for Western Bravo is you now sit in a position where you must win an S&D to take this tournament. Central Alpha will get 2 bites at championship point. Score hard points where we're going to kick things off. I don't really see Western Bravo losing that because of how good they've looked in the respawns. That being said, the second half of that overload was a big problem. Did see Central Alpha come online. Players like Vengeance taking over. I'm still looking at the likes of WASD. They're the X factor in this for me. If they can at least hold even, you've got a chance. If we see another one of those 20 and 30 kind of games, we're seeing that final game.
If this does go to a game 7, you got to do something about these first bloods, Andy. I mean, that is really like unacceptable for a grand final. Like in a search and destroy like this, there's just no reason why you should be losing. Like, what is that? 8 first bloods out of the 9 rounds we played. That is really, truly something that if this does go the distance to that game 7, you need to see Western Bravo lock in a little bit for those opening duels if they want to take Central Alpha down and be champions here at CONUS. But you're right. I mean, you're going into the hard point next. This has been the bread and butter for this squad. It's where you can really kind of sit back and understand that we still have a chance in this grand final to start to build that momentum as a team. Like Hale said in his interview, Search and Destroy hasn't really been a focus point for this team prepping for the tournament. So it doesn't shock me that they're struggling. Just needs to be worked on a little bit. It sounds to me as well as the teams are going to be taking a little bit of a break getting ready for this next map. So we're also going to step away as we get ready for the Scar Hardpoint coming up very soon. Down to the wire here in day 4 for the championships. Our grand final for COD, it's been anything but one-sided, Andy. We just continue to go back and forth across the series. Obviously speaking, Central Alpha started with the advantage coming out of the winner's bracket, but Western Bravo keep them on their toes. Search and destroy, something we'll talk about when we do get there again. If we do get there again, because Central Alpha have had their number on every single one. Now, Scar Hardpoint coming up. This is do or die for Western Bravo inside of the tournament. Can they push this one the distance? Can we see a raid search?
Well, we look back to the Colossus Hardpoint to kick things off, and this was dominant for Western Bravo, 250 to 142. Hail, double positive at 44 and 22, 5,300 damage. Of course, we're not expecting that level of engagement on a score because Colossus is, well, quite frankly, a trade fest. But after that, it's Smoke, 37 and 27. Now, I think he's the difference maker here. Both Kuzo and Heartbreaks do fine, but Smoke went 37 and 27 with 4,100 damage. The best player on Central Alpha was Jake with just around 4k damage. So that just shows the Smoke was pretty much above and beyond, really supporting Hale in his role, a dynamic duo operating in and out. Bit more difficult on those players to come alive really on Scar. Of course, it's a lot of longer lanes. You're going to see a lot more AR presence than NPC presence. But if you can keep those two firing on all cylinders, we will see that game 7.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to talk about in our losers final that definitely should be noted here for Western Bravo is the struggle that they had at the start of this one against Mountain. I mean, they were down by quite a lot. I mean, you go into the second set of rotations, and that's when you started to pick things up, and it was Hale to really start that. I don't know if you have that same grace versus Central Alpha. You need to make sure that you're not really losing out on that time really early here, because Scar is one of those maps that a lot of people these days in Black Ops 7 will be used to, should be used to, and probably have on lock in their mind.
The first 30 seconds of this P1, she's completely untouched. As both teams just try and figure each other out for a second. Will be Central Alpha winning out. Was with a 4 streak. Him coming good right now. Would see Central Alpha get this done in this map 6. He struggled a little bit in the respawns. And is often lagged behind. Gonna read Smoke, trying to wrap through as well. So, right now, no answer really from Western Bravo. But they're invested into this P2 setup. And with Charms cleared off the board, that should allow us to get it in. Smoke's going to try and just pick up the mid here. You've got to be wary of the wrap coming in from Waz. But other than that, should get yourself the open chunk of time.
Good start so far to the game. 21-5 heading into the second rotation. Hale leading. Central Alpha kind of struggling to get a look at this one. Jake up top. He is going to be walking into the Lion's Den. And a great job right now by Western Bravo at just spacing out this map.
Vengeance buys time. Shooting at wind, but that may have given away his position for a moment. Won't really matter, as well. I thought he was about to set up a pinch, decides against it, backs off instead, and his 3 teammates will be cleaned up at all. So he has to have hoped that his rotation turns into something. First kill will be a good way to answer on that. Finding Hale through the middle even better. Slow it down then. Your opportunity for a defensive setup, as these two teams basically trade rotations. Can you hold the same way Western Bravo just did?
He just got 50 seconds off that hill. Central Alpha couldn't even touch it. So rotation over to 3, and Western Bravo get a break within the first 10 seconds of it. How long can they keep Central Alpha on this back foot? Because it has been such a good couple of hills. Won't be too long before Central Alpha do get the break. So trying to work somewhat of control on this map. Team Nate onto Charms. That's really going to interrupt things, and it's Vengeance in no man's land. NPC going to drop there, and you just hop right back in to soak up this time. Now 70 counting. This is as good as it gets for Western Bravo, if I do say so myself.
The fact that you walk away with points here is pretty glorious. All things considered, it looked like you should have been shut out. Either way, you might have overcommitted to old. It's going to mean Hale's got a big job at the back of blue. He delivers. Clearing Charms out from contesting the spawn. So now Smoke arrives at Sandbags. Gets himself top blue. Loses his dangerous duo, but should be able to now cover over those players arriving. Jake through the middle. Slow from him. 411. That'll be better. Just looks to lay siege to the house.
3 players here, and you flip those spawns at the back, so need to win some gunfights to collect this time. Central Alpha in. 3 players here, spawn out for vengeance. Right around the backside, Heartbreakers has help, but smoke there. In fact, it's the whole team just swinging on the flank. Heartbreakers takes down Charms, and that is going to force a little bit of disarray now from Western Bravo. Dismantling the setup. Still Central Alpha doing a good job at getting a little bit of time off this, and Jake winning another fight versus Kuzo. I mean, you sneak away with a good 20 seconds there for Central Alpha, even though you're getting surrounded by sharks.
The rotation's so clean as well. Straight up and over. Because they've beaten Central Alpha to that punch 2 or 3 times now. Was going to try and help clear out mid, and oh my lord, there must have been a gust of wind right there. Takes an extra second, but you do at least clear your opponent.
Somebody turned the AC on in the event.
Brother. Won't want to watch that one back.
You got a good spawn set up in the back line. A couple of these members from Central Alpha are looking to at least shut some of these players down. Top blue control for Smoke and Kuzo. Vengeance does a great job at putting together a couple of kills there. A 3 drop, and it's only Heartbreakers in the position to set up for this break. He holds his life. He waits for his teammates, and here they come. Heartbreakers alongside Kuzo. Hale chimes in. 3 make it 4 down. Waz in the back line. He spawns up, but it's a break in the front to hold the lead for Western Bravo.
Important bit of scrap this for Western. Central Alpha building their way into this game. Broke in through the front of that hill initially and then held onto it for a good chunk of time. They should re-establish that offer that you walked into the hill with. So, no harm, no foul. And while Smoke is traded in market, no setup in place again really for P1. Heartbreaks is the big player in the play. He's just looking to control these respawning Western, Central members. My apologies. So that's going to afford him time to just tuck in. Soak up a lot of this early second. Nade goes out as well to shut down that doorway push. But look at Jake on the flank.
Jake's here. And Smoke's going to be blindsided because of it. Jake comes in, swoops a couple kills. Heartbreaks it, will trade it, but that is too little too late. Damage has been done. Good time there for Western Bravos. They got a pretty decent lead heading into the second rotation. And Heartbreakers should be able to cut down a few along the way. So doing some damage to the lines, keeping Central Alpha on their toes. Never truly letting them settle into this map number 5.
No, not at all. Being said, gap stays close for now. 35 points and counting as Heartbreak starts to soak. Charms to be top green here. Bangs bullets through wood, hits nothing. Lot of this P2 still remaining as Kuzo slays 2. Should give you even more strength up there, but Was reads a player through the wood. Unfortunately, it takes so long that you're going to get yourself instantly cleaned up, but that's a great play to break back in at an important moment as well. Western Bravo looked in complete control of after Kuzo's 2-piece, and Central Alpha need these 30 seconds to keep it tight.
You got to take these players down top wood, and doing that really makes it hard for the players on the inside to stay alive. But how long can you hold on to this hill as it's an immediate break back for Western Bravo? 18 seconds of scrap time that you love to keep your lead ahead of Central Alpha on this one. Looking to push to a map number 7. We go to P3. You got a fight going on. It is going to be Waz here. How many can he take down with him? Only the 1 kill onto Kuzo. So with Smoke there, he's keeping you away, keeping you down, and Hale's going to immediately call in this Hellstorm. Charms trying to find some of these members. He will get Kuzo. So at least for this one, you're giving chances, but off of this, they don't know Hale's behind them. So as long as you stay alive, Hale's going to be such an issue back here.
Huge problem. Multi-kill of 4 rings out at the top, and everyone in the lobby will be seeing that. Give you a huge boon if you are your Western Bravo teammates for Central Alpha to shudder down the spine. Heartbreak's doing his job on the plane heady, even when he's cleaned up. Repositions quickly enough and stays alive for long enough. The Smoke picks up the 2-piece. All momentum swinging in favor of this Western squad, likely pushing us to 7. Hale ain't done yet. He's approaching double positive again.
You don't normally see opportunities where you're down 209 to 111 going into a money hill that you can come back on a map like Scar. Hale across his T's, dot his I's, make sure that nobody is in behind you. All 4 players going to hit from the front of this hill going into P4. You got your subs at the ready. Jake going to lead the charge with vengeance. Jake dies for it, but here's Hale. Assassinates him. I think he tried to take him hostage. Oh, it's a little BM there. Going to cost you a break back in for Central Alpha with 34 seconds on the hill.
And Toxicity won't pay off this time. Hale will no doubt be grinning a wry smile up there on the main stage. Won't matter too much in the end is his thought process because his team are dominating in this matchup. Took yourself into the close corner. Jake's going to hop over the top. Trade does come through from Wad, so... Oh, good for 2 as well. Problem is, you're investing in old and you need to go on the rotation, and, well, who's already in your back line? Smoke. Clears out Charms, and now the map's all over the place.
How good has Smoke been for this team? Smoke and Heartbreaks both have been so good next to Hale on this team. Kuzo, maybe a little bit of a quieter map, but he's got a minute 14 in the hill. He's doing his 25%. Keeping Central Alpha on the back burner. Their Hellstorm maybe being called in. No, it's not. That Hellstorm is actually Hale's gun, and that's what I'm listening to. Just missiles firing from it. Break back in for Central Alpha. Holding on to this game. And you gotta deny 19 points over the course of the rest of this Scar.
Hale's pistol works sometimes as a sight to hold. And just gonna get across at mid-cut at least. Find Smoke. Heartbreaks. Plays cleanup. And you pass Jake like a ship in the night and gets over on towards the point to contest. Hale had already kind of invested in a little bit of a P1 rotation. So as he's now led up just to cut off these exits, should hand center of the map to you. That being said, Vengeance has a little bit of talking left to do.
Charms. Baits off his teammate. Oh no, Kuzo went for the sky shot. 3 go down for Western Bravo and Central Alpha. I mean, don't get ahead of yourself too early. You're still holding on to this one as best as you can. 19 seconds in, that's what you're looking for. Hale leading the charge back in through P1. Oh, there's a player inside Market. Look towards the spawns. Green side for Central Alpha now having to fight their way through mid-cut. Full flank from Jake. And that's being watched by Heartbreak, so it's do or die now, and you're rushing to just touch this hill. 7 seconds. That's all Western Bravo need, and they're going to be boxed out of P1 for the time being.
Certainly shall, but you will get break back in, and
Hold
likely
on.
all she wrote. Just got to draw it up. Just got to take your time, and I don't even think you're going to bother to contest. Western Bravo dominating the respawns. Central Alpha take over the searches. We are seeing that Game 7 we all predicted.
This man right here, he does it again. 5,000 damage in the respawn, man. It's the 3rd time on stream today that he's done that. 45 kills for Hale, 31 for Heartbreaks. And look at the time for Heartbreaks, too. 1:42 in that time. He is generating so much for this team. We go the distance in Call of Duty all the way to 7. I mean, Andy, when it comes down to a grand final, I mean, oftentimes you ask for it to go the distance. You ask for a best of 7. It doesn't always deliver. Most often than not, you do have a team that is better than the other one, but right now, between these two squads, it is neck and neck, as close as you could get. And for 2 that are looking to not just dominate here at CONUS, but head to the World Championships and then dominate the world of Daft Gaming League, I mean, this might determine who our number 1 team is going into that Worlds.
Oh yeah, all that riding on the line without a shadow of a doubt. Definitely worth talking about the trophies. Definitely worth talking about the player storylines, team storylines, etc. But it's all building up to Worlds, and to make that claim early that you're the team to beat, and actually for everything the Central Alpha expected out of this, after running through that upper bracket, you shall be challenged for your throne. I think it just means that we've got one last thing to settle, and that is, who are your World's favorites? Couldn't call it right now, because don't get me wrong, we watched to an S&D in Central Alpha. Again, they've been the favorites there. They've won them all, but I feel like there's a little bit more to come from Western Bravo, despite the lack of practice, despite the lack of reps. There's so much superstardom littered through that roster. I don't think there's a world in hell that they just won't keel over in this one.
Look, you can't tell because my camera's blocked off, but I got my hands raised up. You can't tell because I got sunglasses on. My eyes are closed. I am just basking in sunlight of this series. Oh my God. It is just a ray of sunshine seeing a series this close and going into a search and destroy to close out a game number 7. This is it for these two teams. Raid, search, and destroy to decide who our champion is at CONUS. Andy, 4 days of action, a whole hell of a lot of maps, a lot of Rocket League between you and I, all down to this one series, this one search and destroy.
When you ask for the banger matchups to settle tournaments, you're so often disappointed. Not this time. We'll get the break off here in round 1. A lot of mid-map pressure coming out of Central Alpha. Western Bravo will meet them with 2, and Waz will find the blood.
Waz got the sniper out. Smoke's got his too, but he's going to whiff a shot right next to your earlobe. 2 go down for Central Alpha, for Western Bravo, and this is what we talked about towards the end of that gridlock search and destroy, is that those first bloods were quite literally the backbreaker for this team. So to see it carry over in the search and destroy, and now Charms knows exactly where this retake is coming from. You can see Central Alpha are back into their winning ways, back into their comfort zone here in map 7.
So at that distance, the NPC comes out on top every single time. Trades are afoot. Central Alpha strike first. Off of that blood, I mean, I can't think of many times. Maybe one round in all the S&Ds we've seen where Central Alpha have gotten the first blood. They haven't come out on top, so... Well, there's an easy answer for you in terms of how to try and shut them down. Stop giving up these lives for free. Got to find a way to counter. Smoke has been effective with his sniper rifle. I don't really want to see Hale in those first blood engagements. It feels like whenever he's there, it's an NPC up close and he's instantly traded. So, yeah, I want to witness him do something a little different here. Maybe an M15, and that is what we'll get in hand.
I mean, it's hard, too, because, I mean, Hale is that guy for your team. He is the one that needs to generate some offense. So, hopefully, he can start winning these opening deals for the squad. Kuzo with a stun check through mid. Will know that you've given this one up completely. 3 members here, though, from Central Alpha. Essentially giving up A. You're hoping to control mid. See if you can find your way across the map. They're working into Art. Kuzo. He's given this spot up. Now you're going to go for that bomb plant. First blood from Kuzo. Traded by the native Vengeance from the grave. Here comes the retake now with the bomb going down. 3 players in the back of Laundry. Western Bravo have given up the bomb.
Smoke's going to peek that. Waz slams him through the glass. Good lord. That's going to force Hale and Heartbreaks to check bomb. It'll look over. Charm's just going to try and play this close. It is a 2v2 for now because Waz is holding mid, but he will get back to pillars.
You need this one. You need Laundry. Waz gonna hop that bomb. Heartbreaks wins the fight. Backed up into the back of the spawn. 1v1. 10 seconds left. Heartbreaks. And he checks the bomb. And he does it himself. Welcome to the TAF Gaming League. Welcome to land, my son.
Outrageous play from the freshman. The first is just well timed. The second's downright disgusting. The third's to put a little bit of style on it. Round was over anyway. Charms is going to wish he'd stuck the bomb. But regardless, an incredible hold. I think when Smoke loses his head at Laundry, that then forces that rush back from Hale and Heartbreaks. Looked like Central Alpha's round to lose. And somehow they did. Tie us up. Roll on forward.
Oh, jeez.
Play call. A lot of bodies at mid. A couple players going to meet up at A, though.
It's enough to make the hair on the back of your neck stick up. Excitement. Oh boy. 1-1. Heartbreaks. 3 in a row. Off of that savior play. Waz going to kick things off with a first blood. Sniper again. Sounding the alarm. Inside is Smoke on the ring. Jake trying to track this player down. Heartbreaks. His streak comes to an end. And maybe this back and forth continues to ensue as we flip the sides on both ends.
What's the response? Kuzo and Smoke here. Looking to just isolate one of these fights. Get numbers parity at the very least. Smoke's caught in a difficult place. That's an egregious chow. Kuzo will clear up the sniper at least. Vengeance. Oh, gets the world's worst timing. And, well, Kuzo, that's a very difficult heady fight to take. Down to no time. Just got to kind of send it. Jake will drill him. That'll be the end of that one. Reestablishing the lead. Attacks on top here at Raid. Getting that bomb down. Playing around it. Could argue that Central Alpha should be 3-0 up at this point, but as it stands, just reestablishing that lead. Also leading in the first blood column. Feels like, again, seeing Hale out early spells disaster for Western Bravo in these rounds.
Oh, man. I mean, Frost is an issue with the sniper. I want to know if Smoke still has his out, because at some point or another, you're going to have to challenge Wast on these angles and hopefully try to shut him down. Instead, though, they're just going to pick up the pace. Smoke gets caught through pool steps. Vengeance going to get his, get away, hold that first blood, and keep things trapped on down. Hale, he's brought a shuffle to this round because he's thinking him out of danger. 2 kills through kitchen. Swinging things back over to Western when your team needs it. Mr. Hoodie Hale again.
Hale's going to push through the back lines here as well. Just control any spawn reinforcements. Chom's maybe wiser to play through pillars, but it's never a comfortable spot to be in. Vengeance, art side. An NPC and a retake at ring. It's all order.
Vengeance clearing out every angle he possibly can for potential retake, but retake's pretty much going to be residing in through laundry with Kuzo on an island on that ring. He's caught out. Brings things into 2v2, but look at the time. That's the issue right now for Central Alpha for this retake. They don't have time. They need to get these kills. They need to take this round, and Hale just completely wraps around the entire laundry. Oh, he is so elusive. So slippery.
It does well there. Because there's a window. If that kill comes through, or Central, they can defuse the bomb, but Hale recognizes the timing. Thinks, I don't want to take this fight. And drag this round out for as long as humanly possible. I think Vengeance just gives it up in the end, says to hell with you. Tied again. Another round, another offensive victory, another bomb plant. Central Alpha, though, leading in those bloods 3-1. Western Bravo keeping themselves in this. Has required what you called Hale's shovel to dig them out of danger. Does that, goes in a force breed. They're in Hellstorm situations. Oh, wait, no, we're not allowed them. Never mind, ignore.
I mean, 4-on-4 still. Central Alpha doing way better than they were on that gridlock. If only Waz could see what we could see, he would be labeled a Jimbo. It seems like Heartbreaks has a lot of work to do right now. I mean, I'm just looking at Heartbreaks. He is the only player inside laundry. He's going to call for a little bit of assistance. Smoke has his sniper out, but he's seen nothing. Not even a pin drop heard. The bomb is going to be the only idea that you have that this is actually an attack over towards A, and as soon as Heartbreak knows it, he's only got an NPC. I mean, this is not really the gun you want for these battles. How do you draw your way back? It's got to be off the back of Hale. He's all the way in Garage on the other side of the map, and he's just losing everything.
Problem was, if he's going on that long flank, he's having to check every single corner. Word that Central stuck someone in spawn. And Western Bravo need to activate this. Someone needs to do something. That something ain't to die to everybody. And that's exactly what comes through. So, Hale definitely caught out in that moment. Rare you see him lose that kind of gunfight. Jake snaps in time. We continue the same cycle, the same dance. Ring, bomb down. Attacking team come out on top. First Blood's being won pretty much entirely by Central Alpha. Something must break at some point. Can't go on this merry-go-round forever.
No, we cannot. Smoke for the first blood. Finally, one going back to Western Bravo's side. If they can turn this into a round now. Tie us back up. As the bomb's going to disengage from the A side of the map. You got Hale working through mid. If he can get into kitchen, I mean, he is in such a good spot for the team.
Try to cover over Tiki, and Hale gets free reign over the back line. In L. well, trying to just creep forward there, maybe looking for a free pick or a ninja. You'll get absolutely none of any of it. Find your grave inside of Tiki. Kuzo with the final kill. Again, requiring a little bit of magic from Hale there. Not only in his positioning, but the transfer onto the second. I fear you don't get that kill. It makes things still very awkward. Off we go again. Something's got to give. I agree with you in the terms of maybe getting Smoke maybe more involved with this sniper rifle. While last time out, I was calling for him maybe to put it away and be more effective on the AR. Wasp has been really good with these first bloods, and you need something to counter that.
Well, it's a bold call from both teams. 4 hit each side of the map and see who's right. Well, neither of them technically are. I guess you can argue Central Alpha. They're going to have the bomb down. 4-4. Heartbreaks. Hitting this one fast from the middle of the map. He's got to hope his teammates can come up with something. First one to be shot, though, is going to be Heartbreaks. He's back down, and that opens up in lane for Hale. First blood going the way of Central Alpha. Here they go back in. Western trying to find their way. It's a swimmy boy. A fish. A shark in the water. Jake, what is that? No way. They still defuse the bomb.
I struggle to believe it. I'm with you. Western Bravo looked like they were in big trouble. Central Alpha thought they had their number, were willing to press the equation, assess the advantage. Jake just comes alive. Apologies, I think I just said those names the wrong way around, but you know what I mean. Western Bravo defusing. I don't even know anymore, but you're getting through a defensive round, so nades up and over. Princess going to meet in mid.
Wall bangs from Hale. First blood onto Waz. Quickly, you are just surging into position. Good shot from Drake as he's got the boomstick out this time. He picks it up off his teammate and he's going to trade things out. Vengeance to the read on the Heartbreaks. Quickly swinging things back into the favor of Central Alpha for this round. Hale, ooh, ew. Shots from Charms, giving him a nasty fade on the side of his head. And it's all down to Smoke. Sniper, pistol. No information on where Vengeance is.
Might work in the end. The defensive round answered with defensive round. 4-4 stinks of it, doesn't it? Round 11 absolutely reeks of it. Gotta find a way to split these two teams. The thing is, right now, I don't know if either side would suit defense or offense. I think it's going to come down to some sort of Hail Mary moment. Western Bravo found themselves hemmed in there, and Central Alpha were happy to shoot fish in a barrel, but I feel like there's a disconnect as well when Heartbreaks is lying in the middle of the map by himself. Hale and Smoke are pushing out Tiki. It just feels like he was very isolated and found. Well, gaps like that can't appear in your second phase of play.
Stuns over the top. Smoke not going to connect. There's a trophy blocking them off. Good shots to the wall. Hale draws that first blood, and Heartbreaks and Smoke just working together to piece apart Central Alpha. Match point for Western Bravo. 5-4 we go, and look, they are doing backflips off the top of ring with excitement.
Match point, series point, championship point for Hoodie Hale and his crew. Smothered your opposition in that last round. Doubt you'll get away with that aggression again. Central Alpha may just back off here. Welcome you in. They've been best when they've played around those picks. But playing defensively, you won't get to dictate the location of this bomb that is handed over to Western Bravo. That luxury, the investment of the Echo units. They're sending this towards ring.
Is it all down to this one? Does Central Alpha have another round in their bag? Have Western Bravo cracked the code on Search and Destroy? Bomb over towards A. You haven't drawn the first blood. You are taking your time slowly and surely. Was going to draw first blood. This one too. I mean, Heartbreaks has found his way into the laundry, Andy. He doesn't really know where to go here.
It's an awkward one because you burnt through so much time that this hit through the backside by Vengeance and Jake. Probably going to arrive before you get the bomb down, and you're not even going to get the chance.
Peekaboo.
round 11. It has absolutely stunk of that since the get-go. Back and forth we have been. One last roll of the dice for both teams to settle it. Honestly, I couldn't tell you that it's not fully deserved. There has been a hair between both of these teams the entire way through this series.
5 rounds on both sides, and ring it up, ring the bell. Round 11, raid, search, and destroy. 1 round to crown a champion at CONUS. 1 round to finish the job. 4 days of action. So many matches played, not just in Call of Duty, but Rocket League as well. Western, the champions on Rocket League side. Can they be the champions on COD 2? First blood to vengeance.
Don't give yourself up that easy, young man. I know you're new here, but you should be well aware of the value of your life at this point. Unpick this puzzle then, because you also drop bomb and hail. Actually going to be spied by vengeance or sent into the water.
It's a firing squad.
He's going to swim out towards the outside of the map here. I don't know if anyone spots this, because Jake should have had the crossing and won't have been able to call that out.
The shoulder's going to give it away, though. Hale's got to be careful not to die. Kuzo recovers the bomb. They're spending a whole lot of time here. 40 seconds. They're running out of time for this round. And suddenly, Central Alpha have completely collapsed through mid. So you got nowhere to go. No time to plant. And there's a flank coming through the staircase. It's vengeance for a second one. Here comes the cavalry. Central Alpha. They got you in disarray. And it's 20 seconds left. Hale up top money. Bring it into a 2-on-2. Waz connects with both of them. And Central Alpha shoot to the stars in CONUS. And a bright sunny day on Keesler Air Force Base. They take the crown. They take the throne.
If there's going to be a way to finally end the tale between these two teams, it would be a Game 7, Round 11. My God, what a treat for everybody tuning into CONUS, those inside the venue. You just got to witness some insane history. Look at it. The scripture that has been written. Of course, you come into the series with a 1-0 advantage for having played through that winner's bracket, having beaten Western Bravo in the previous matchup in winners finals. Western Bravo get themselves back here in the respawns. They were glorious. Hale and Smoke leading that line. Plenty of contribution from Heartbreaks and Kuzo, but it's heartbreak in the end for that lineup as Central Alpha close out every single surge, even when contested, up to the bitter end.
I mean, what a series we had start to finish. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the search and destroys are just where Western Bravo fall apart. And even in that map number 7, you thought they had it. I mean, 2 chances to put this one away, and Central Alpha with the mega lock-in to win it. I mean, so many players that we can talk about, so many players that we can crown some champions and some MVPs on this side, too. I mean, I gotta say, Vengeance, man, with this submachine gun, so good on that den. But if we want to talk about somebody just in general consistency in the S&Ds, it's gotta be Wast with that sniper. He had such an unreal end to the series.
Yeah, ridiculous. It feels like in a lot of the respawns, I was quick to call him out for not really stepping up and delivering, and being a little bit of an anchor on the side, wearing them down, but in the searches was ever present. And you're right, it's hard sometimes to be impactful with the sniper. You can be isolated, you can be picked off. You got to ensure that you are putting those first blood fights in particular over towards your team. And he was great there. Although walks away with a 9-7 record, 3 first bloods just means likely the difference between winning and losing in this one. And the difference in this one was who walked home with the trophy.
Who walks home with the search and destroys as well. So you go to the Scar hardpoint, you force us into a map number 7. Central Alpha get pushed to the absolute brink on a performance of Western Bravo that not a lot of people will forget. Hale 7-5. At one point, I mean, you get a clutch defuse there too. He turns up big in the last round, nearly clawing his way back in the last 20 seconds. But Central Alpha get the job done. 7 games through. Some Call of Duty in the grand finals. And we got ourselves some champions to talk to in the interview booth here with Central Alpha. Boys, I don't think there's enough room for 4 people on this interview desk, but we'll do our best right now to kind of break through everything. Obviously, it's been a long week. It's been a lot of Call of Duty to play right now. I need to get some raw reactions from you on how the team's feeling.
We feel great. Honestly, that was big. Our respawns were a little shaky, but holy, those S&Ds, those were clinical. Those felt great.
No, without a doubt, you take every single one in the grand finals. It's seen you through many tough series before. What is it that makes you guys so good at search, though? Because it's easy to sit here and say, oh, you guys are great at X, Y, Z, and whatever the statistics tell us. But what is it inherently? What? All right. Well, we're all pointing at vengeance. Okay, brother, you're the reason you won the title. Well done.
He's our IGL in S&D, and he's probably the most experienced in S&D. He's just telling us exactly what to do, and we're reading it, and we're just listening and rotating how we should. That was there was some missed rotations there, but we closed it out. So
that you did, and in some style, kept us all on the edge of our seats at least. Plenty of entertainment provided. Yeah. If one of the other fellas wants to jump in, then feel free to pass the headset over. And we'll fire away with another question. So, yeah, let's get Vengeance in here. My friend, you just got a lot of compliments from your lineup saying that basically you've IGL'd them to victory here because obviously they take all the searches. I got to say, obviously, CONUS champions now. We largely look to the CONUS tournament and this region to have the best teams in the world. You're headed to Worlds. Does this now make you the #1 squad for that tournament?
I think so. However, we have a lot of work to do in respawn. But yes. S&D wins championships. If we can bring it game 5 clearly or game 7, we have shown that we will win that. So, yes.
Hey, my friend, I mean, I was going to ask for you to be kind of given the microphone as well because, like, where is this coming from? Is this an NPC game for you? Like, I need to get some history from you, Vengeance, on what makes you so good at this game.
No, good question. Thank you. I do a lot of competitive play on my own, specifically S&D though, not respawn. So that's what I'm here for, S&D. These guys are the respawn guys. I'm the S&D guy. So that's it.
Is it an NPC thing for you? Like, do you love this gun? Is it bring you back?
No. So the Dravik, I was frying with the Dravik, and sometimes I prefer the Dravik. I feel like the NPC is a joke fest. So either gun I like. But I ran the AR there around 11. I don't know if you saw that. So
I did.
The AR took that home.
Don't worry. I was watching in that last round. It was absolutely fantastic. I gotta. Sorry, you go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if there's anyone else that wants to jump in, feel free to pass it over so that we'll cycle these last 2 questions across.
I'm going to throw it to Jake.
And
yeah, give it over to Jake.
Sounds good. Let's get him in. Want to hear from the champions at the end of the day. Next time, we need to make sure we're sorting out more headsets. Wouldn't be bad. Jake, hey, welcome on, man. Congratulations, first of all. But I got to say, looking at the list of achievements that you guys have all picked up, obviously multiple Daft GLs, Erie in 2024 is on the list as well for Vengeance. Where does this sit in terms of achievement for you?
This is #1 for me. Like, this is the big one that we're trying to get, but we got an even bigger one in Worlds, so we're going to keep grinding and try to do our best.
And how you do?
You said to us on the content side that, with this team coming into CONUS this year, you've been here since the beginning. I finally get to play, man. With this team, I mean, obviously you get to see it, but like for yourself, like what brought this team together? Like, how did you guys bring this 4 together?
First and foremost, we're all central. That's how we were formed together. There was a lot of miscommunication with like how we're gonna split up like the teams, or like how Aiden was gonna be able to play for us. Aiden, sorry. He's actually Mountain, but he was still in Eglin at the time of the qualifiers, so he was able to play with us. So I'm thankful for that. But essentially how we all got together was me, Waz, and Aiden are part of the Air Force Alpha team. And so we've been teaming together, playing in multiple leagues together, representing the Air Force. And Bruce, I'm sorry, it's like flipped on the screen.
Yeah, we do it all the time. Don't worry.
Yeah, Bruce is like, he's our S&D star, He's just going to carry us through S&D. He's going to make the play calls, and we're just going to try to follow it up.
Perfect.
Certainly. So I feel like what we have to do, Simo, we've had 3 of the 4 members. We're going to have to get the 4th on. Ask the last couple of questions in here. Make sure we get words from all the champions. It's fully deserved. And yeah, we will get Charms, I believe this is. That we're the only one that we haven't heard from so far. So yeah, Charms, congratulations, man. Well done. I think I personally have got a fun question lined up for you. And that is, you're now CONUS champions, #1 seed walking into Worlds. What's the celebration looking like? What's the victory plans?
Maybe just the only one I can think of off the top of my head is just get drunk. Honestly.
That's been like, I feel like that's been the consensus from a lot of people all weekend long on some celebrations day after day. I got one too to follow it up. I mean, you guys go to Worlds now. You got PACAF, you got USAFE, you got a couple teams to kind of worry about. You got anything to say for them?
No, I'm not really worried about any of those teams, especially Brad. We saw how he played on land last year, and it wasn't good. So,
my bad,
we'll
Brad.
clip it and ship that.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely fantastic for you guys here on Central Alpha to kind of take the win for the day. So, I mean, I got nothing else to ask. Andy, do you got anything?
No, just again to wish you all congratulations and well done for everything that you've gone through. It's been a gauntlet. You guys have ran it all the way through and deserved victors at the end of it. So yeah, go and enjoy your victory party, man. Whatever it is that you're up to, don't need to tell me anymore. Enjoy those beers.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, I mean, 7 maps through a grand final, whole lot of Call of Duty, whole lot of Rocket League. We got Western on the Rocket League side taking the championship here at CONUS. We got Call of Duty being taken by the Central Alpha squad. Let's take a look at our Call of Duty bracket just to get a little bit of a recap of what we kind of came through. Obviously, for Central Alpha, it was through the winners bracket. They beat Central Bravo. They beat out Western Bravo in Game 5. And of course, they go to a Game 7 versus Western Bravo yet again with winner's advantage to take the search and destroys. So, I mean, you look at this one in general, Central Alpha, of course, Western beats them out, but quite like Western to Mountain, Central might have the mental edge over this team.
I think going into Worlds without a shadow of a doubt, that's how it's going to look right now. And you've got to put the practice in if you are one of those teams that believe that you have a squad you can't get past. Assess, VOD review. Okay, why is it right now that we can't undo this lineup? There's an obvious answer for these last 2 teams. It's search and destroy. You got to figure out how to close out games. You'll be disappointed to have gotten to round 11 to have pushed it that far and then give up a life so easily to then put yourself on the back foot. But I mean, look, the player that does that's heartbreaks, and he's a freshman, so learn from that experience. Winning or learning, that's kind of what it's got to be for a lot of these teams now that didn't manage to overcome this top squad. You gotta go away, put in your hours, the hard yards. They'll pay off when you get to Worlds.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we close out on the day and we kind of get set up to kind of move forward here in our circuit for the DAF Gaming League World Tour. It's been a fun one here on the desk alongside you, Andy. I got to give a big shout out to the players, of course, not just in Call of Duty, Rocket League as well, because we've been watching a lot of Rocket League, you and I learning Rocket League too, for the players, their leadership that obviously allows them to come play in tournaments like this, gives them the opportunity to kind of relax, hang out with the boys, hang out with the friends, and just at the end of the day, play some video games and get to know some friends while you're traveling. To the staff between Rally Cry, Load Screen, every single time they deliver with a product that is so enjoyable to watch. And the change up this year for the format, what a fun change it was to have teams kind of across different sub-regions put onto teams rather than the bases itself. It's such a crazy change of an environment. And within watching this format, Andy, it's been a big upgrade.
I've loved it. Every single time we get to do CONUS and this whole circuit in general, feels like there's an evolution. There is a change that makes it better. Can't wait to see where it ends up going because, again, every single time there's a step forward. Another wonderful event delivered by the team. So, yeah, production crew should be very proud. The players, they delivered storylines. We asked them to stand up, stick their chests out, come out swinging. So many incredible superstars now etched into not only the history books, but our minds for all the other trophies through the rest of this year. Appreciate you, my friend. Been a hell of a 4 days. Loved every single second. I can't wait to do it all over again at some point.
We've been enjoying the metaphorical sun here inside with our sunglasses on, our beach shirts, the lei on my neck. I think it's time for us to get some real sun when this one is over. Folks at home, make sure to tune in the future. We got USAFE around the corner. Our last qualifications for Worlds. Make sure that you follow along for Air Force Gaming. All the info is going to be shared in the future, so you don't want to miss it. And for now, thank you for tuning in this weekend. We'll see you next time with some more DAF Gaming League.